Librivox by Lord Dunsany. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in January 2018. On a waste place strewn with bricks in the outskirts of a town, twilight was falling. A star or two appeared over the smoke, and distant windows lit mysterious lights. The stillness deepened, and the loneliness. Then all the outcast things that are silent by day found voices. An old cork spoke first. He said, "I grew in Andalusian woods, but never listened to the idle songs of Spain. I only grew strong in the sunlight, waiting for my destiny. One day the merchants came and took us all away, and carried us all along the shore of the sea, piled high on the backs of donkeys, and in a town by the sea they made me into the shape that I am now. One day they sent me northward to Provence, and there I fulfilled my destiny. For they set me as a guard over the bubbling wine, and I faithfully stood sentinel for 20 years. For the first few years in the bottle that I guarded, the wine slept, dreaming of Provence. But as the years went on, he grew stronger and stronger, until at last, whenever a man went by, the wine would put out all his might against me, saying, 'Let me go free, let me go free.' And every year his strength increased, and he grew more clamorous when men went by, but never availed to hurl me from my post. But when I had powerfully held him for 20 years, they brought him to the banquet, and took me from my post. And the wine arose rejoicing, and leapt through the veins of men, and exalted their souls within them, till they stood up in their places, and sang Provençal songs. But me they cast away, me that had been sentinel for 20 years, and was still as strong and staunch as when first I went on guard. Now I am an outcast in a cold northern city, who once had known the Andalusian skies, and guarded long ago Provençal suns that swam in the heart of the rejoicing wine." An unstruck match that somebody had dropped spoke next. "I am a child of the sun," he said, "and an enemy of cities. There is more in my heart than you know of. I am a brother of Etna and Stromboli. I have fires lurking in me that will one day rise up beautiful and strong. We will not go into servitude on any hearth, nor work machines for our food. But we will take our own food where we find it on that day when we are strong. There are wonderful children in my heart, whose faces shall be more lively than the rainbow. They shall make a compact with the north wind, and he shall lead them forth. All shall be black behind them, and black above them, and there shall be nothing beautiful in the world but them. They shall seize upon the earth, and it shall be theirs, and nothing shall stop them but our old enemy, the sea." Then an old broken kettle spoke, and said, "I am the friend of cities. I sit among the slaves upon the hearth, the little flames that have been fed with coal. When the slaves dance behind the iron grate, I sit in the middle of the dance, and sing and make our masters glad. And I make songs about the comfort of the cat, and about the malice that is towards her in the heart of the dog, and about the crawling of the baby, and about the ease that is in the lord of the house when we brew the good brown tea. And sometimes when the house is very warm, and slaves and masters are glad, I rebuke the hostile winds that prowl about the world." And then there spoke a piece of an old chord. "I was made in a place of doom, and doomed men made my fibers, working without hope. Therefore there came a grimness into my heart, so that I never let anything go free when once I was set to bind it. Many a thing have I bound relentlessly for months and years, for I used to come coiling into warehouses where the great boxes lay all open to the air, and one of them would be suddenly closed up, and my fearful strength would be set on him like a curse, and if his timbers groaned when first I seized them, or if they creaked aloud in the lonely night, thinking of woodlands out of which they came, then I only gripped them tighter still, for a poor useless hate is in my soul of those that made me in the place of doom. Yet for all the things that my prison clutch has held, the last work that I did was to set something free. I lay idle one night in the gloom on the warehouse floor. Nothing stirred there, and even the spider slept. Towards midnight a great flock of echoes suddenly leapt up from the wooden planks and circled round the roof. A man was coming towards me, all alone. And as he came, his soul was reproaching him, and I saw that there was a great trouble between the man and his soul, for his soul would not let him be, but went on reproaching him. Then the man saw me and said, "This at least will not fail me." When I heard him say this about me, I determined that whatever he might require of me, it should be done to the uttermost. And as I made this determination in my unfaltering heart, he picked me up and stood on an empty box that I should have bound on the morrow, and tied one end of me to a dark rafter, and the knot was carelessly tied, because his soul was reproaching him all the while continually, and giving him no ease. Then he made the other end of me into a noose, and when the man's soul saw this, it stopped reproaching the man, and cried out to him hurriedly, and besought him to be at peace with it, and to do nothing sudden. But the man went on with his work, and put the noose down over his face and underneath his chin, and the soul screamed horribly. Then the man kicked the box away with his foot. And the moment he did this, I knew that my strength was not great enough to hold him. But I remembered that he had said I would not fail him, and I put all my grim vigor into my fibers and held by sheer will. Then the soul shouted to me to give way, but I said, "No, you vexed the man." Then it screamed for me to leave go over the rafter, and already I was slipping, for I only held on to it by a careless knot. But I gripped with my prison grip and said, "You vexed the man." And very swiftly it said other things to me, but I answered not. And at last the soul that vexed the man that trusted me flew away and left him at peace. I was never able to bind things any more, for every one of my fibers was worn and wretched, and even my relentless heart was weakened by the struggle. Very soon afterwards I was thrown out here. I have done my work. So the outcast things spoke among themselves, but all the while there loomed above them the form of an old rocking horse, complaining bitterly. He said, "I am Blagderos. Woe is me that I should lie now an outcast among these worthy but little people. Alas for the days that are gathered, and alas for the great one that was a master and a soul to me, whose spirit is now shrunken and can never know me again, and no more ride abroad on nightly quests. I was Bucephalus when he was Alexander, and carried him victorious as far as India. I encountered dragons with him when he was St. George. I was the horse of Roland fighting for Christendom, and was often Rosinante. I fought in tourneys and went errant upon quests, and met Ulysses, and the heroes, and the fairies. Or late in the evening, just before the lamps in the nursery were put out, he would suddenly mount me, and we would gallop through Africa. There we would pass by night through tropic forests, and come upon dark rivers sweeping by, all gleaming with the eyes of crocodiles, where the hippopotamus floated down with the stream, and mysterious craft loomed suddenly out of the dark and furtively passed away. and when we had passed through the forest, lit by the fireflies, we would come to the open plains, and gallop onwards with scarlet flamingoes flying along beside us through the lands of dusky kings, with golden crowns upon their heads and sceptres in their hands, who came running out of their palaces to see us pass. Then I would wheel suddenly, and the dust flew up from my fore hoofs as I turned, and we galloped home again, and my master was put to bed. And again he would ride abroad on another day, till we came to magical fortresses, guarded by wizardry, and overthrew the dragons at the gate, and ever came back with a princess fairer than the sea. But my master began to grow larger in his body, and smaller in his soul, and then he rode more seldom upon quests. At last he saw gold and never came again, and I was cast out here among these little people. But while the rocking horse was speaking, 2 boys stole away, unnoticed by their parents, from a house on the edge of the waste place, and were coming across it looking for adventures. One of them carried a broom, and when he saw the rocking horse he said nothing, but broke off the handle from the broom and thrust it between his braces and his shirt on the left side. Then he mounted the rocking horse, and drawing forth the broomstick, which was sharp and spiky at the end, said, "Saladin is in this desert with all his paynims, and I am Coeur de Lion." After a while the other boy said, "Now let me kill Saladin too." But Blagderos, in his wooden heart that exulted with thoughts of battle, said, "I am Blagderos yet." This ends Blagderos by Lord Dunsany.
Cupid a la carte by O. Henry. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. Cupid a la carte from Heart of the West by O. Henry. "The dispositions of woman," said Jeff Peters, after various opinions on the subject had been advanced, "run regular to diversions. What a woman wants is what you're out of. She wants more of a thing when it's scarce. She likes to have souvenirs of things that never happened. She likes to be reminded of things she never heard of. A one-sided view of objects is disjointing to the female composition." "'Tis a misfortune of mine, begotten by nature and travel," continued Jeff, looking thoughtfully between his elevated feet at the grocery stove, "to look deeper into some subjects than most people do. I've breathed gasoline smoke talking to street crowds in nearly every town in the United States. I've held 'em spellbound with music, oratory, sleight of hand, and prevarications, while I've sold them jewelry, medicine, soap, hair tonic, and junk of other nominations. And during my travels, as a matter of recreation and expiation, I've taken cognizance some of women. It takes a man a lifetime to find out about one particular woman, but if he puts in, say, 10 years, industrious and curious, he can acquire the general rudiments of the sex. One lesson I picked up was when I was working the West with a line of Brazilian diamonds and a patent fire kindler just after my trip from Savannah down through the cotton belt with Dalby's anti-explosive lamp oil powder. 'Twas when the Oklahoma country was in first bloom. Guthrie was rising in the middle of it like a lump of self-raising dough. It was a boom town of the regular kind. You stood in line to get a chance to wash your face. If you ate over 10 minutes, you had a lodging bill added on. If you slept on a plank at night, they charged it to you as board the next morning. By nature and doctrines I am addicted to the habit of discovering choice places wherein to feed. So I looked around and found a proposition that exactly cut the mustard. I found a restaurant tent just opened up by an outfit that had drifted in on the tail of the boom. They had knocked together a box house where they lived and did the cooking, and served the meals in a tent pitched against the side. That tent was joyful with placards on it calculated to redeem the world-worn pilgrim from the sinfulness of boarding houses and pick-me-up hotels. Try mother's homemade biscuits. What's the matter with our apple dumplings and hard sauce? Hot cakes and maple syrup like you ate when a boy. Our fried chicken never was heard to crow. There was literature doomed to please the digestions of a man. I said to myself that mother's wandering boy should munch there that night. And so it came to pass. And there is where I contracted my case of Mame Dugan. Old man Dugan was 6 feet by 1 of Indiana loafer, and he spent his time sitting on his shoulder blades in a rocking chair in the shanty memorializing the great corn crop failure of '96. Ma Dugan did the cooking, and Mame waited on the table. As soon as I saw Mame I knew there was a mistake in the census reports. There wasn't but one girl in the United States. When you come to specifications it isn't easy. She was about the size of an angel, and she had eyes and ways about her. When you come to the kind of a girl she was, you'll find a belt of them reaching from the Brooklyn Bridge west as far as the courthouse in Council Bluffs, Iowa. They earn their own living in stores, restaurants, factories, and offices. They're chummy and honest and free and tender and sassy, and they look life straight in the eye. They've met man face to face, and discovered that he's a poor creature. They've dropped to it that the reports in the Seaside Library about his being a fairy prince lack confirmation. Mame was that sort. She was full of life and fun, and breezy. She'd pass the repartee with the boarders quick as a wink. You'd have smothered laughing. I am disinclined to make excavations into the insides of a personal affection. I am glued to the theory that the diversions and discrepancies of the indisposition known as love should be as private a sentiment as a toothbrush. 'Tis my opinion that the biographies of the heart should be confined, with the historical romances of the liver, to the advertising pages of the magazines. So you'll excuse the lack of an itemized bill of my feelings toward Mame. Pretty soon I got a regular habit of dropping into the tent to eat at irregular times, when there wasn't so many around. Mame would sail in with a smile, in a black dress and white apron, and say, "Hello, Jeff, why don't you come at meal time? Want to see how much trouble you can be, of course. Fried chicken, beef steak, pork chops, ham and eggs, pot pie," and so on. She calls me Jeff, but there was no significations attached. Designations was all she meant. The front names of any of us she used as they came to hand. I'd eat about 2 meals before I left, and string 'em out like a society spread where they changed plates and wives, and josh one another festively between bites. Mame stood for it, pleasant, for it wasn't up to her to take any canvas off the tent by declining dollars just because they were whipped in after meal times. It wasn't long until there was another fellow named Ed Collier got the between meals affliction, and him and me put in bridges between breakfast and dinner and supper, that made a 3-ringed circus of that tent, and Mame's turn as waiter a continuous performance. That Collier man was saturated with designs and contrivings. He was in well boring, or insurance, or claim jumping, or something. I've forgotten which. He was a man well lubricated with gentility, and his words were such as recommended you to his point of view. So Collier and me infested the grub tent with care and activity. Mame was level full of impartiality. 'Twas like a casino hand, the way she dealt out her favors, one to Collier and one to me and one to the board, and not a card up her sleeve. Me and Collier naturally got acquainted, and gravitated together some on the outside. Divested of his stratagems, he seemed to be a pleasant chap, full of an amiable sort of hostility. I notice you have an affinity for grubbing in the banquet hall after the guests have fled, says I to him one day, to draw his conclusions. Why, yes, says Collier, reflecting, the tumult of a crowded board seems to harass my sensitive nerves. It exasperates mine some too, says I. Nice little girl, don't you think? I see, says Collier, laughing. Well, now that you mention it, I have noticed that she doesn't seem to displease the optic nerve. She's a joy to mine, says I, and I'm going after her. Notice is hereby served. I'll be as candid as you, admits Collier, and if the drug stores don't run out of pepsin, I'll give you a run for your money that'll leave you a dyspeptic at the wind up. So Collier and me begins the race. The grub department lays in new supplies. Mame waits on us, jolly and kind and agreeable, and it looks like an even break, with Cupid and the cook working overtime in Dugan's restaurant. 'Twas one night in September when I got Mame to take a walk after supper when the things were all cleared away. We strolled out a distance and sat on a pile of lumber at the edge of town. Such opportunities was seldom, so I spoke my piece, explaining how the Brazilian diamonds and the fire kindler were laying up sufficient treasure to guarantee the happiness of two, and that both of 'em together couldn't equal the light from somebody's eyes, and that the name of Dugan should be changed to Peters, or reasons why not would be in order. Mame didn't say anything right away. Directly she gave a kind of shudder, and I began to learn something. "Jeff," she says, "I'm sorry you spoke. I like you as well as any of them, but there isn't a man in the world I'd ever marry, and there never will be. Do you know what a man is in my eye? He's a tomb. He's a sarcophagus for the interment of beefsteak, pork chops, liver and bacon, ham and eggs. He's that, and nothing more. For 2 years I've watched men eat, 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 until they represent nothing on earth to me but ruminant bipeds. They are absolutely nothing but something that goes in front of a knife and fork and plate at the table. They're fixed that way in my mind and memory. I've tried to overcome it, but I can't. I've heard girls rave about their sweethearts, but I never could understand it. A man and a sausage grinder and a pantry awaken me exactly the same sentiments. I went to a matinée once to see an actor the girls were crazy about. I got interested enough to wonder whether he liked his steak rare, medium, or well done, and his eggs over or straight up. That was all. No, Jeff, I'll marry no man and see him sit at the breakfast table and eat, and come back to dinner and eat, and happen in again at supper to eat, eat, eat. "But Mame," says I, "it'll wear off. You've had too much of it. You'll marry some time, of course. Men don't eat always." "As far as my observation goes, they do. No, I'll tell you what I'm going to do." Mame turns, sudden, to animation and bright eyes. "There's a girl named Susie Foster in Terre Haute, a chum of mine. She waits in the railroad eating house there. I worked 2 years in a restaurant in that town. Susie has it worse than I do, because the men who eat at railroad stations gobble. They try to flirt and gobble at the same time. Whew! Susie and I have it all planned out. We're saving our money, and when we get enough we're going to buy a little cottage and 5 acres we know of, and live together, and grow violets for the Eastern market. A man better not bring his appetite within a mile of that ranch." "Don't girls ever?" I commenced, but Mame heads me off sharp. "No, they don't. They nibble a little bit sometimes, that's all." "I thought the confec—" "For goodness' sake, change the subject," says Mame. As I said before, that experience puts me wise that the feminine arrangement ever struggles after deceptions and illusions. Take England. Beef made her, wieners elevated Germany. Uncle Sam owes his greatness to fried chicken and pie, but the young ladies of the Chautauqua schools, they'll never believe it. Shakespeare, they allow, and Rubinstein, and the Rough Riders is what did the trick. 'Twas a situation calculated to disturb. I couldn't bear to give up Mame, and yet it pained me to think of abandoning the practice of eating. I had acquired the habit too early. For 27 years I had been blindly rushing upon my fate, yielding to the insidious lures of that deadly monster, food. It was too late. I was a ruminant biped for keeps. It was lobster salad to a doughnut that my life was going to be blighted by it. I continued to board at the Dugan tent, hoping that Mame would relent. I had sufficient faith in true love to believe that since it has often outlived the absence of a square meal, it might, in time, overcome the presence of one. I went on ministering to my fatal vice, although I felt that each time I shoved a potato into my mouth in Mame's presence I might be burying my fondest hopes. I think Collier must have spoken to Mame and got the same answer, for one day he orders a cup of coffee and a cracker and sits nibbling the corner of it like a girl in the parlour that's filled up in the kitchen previous on cold roast and fried cabbage. I caught on and did the same, and maybe we thought we'd made a hit. The next day we tried it again, and out comes old man Dugan fetching in his hands a fairy viands. "Kinder off your feed, ain't you, gents?" he asked fatherly and some sardonic. "Thought I'd spell Mame a bit, seeing the work was light, and my rheumatiz can stand the strain." So back me and Collier had to drop to the heavy grub again. I noticed about that time that I was seized by a most uncommon and devastating appetite. I ate until Mame must have hated to see me darken the door. Afterward I found out that I had been made the victim of the first dark and irreligious trick played on me by Ed Collier. Him and me had been taking drinks together uptown regular, trying to drown our thirst for food. That man had bribed about 10 bartenders to always put a big slug of Appletree's Anaconda Appetite Bitters in every one of my drinks. But the last trick he played me was hardest to forget. One day Collier failed to show up at the tent. A man told me he left town that morning. My arrival now was the bill of fare. A few days before he left, Collier had presented me with a 2-gallon jug of fine whiskey, which he said a cousin had sent him from Kentucky. I now have reason to believe that it contained Appletree's Anaconda Appetite Bitters almost exclusively. I continued to devour tons of provisions. In Mame's eyes I remained a mere biped, more ruminant than ever. About a week after Collier pulled his freight there came a kind of sideshow to town, and hoisted a tent near the railroad. I judged it was a sort of fake museum and curiosity business. I called to see Mame one night, and Ma Dugan said that she and Thomas, her younger brother, had gone to the show. That same thing happened for 3 nights that week. Saturday night I caught her on the way coming back, and got to sit on the steps a while and talk to her. I noticed she looked different. Her eyes were softer and shiny like. Instead of a Mame Dugan to fly from the voracity of man and raise violets, she seemed to be a Mame more in line as God intended her, approachable, and suited to bask in the light of the Brazilians and the kindler. "You seem to be right smart inveigled," said I, "with the unparalleled exhibition of the world's living curiosities and wonders." "It's a change," says Mame. "You'll need another," says I, "if you keep on going every night." "Don't be cross, Jeff," says she. "It takes my mind off business." "Don't the curiosities eat?" I asked. "Not all of them. Some of them are wax." "Look out, then, that you don't get stuck," says I, kind of flip and foolish. Mame blushed. I didn't know what to think about her. My hopes raised some that perhaps my attentions had palliated man's awful crime of visibly introducing nourishment into his system. She talked some about the stars, referring to them with respect and politeness, and I dribbled a quantity about united hearts, homes made bright by true affection, and the kindler. Mame listened without scorn, and I says to myself, Jeff, old man, you're removing the hoodoo that has clung to the consumer of victuals. You're setting your heel upon the serpent that lurks in the gravy bowl. Monday night I drop around. Mame is at the unparalleled exhibition with Thomas. Now may the curse of the 41 seven-sided sea cooks, says I, and the bad luck of the 9 impenitent grasshoppers rest upon this selfsame side show at once and for evermore. Amen. I'll go to see it myself tomorrow night and investigate its baleful charm. Shall man that was made to inherit the earth be bereft of his sweetheart, first by a knife and fork, and then by a 10-cent circus? The next night before starting off for the exhibition tent, I inquire and find out that Mame is not at home. She is not at the circus with Thomas this time, for Thomas waylays me in the grass outside of the grub tent with a scheme of his own, before I had time to eat supper. "What'll you give me, Jeff," says he, "if I tell you something?" "The value of it, son," I says. "Sis is stuck on a freak," says Thomas, "one of the side show freaks. I don't like him. She does. I overheard 'em talking. Thought maybe you'd like to know. Say, Jeff, does it put you wise $2 worth? There's a target rifle uptown that—" I frisked my pockets and commenced to dribble a stream of halves and quarters into Thomas's hat. The information was of the pile driver system of news, and it telescoped my intellects for a while. While I was leaking small change and smiling foolish on the outside, and suffering disturbances internally, I was saying, idiotically and pleasantly, "Thank you, Thomas, thank you. A freak," he said. "Thomas, now, could you make out the monstrosity's entitlements a little clearer, if you please, Thomas?" "This is the fellow," says Thomas, pulling out a yellow handbill from his pocket and shoving it under my nose. "He's the champion faster of the universe. I guess that's why Sis got soft on him. He don't eat nothing. He's going to fast 49 days. This is the 6th. That's him." I looked at the name Thomas pointed out, Professor Eduardo Collieri. "Ah," says I, in admiration, "that's not so bad. Ed Collier, I give you credit for the trick. But I don't give you the girl until she's Mrs. Freak." I hit the sod in the direction of the show. I came up to the rear of the tent, and as I did so a man wiggled out like a snake from under the bottom of the canvas, scrambled to his feet, and ran into me like a locoed bronco. I gathered him up by the neck and investigated him by the light of the stars. It is Professor Eduardo Collieri, in human habiliments, with a desperate look in one eye and impatience in the other. "Hello, curiosity," says I. "Get still a minute and let's have a look at your freakship. How do you like being the Wallopus Wallopus, or the Bim Bam from Borneo, or whatever name you are denounced by in the sideshow business?" "Jeff Peters," says Collier in a weak voice, "turn me loose, or I'll slug you one. I'm in the extremest kind of a large hurry. Hands off." "Tut, tut, Eddie," I answers, holding him hard. "Let an old friend gaze on the exhibition of your curiousness. It's an eminent graft you fell into, my son. But don't speak of assaults and battery, because you're not fit. The best you've got is a lot of nerve and a mighty empty stomach." And so it was. The man was as weak as a vegetarian cat. "I'd argue this case with you, Jeff," says he, regretful in his style, "for an unlimited number of rounds if I had half an hour to train in and a slab of beefsteak 2 feet square to train with. Curse the man, I say, that invented the art of going foodless. May his soul in eternity be chained up within 2 feet of a bottomless pit of red hot hash. I'm abandoning the conflict, Jeff. I'm deserting to the enemy. You'll find Miss Dugan inside contemplating the only living mummy and the informed hog. She's a fine girl, Jeff. I'd have beat you out if I could have kept up the grubless habit a little while longer. You'll have to admit that the fasting dodge was aces up for a while." I figured it out that way. But say, Jeff, it's sad that love makes the world go round. Let me tell you, the announcement lacks verification. It's the wind from the dinner horn that does it. I love that Mame Dugan. I've gone 6 days without food in order to coincide with her sentiments. Only one bite did I have. That was when I knocked the tattooed man down with a war club and got a sandwich he was gobbling. The manager fined me all my salary, but salary wasn't what I was after. 'Twas that girl. I'd give my life for her, but I'd endanger my immortal soul for a beef stew. Hunger is a horrible thing, Jeff. Love and business and family and religion and art and patriotism are nothing but shadows of words when a man's starving. In such language Ed Collier discoursed to me, pathetic. I gathered the diagnosis that his affections and his digestions had been implicated in a scramble and the commissary had won out. I never disliked Ed Collier. I searched my internal admonitions of suitable etiquette to see if I could find a remark of a consoling nature, but there was none convenient. "I'd be glad now," says Ed, "if you'll let me go. I've been hard hit, but I'll hit the ration supply harder. I'm going to clean out every restaurant in town. I'm going to wade waist deep in sirloins and swim in ham and eggs. It's an awful thing, Jeff Peters, for a man to come to this pass, to give up his girl for something to eat. It's worse than that man Esau, that swapped his copyright for a partridge. But then, hunger's a fierce thing. You'll excuse me now, Jeff, for I smell a pervasion of ham frying in the distance, and my legs are crying out to stampede in that direction." "A hearty meal to you, Ed Collier," I says to him, "and no hard feelings. For myself, I am projected to be an unseldom eater, and I have condolence for your predicaments." There was a sudden big whiff of frying ham smell on the breeze, and the champion faster gives a snort and gallops off in the dark toward fodder. I wish some of the cultured outfit that are always advertising the extenuating circumstances of love and romance had been there to see. There was Ed Collier, a fine man full of contrivances and flirtations, abandoning the girl of his heart and ripping out into the contiguous territory in the pursuit of sordid grub. 'Twas a rebuke to the poets, and a slap at the best paying element of fiction. An empty stomach is a sure antidote to an overfull heart. I was naturally anxious to know how far Mame was infatuated with Collier and his stratagems. I went inside the unparalleled exhibition, and there she was. She looked surprised to see me, but I'm guilty. "It's an elegant evening outside," says I. "The coolness is quite nice and gratifying, and the stars are lined out, first class, up where they belong. Wouldn't you shake these by products of the animal kingdom long enough to take a walk with a common human who never was on a programme in his life?" Mame gave a sort of sly glance around, and I knew what that meant. "Oh," says I hate to tell you, but the curiosity that lives on wind has flew the coop. He just crawled out under the tent. By this time he has amalgamated himself with half the delicatessen truck in town." "You mean Ed Collier?" says Mame. "I do," I answers, "and a pity it is that he has gone back to crime again. I met him outside the tent, and he exposed his intentions of devastating the food crop of the world. 'Tis enormously sad when one's ideal descends from his pedestal to make a 17-year locust of himself." Mame looked me straight in the eye until she had corkscrewed my reflections. "Jeff," says she, "it isn't quite like you to talk that way. I don't care to hear Ed Collier ridiculed. A man may do ridiculous things, but they don't look ridiculous to the girl he does 'em for. That was one man in 100. He stopped eating just to please me. I'd be hard hearted and ungrateful if I didn't feel kindly toward him. Could you do what he did?" "I know," says I, seeing the point. "I'm condemned. I can't help it. The brand of the consumer is upon my brow. Mrs. Eve settled that business for me when she made the dicker with the snake. I fell from the fire into the frying pan. I guess I am the champion feaster of the universe." I spoke humble, and Mame mollified herself a little. "Ed Collier and I are good friends," she said, "the same as me and you." I gave him the same answer I did you. No marrying for me. I liked to be with Ed and talk with him. There was something mighty pleasant to me in the thought that here was a man who never used a knife and fork, and all for my sake. "Wasn't you in love with him?" I asked, all injudicious. "Wasn't there a deal on for you to become Mrs. Curiosity?" "All of us do it sometimes. All of us get jostled out of the line of profitable talk now and then." Mame put on that little lemon glacé smile that runs between ice and sugar, and says, much too pleasant: "You're short on credentials for asking that question, Mr. Peters. Suppose you do a 49-day fast just to give you ground to stand on, and then maybe I'll answer it." So even after Collier was kidnapped out of the way by the revolt of his appetite, my own prospects with Mame didn't seem to be improved. And then business played out in Guthrie. I had stayed too long there. The Brazilians I had sold commenced to show signs of wear, and the kindler refused to light up right frequent on wet mornings. There is always a time, in my business, when the star of success says, "Move on to the next town." I was traveling by wagon at that time so as not to miss any of the small towns, so I hitched up a few days later and went down to tell Mame good bye. I wasn't abandoning the game. I intended running over to Oklahoma City and work it for a week or two. Then I was coming back to institute fresh proceedings against Mame. What do I find at the Dugans but Mame all conspicuous in a blue traveling dress with a little trunk at the door. It seems that Sister Lottie Bell, who is a typewriter in Terre Haute, is going to be married next Thursday, and Mame is off for a week's visit to be an accomplice at the ceremony. Mame is waiting for a freight wagon that is going to take her to Oklahoma, but I condemns the freight wagon with promptness and scorn, and offers to deliver the goods myself. Ma Dugan sees no reason why not, as Mr. Frater wants pay for the job. So 30 minutes later Mame and I pull out in my light spring wagon with white canvas cover and head due south. That morning was of a praiseworthy sort. The breeze was lively and smelled excellent of flowers and grass, and little cottontail rabbits entertained themselves with skylarking across the road. My 2 Kentucky bays went for the horizon until it come sailing in so fast you wanted to dodge it like a clothesline. Mame was full of talk and rattled on like a kid about her old home and her school pranks and the things she liked and the hateful ways of those Johnson girls just across the street, way up in Indiana. Not a word was said about Ed Collier or victuals or some solemn subjects. About noon Mame looks and finds that the lunch she had put up in a basket had been left behind. I could have managed quite a collation, but Mame didn't seem to be grieving over nothing to eat, so I made no lamentations. It was a sore subject with me, and I ruled provender in all its branches out of my conversation. I am minded to touch light on explanations how I came to lose the way. The road was dim and well grown with grass, and there was Mame by my side confiscating my intellects and attention. The excuses are good, or they are not, as they may appear to you. But I lost it, and at dusk that afternoon, when we should have been in Oklahoma City, we were seesawing along the edge of nowhere in some undiscovered river bottom, and the rain was falling in large, wet bunches. Down there in the swamps we saw a little log house on a small knoll of high ground. The bottom grass and the chaparral and the lonesome timber crowded all round it. It seemed to be a melancholy little house, and you felt sorry for it. 'Twas that house for the night, the way I reasoned it. I explained to Mame, and she leaves it to me to decide. She doesn't become galvanic and prosecuting, as most women would, but she says it's all right. She knows I didn't mean to do it. We found the house was deserted. It had 2 empty rooms. There was a little shed in the yard where beasts had once been kept. In a loft of it was a lot of old hay. I put my horses in there and gave them some of it, for which they looked at me sorrowful, expecting apologies. The rest of the hay I carried into the house by armfuls, with a view to accommodations. I also brought in the patent kindler and the Brazilians, neither of which are guaranteed against the action of water. Mame and I sat on the wagon seats on the floor, and I lit a lot of the kindler on the hearth, for the night was chilly. If I was any judge, that girl enjoyed it. It was a change for her. It gave her a different point of view. She laughed and talked, and the kindler made a dim light compared to her eyes. I had a pocketful of cigars, and as far as I was concerned there had never been any fall of man. We were at the same old stand in the Garden of Eden. Out there somewhere in the rain and the dark was the river of Zion, and the angel with the flaming sword had not yet put up the Keep Off the Grass sign. I opened up a gross or two of the Brazilians, and made Mame put them on. Rings, brooches, necklaces, eardrops, bracelets, girdles, and lockets. She flashed and sparkled like $1 million princess until she had pink spots in her cheeks and almost cried for a looking glass. When it got late I made a fine bunk on the floor for Mame, with the hay and my laprobes and blankets out of the wagon, and persuaded her to lie down. I sat in the other room, burning tobacco and listening to the pouring rain, and meditating on the many vicissitudes that came to a man during the 70 years or so immediately preceding his funeral. I must have dozed a little while before morning, for my eyes were shut, and when I opened them it was daylight, and there stood Mame with her hair all done up neat and correct, and her eyes bright with admiration of existence. "Gee whiz, Jeff!" she exclaims, "but I'm hungry. I could eat a—" I looked up and caught her eye. Her smile went back in, and she gave me a cold look of suspicion. Then I laughed, and laid down on the floor to laugh easier. It seemed funny to me. By nature and geniality I am a hearty laugher, and I went the limit. When I came to, Mame was sitting with her back to me, all contaminated with dignity. "Don't be angry, Mame," I says, for I couldn't help it. "It's the funny way you've done up your hair. If you could only see it." "You needn't tell stories, sir," said Mame, cool and advised. "My hair is all right. I know what you were laughing about. Why, Jeff, look outside," she winds up, peeping through a chink between the logs. I opened the little wooden window and looked out. The entire river bottom was flooded, and the knob of land on which the house stood was an island in the middle of a rushing stream of yellow water 100 yards wide. And it was still raining hard. All we could do was to stay there till the doves brought in the olive branch. I am bound to admit that conversations and amusements languished during that day. I was aware that Mame was getting a too prolonged one-sided view of things again, but I had no way to change it. Personally, I was wrapped up in the desire to eat. I had hallucinations of hash and visions of ham, and I kept saying to myself all the time, "What'll you have to eat, Jeff? What'll you order now, old man, when the waiter comes?" I picks out to myself all sorts of favourites from the bill of fare, and imagines them coming. I guess it's that way with all hungry men. They can't get their cogitations trained on anything but something to eat. It shows that the little table with the broken-legged castor and the imitation Worcester sauce and the napkin covering up the coffee stains is the paramount issue, after all, instead of the question of immortality or peace between nations. I sat there, musing along, arguing with myself quite heated as to how I'd have my steak, with mushrooms or à la Creole. Mame was on the other seat, pensive, her head leaning on her hand. "Let the potatoes come home fried," I states in my mind, "and brown the hash in the pan, with 9 poached eggs on the side." I felt careful, in my own pockets to see if I could find a peanut or a grain or two of popcorn. Night came on again with the river still rising and the rain still falling. I looked at Mame and I noticed that desperate look on her face that a girl always wears when she passes an ice cream lair. I knew that poor girl was hungry, maybe for the first time in her life. There was that anxious look in her eye that a woman has only when she has missed a meal or feels her skirt coming unfastened in the back. It was about 11 o'clock or so on the second night when we sat, gloomy, in our shipwrecked cabin. I kept jerking my mind away from the subject of food, but it kept flopping back again before I could fasten it. I thought of everything good to eat I had ever heard of. I went away back to my kidhood and remembered the hot biscuits sopped in sorghum and bacon gravy with partiality and respect. Then I trailed along up the years, pausing at green apples and salt, flapjacks and maple, lye hominy, fried chicken old Virginia style, corn on the cob, spare ribs and sweet potato pie, and wound up with Georgia Brunswick stew, which is the top notch of good things to eat because it comprises 'em all. They say a drowning man sees a panorama of his whole life pass before him. Well, when a man's starving he sees the ghost of every meal he ever ate set out before him, and he invents new dishes that would make the fortune of a chef. If somebody would collect the last words of men who starved to death they'd have to sift 'em mighty fine to discover the sentiment, but they'd compile into a cook book that would sell into the millions. I guess I must have had my conscience pretty well inflicted with culinary meditations, for, without intending to do so, I says, out loud, to the imaginary waiter, "Cut it thick, and have it rare, with the French fried, and 6 sauce scrambled on toast." Mame turned her head quick as a wing. Her eyes were sparkling and she smiled sudden. "Medium for me," she rattles out, "with the juliennes, and 3 straight up. Draw 1 and brown the wheats. Double ordered to come. Oh, Jeff, wouldn't it be glorious? And then I'd like to have a half fry, and a little chicken curried with rice, and a cut custard with ice cream, and " "Go easy," I interrupts. "Where's the chicken liver pie, and the kidney saute on toast, and the roast lamb, and " "Oh," cuts in Mame, all excited, "with mint sauce, and the turkey salad, and stuffed olives, and raspberry tarts, and " "Keep it going," says I. "Hurry up with the fried squash, and the hot corn pone with sweet milk, and don't forget the apple dumpling with hard sauce, and the cross barred dewberry pie." Yes, for 10 minutes we kept up that kind of restaurant repartee. We ranges up and down and backward and forward over the main trunk lines and the branches of the victuals subject, and Mame leads the game, for she is apprised in the ramifications of grub, and the dishes she nominates aggravates my yearnings. It seems that there is a feeling that Mame will line up friendly again with food. It seems that she looks upon the obnoxious science of eating with less contempt than before. The next morning we find that the flood has subsided. I geared up the bays, and we splashed out through the mud, some precarious, until we found the road again. We were only a few miles wrong, and in 2 hours we were in Oklahoma City. The first thing we saw was a big restaurant sign, and we piled into there in a hurry. Here I finds myself sitting with Mame at table, with knives and forks and plates between us, and she not scornful, but smiling with starvation and sweetness. 'Twas a new restaurant and well stocked. I designated a list of quotations from the bill of fare that made the waiter look out toward the wagon to see how many more might be coming. There we were, and there was the order being served. 'Twas a banquet for a dozen, but we felt like a dozen. I looked across the table at Mame and smiled, for I had recollections. Mame was looking at the table like a boy looks at his first stem winder. Then she looked at me straight in the face, and 2 big tears came in her eyes. The waiter was gone after more grub. "Jeff," she says, soft like, "I've been a foolish girl. I've looked at things from the wrong side. I never felt this way before. Men get hungry every day like this, don't they? They're big and strong, and they do the hard work of the world, and they don't eat just to spite silly waiter girls in restaurants, do they, Jeff? You said once, that is, you asked me, you wanted me to. Well, Jeff, if you still care, I'd be glad and willing to have you always sitting across the table from me. Now, give me something to eat, quick, please." So, as I've said, a woman needs to change her point of view now and then. They get tired of the same old sights, the same old dinner table, wash tub, and sewing machine. Give 'em a touch of the various, a little travel and a little rest, a little tomfoolery along with the tragedies of keeping house, a little petting after the blowing up, a little upsetting and a little jostling around, and everybody in the game will have chips added to their stack by the play. End of Cupid a la carte by O. Henry. A Delicate Affair by Grace E. King. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Reading by Matt Ferrard. A Delicate Affair by Grace E. King. "But what does this extraordinary display of light mean?" ejaculated my aunt, the moment she entered the parlor from the dining room. "It looks like the kingdom of heaven in here. Jules, Jules," she cried, "come and put out some of the light." Jules was at the front door letting in the usual Wednesday evening visitor, but now he came running in immediately with his own invention, in the way of a gas stick, a piece of broom handle notched at the end, and began turning one tap after the other, until the room was reduced to complete darkness. "But what do you mean now, Jules?" screamed the old lady again. "Pardon, madame," answered Jules, with dignity. "It is an accident. I thought there was one still lighted." "An accident! An accident! Do you think I hire you to perform accidents for me? You are just through telling me that it was accident made you give me both soup and gumbo for dinner today." "But accidents can always happen, madame," persisted Jules, adhering to his position. The chandelier, a design of originality in its day, gave light by what purported to be wax candles standing each in a circlet of pendant crystals. The usual smile of ecstatic admiration spread over Jules's features as he touched the match to the simulated wicks, and lighted into life the rainbows in the prisms underneath. It was a smile that did not heighten the intelligence of his features, revealing as it did the toothless condition of his gums. "What will madame have for her dinner to morrow?" looking benignantly at his mistress, and still standing under his aureole. "Do I ever give orders for one dinner, with the other one still on my lips?" "I only ask, madame. There is no harm in asking." He walked away, his long stiff white apron rattling like a petticoat about him. Catching sight of the visitor still standing at the threshold. "Oh, madame, here is Mr. Horace. Shall I let him in?" "Idiot! Every Wednesday you ask me that question, and every Wednesday I answer the same way. Don't you think I could tell you when not to let him in without your asking?" "Oh, well, madame, one never knows. It is always safe to ask." The appearance of the gentleman started a fresh subject of excitement. "Jules, Jules, you have left that front door unlocked again." "Excuse me," said Mr. Horace. "Jules did not leave the front door unlocked. It was locked when I rang, and he locked it again most carefully after letting me in. I have been standing outside all the while the gas was being extinguished and relighted." "Ah, very well then. And what is the news?" She sank into her arm chair, pulled her little card table closer, and began shuffling the cards upon it for her game of solitaire. "I never hear any news, you know. She," nodding toward me, "goes out, but she never learns anything. She is as stupid a night as an empty bottle." After a few passes her hands, which were slightly tremulous, regained some of their wonted steadiness and brilliancy of movement, and the cards dropped rapidly on the table. Mr. Horace, as he had got into the habit of doing, watched her mechanically, rather absent-mindedly, retailing what he imagined would interest her, from his week's observation and hearsay. And madame's little world revolved, complete for her, in time, place and personality. It was an old‐fashioned square room with long ceiling and broad, low windows heavily curtained with stiff silk brocade, faded by time into mellowness. The tall, white‐painted mantel carried its obligation of ornaments well. A gilt clock which, under a glass case, related some brilliant, poetical idyll, and told the hours only in an insignificant aside, according to the delicate politeness of bygone French taste, flanked by duplicate continuations of the same idyll in companion candelabra, also under glass, Sèvres, or imitation Sèvres vases, and a crowd of smaller objects to which age and rarity were slowly contributing an artistic value. An oval mirror behind threw replicas of them into another mirror, receiving in exchange the reflected portrait of madame in her youth and in the partial nudity in which innocence was limned in madame's youth. There were, besides, mirrors on the other three walls of the room, all hung with such careful intent for the exercise of their vocation that the apartment, in spots, extended indefinitely. The brilliant chandelier was thereby quadrupled, and the furniture and ornaments multiplied everywhere, and most unexpectedly into twins and triplets, producing such sociabilities among them, and forcing such correspondences between inanimate objects with such hospitable insistence, that the effect was full of gaiety and life, although the interchange in reality was the mere repetition of one original, a kind of phonographic echo. The portrait of Monsieur, madame's handsome young husband, hung out of the circle of radiance, in the isolation that, wherever they hang, always seem to surround the portraits of the dead. Old as the parlours appeared, madame antedated them by the 16 years she had lived before her marriage, which had been the occasion of their furnishment. She had travelled a considerable distance over the sands of time since the epoch commemorated by the portrait. Indeed, it would require almost documentary evidence to prove that she, who now was arriving at 80, was the same Atalanta that had started out so buoyantly at 16. Instead of a cap, she wore black lace over her head, pinned with gold brooches. Her white hair curled naturally over a low forehead. Her complexion showed care and powder. Her eyes were still bright, not with the effete intelligence of old age, but with actual potency. She wore a loose black sacque, flowered in purple, and over that a black lace mantle, fastened with more gold brooches. She played her game of solitaire rapidly, impatiently, and always won, for she never hesitated to cheat to get out of a tight place, or into a favourable one, cheating with the quickness of a flash, and forgetting it the moment afterward. Mr. Horace was as old as she, but he looked much younger, although his dress and appearance betrayed no evidence of an effort in that direction. Whenever his friend cheated, he would invariably call her attention to it, and as usual she would shrug her shoulders and say, "Bah! Lose a game for a card!" and pursue the conversation. He happened to mention mushrooms, fresh mushrooms. She threw down her cards before the words were out of his mouth, and began to call, "Jules! Jules!" Mr. Horace pulled the bell cord, but madame was too excitable for that means of communication. She ran into the antechamber and put her head over the banisters, calling, "Jules! Jules!" louder and louder. She might have heard Jules' slippered feet running from the street into the corridor and upstairs had she not been so deaf. He appeared at the door. "But where have you been? Here I have been raising the house a half hour calling you. You have been in the street. I am sure you have been in the street." "Madame is very much mistaken," answered Jules, with resentful dignity. He had taken off his white apron of waiter, and was disreputable in all the shabbiness of his attire as cook. "When madame forbids me to go into the street, I do not go into the street. I was in the kitchen. I had fallen asleep. What does madame desire?" smiling benevolently. "What is this I hear? Fresh mushrooms in the market. Eh, madame? Fresh mushrooms in the market, and you have not brought me any." "Madame, there are fresh mushrooms everywhere in the market," waving his hand to show their universality. "Everybody is eating them." "Old Pomponnette," Jules continued, "only this morning offered me a plate piled up high for 10 cents. Idiot! Why did you not buy them?" "If madame had said so. But madame did not say so. Madame said, soup, Jules, carrots, rice," counting on his fingers. "And the gumbo?" "I have explained that that was an accident. Madame said soup," enumerating his menu again. "Madame never once said mushrooms." "But how could I know there were mushrooms in the market? Do I go to market?" "That is it." And Jules smiled at the question thus settled. "If you had told me there were mushrooms in the market," pursued madame, persisting in treating Jules as a reasonable being, "why did not madame ask me? If madame had asked me, surely I would have told madame. Yesterday Caesar brought them to the door, a whole bucketful for 25 cents. I had to shut the door in his face to get rid of him," triumphantly. "And you brought me yesterday those detestable peas." "Ah!" shrugging his shoulders, "madame told me to buy what I saw. I saw peas. I bought them." "Well, understand now, once for all, whenever you see mushrooms, no matter what I ordered, you buy them. Do you hear?" "No, madame. Surely I cannot buy mushrooms, unless madame orders them. Madame's disposition is too quick." "But I do order them. Stupid! I do order them. I tell you to buy them every day." "And if there are none in the market every day?" "Go away! Get out of my sight! I do not want to see you. Ah, it is unendurable! I must get rid of him." This last was not a threat, as Jules knew only too well. It was merely a habitual exclamation. During the colloquy Mr. Horace, leaning back in his armchair, raised his eyes and caught the reflected portrait of madame in the mirror before him, the reflection so much softer and prettier, so much more ethereal, than the original painting. Indeed, seen in the mirror that way, the portrait was as refreshing as the most charming memory. He pointed to it when madame, with considerable loss of temper, regained her seat. "It is as beautiful as the past," he explained, most unnaturally, for he and his friend had a horror of looking at the long, long past, which could not fail to remind them of what no one cares to contemplate out of church. Making an effort towards some determination which a subtle observer might have noticed weighing upon him all the evening, he added, "And apropos of the past." "Hein?" interrogated the old lady, impatiently, still under the influence of her irascibility about the mushrooms. He moved his chair closer and bent forward, as if his communication were to be confidential. "Ah, bah! Speak louder!" she cried. "One would suppose you had some secret to tell. What secrets can there be at our age?" She took up her cards and began to play. There could be no one who bothered herself less about the forms of politeness. "Yes, yes," answered Mr. Horace, throwing himself back into his chair. "What secrets can there be at our age?" The remark seemed a pregnant one to him. He gave himself up to it. One must evidently be the age of one's thoughts. Mr. Horace's thoughts revealed him the old man he was. The lines in his face deepened into wrinkles. His white moustache could not pretend to conceal his mouth, worsened by the loss of a tooth or two. And the long thin hand that propped his head was crossed with blue, distended veins. At the Last Judgment, it was a favourite quotation with him, "The book of our conscience will be read aloud before the whole company." But the old lady, deep in her game, paid no more heed to his quotation than to him. He made a gesture toward her portrait. "When was that painted, Josephine?" Madame threw a glance after the gesture. The time was so long ago, the mythology of Greece hardly more distant. At 80, the golden age of youth must indeed appear an evanescent myth. Madame's ideas seemed to take that direction. Ah, at that time we were all nymphs, and you all demigods. Demigods and nymphs, yes, but there was one among us who was a god with you all." The allusion, a frequent one with Mr. Horace, was to Madame's husband, who in his day, it is said, had indeed played the god in the little Arcadia of society. She shrugged her shoulders. The truth is so little of a compliment. The old gentleman sighed in an abstracted way, and Madame, although apparently absorbed in her game, lent her ear. It is safe to say that a woman is never too old to hear a sigh wafted in her direction. "Josephine, do you remember in your memory?" She pretended not to hear. Remember? Who ever heard of her forgetting? But she was not the woman to say, at a moment's notice, what she remembered or what she forgot. A woman's memory! When I think of a woman's memory, in fact, I do not like to think of a woman's memory. One can intrude in imagination into many places, but a woman's memory! Mr. Horace seemed to lose his thread. It had been said of him in his youth that he wrote poetry, and it was said against him. It was evidently such lapses as these that had given rise to the accusation. And as there was no one less impatient under sentiment or poetry than Madame, her feet began to agitate themselves as if Jules were perorating some of his culinary inanities before her. "And a man's memory," totally misunderstanding him, "it is not there that I either would penetrate, my friend. A man!" When Madame began to talk about men she was prompted by imagination just as much as was Mr. Horace when he talked about women. But what a difference in their sentiments! And yet he had received so little, and she so much, from the subjects of their inspiration. But that seems to be the way in life, or in imagination. "That you should," he paused with the curious shyness of the old before the word love, "that you two should marry seemed natural, inevitable at the time." Tradition records exactly the same comment by society at the time on the marriage in question. Society is ever fatalistic in its comments. But the natural, the inevitable, do we not sometimes, I wonder, perform them as Jules does his accidents? "Ah, do not talk about that idiot! An idiot born and bred. I won't have him about me. He is a monstrosity. I tell his grandmother that every day when she comes to comb me. What a farce, what a ridiculous farce comfortable existence has become with us. Fresh mushrooms in market, and bring me carrots." The old gentleman, partly from long knowledge of her habit, or from an equally persistent bend of his own, quietly held on to his idea. "One cannot tell. It seemed so at the time. We like to think it so. It makes it easier. And yet, looking back on our future as we once looked forward to it but who wants to look back on it, my friend? Who in the world wants to look back on it?" One could not doubt Madame's energy of opinion on that question to hear her voice. "We have done our future. We have performed it, if you will. Our future! It is like the dinners we have eaten. Of course we cannot remember the good without becoming exasperated over the bad. But," shrugging her shoulders, "since we cannot beat the cooks, we must submit to fate," forcing a queen that she needed at the critical point of her game. At 16 and 21 it is hard to realize that one is arranging one's life to last until 60, 70, or ever, correcting himself as he thought of his friend, the dead husband. If Madame had ever possessed the art of self-control, it was many a long day since she had exercised it. Now she frankly began to show ennui. "When I look back to that time," Mr. Horace leaned back in his chair and half closed his eyes, perhaps to avoid the expression of her face, "I see nothing but lights and flowers. I hear nothing but music and laughter. And all, lights and flowers and music and laughter, seem to meet in this room, where we met so often to arrange our inevitabilities." The word appeared to attract him. "Josephine," with a sudden change of voice and manner, "Josephine, how beautiful you were!" The old lady nodded her head without looking from her cards. "They used to say," with sad conviction of the truth of his testimony, "the men used to say that your beauty was irresistible. None ever withstood you. None ever could." That, after all, was Mr. Horace's great charm with madame. He was so faithful to the illusions of his youth. As he looked now at her, one could almost feel the irresistibility of which he spoke. It was only their excuse, perhaps. We could not tell at the time. We cannot tell even now when we think about it. They said then, talking as men talk over such things, that you were the only one who could remain yourself under the circumstances. You were the only one who could know, who could will, under the circumstances. It was their theory. Men can have only theories about such things. His voice dropped, and he seemed to drop too, into some abysm of thought. Madame looked into the mirror, where she could see the face of the one who alone could retain her presence of mind under the circumstances suggested by Mr. Horace. She could also have seen, had she wished it, among the reflected bric-a-brac on the mantel, the corner of the frame that held the picture of her husband, but peradventure, classing it with the past, which held so many unavenged bad dinners, she never thought to link it even by a look with her emotions of the present. Indeed, it had been said of her that in past, present, and future there had ever been but the one picture to interest her eyes, the one she was looking at now. This, however, was the remark of the uninitiated, for the true passion of a beautiful woman is never so much for her beauty as for its booty, as the passion of a gamester is for his game, not for his luck. How beautiful she was! It was apparently down in the depths of his abysm that he found the connection between this phrase and his last, and it was evidently to himself he said it. Madame, however, heard and understood too; in fact, traced back to a certain period, her thoughts and Mr. Horace's must have been fed by pretty much the same subjects, but she had so carefully barricaded certain issues in her memory as almost to obstruct their flow into her life. If she were a cook, one would say that it was her bad dinners which she was trying to keep out of remembrance. You there, he there, she there, I there. He pointed to the places on the carpet under the chandelier. He could have touched them with a walking stick, and the recollection seemed just as close. She was, in truth, what we men called her then. It was her eyes that first suggested it. Myosotis, the little blue flower, the forget-me-not. It suited her better than her own name. We always called her that among ourselves. How beautiful she was! He leaned his head on his hand and looked where he had seen her last. So long, such an eternity ago. It must be explained for the benefit of those who do not live in the little world where an illusion is all that is necessary to put one in full possession of any drama, domestic or social, that Mr. Horace was speaking of the wedding night of madame, when the bridal party stood as he described under the chandelier, the bride and groom with each one's best friend. It may be said that it was the last night or time that madame had a best friend of her own sex. Social gossip, with characteristic kindness, had furnished reasons to suit all tastes why madame had ceased that night to have a best friend of her own sex. If gossip had not done so, society would still be left to its imagination for information, for madame never tolerated the smallest appeal to her for enlightenment. What the general taste seemed most to relish as a version was that madame, in her marriage, had triumphed, not conquered, and that the night of her wedding she had realized the fact, and, to be frank, had realized it ever since. In short, madame had played then to gain at love, as she played now to gain at solitaire, and hearts were no more than cards to her. And "Bah! Lose a game for a card!" must have been always her motto. It is hard to explain it delicately enough, for these are the most delicate affairs in life. but the image of Myosotis had passed through monsieur's heart, and Myosotis does mean forget me not, and madame well knew that to love monsieur once was to love him always, in spite of jealousy, doubt, distrust, nay, unhappiness. For to love him meant all this and more. He was that kind of man, they said, whom women could love even against conscience. Madame never forgave that moment. Her friend, at least, she could put aside out of her intercourse. Unfortunately, we cannot put people out of our lives. God alone can do that, and so far he had interfered in the matter only by removing monsieur. It was known to notoriety that since her wedding madame had abandoned, destroyed, all knowledge of her friend. And the friend? She had disappeared as much as is possible for one in her position and with her duties. What there is in blue eyes, light hair, and a fragile form to impress one, I cannot tell, but for us men, it seems to me it is blue eyed, light haired, and fragile formed women that are the hardest to forget. The less easy to forget, corrected madame. He paid no attention to the remark. They are the women that attach themselves in one's memory. If necessary to keep from being forgotten, they come back into one's dreams. And as life rolls on, one wonders about them. Is she happy? Is she miserable? Goes life well or ill with her? Madame played her cards slowly, one would say, for her prosaically. And there is always a pang when, as one is so wondering, the response comes. That is, the certainty in one's heart responds. She is miserable, and life goes ill with her. Then, if ever, men envy the power of God. Madame threw over the game she was in, and began a new one. Such women should not be unhappy. They are too fragile, too sensitive, too trusting. I could never understand the infliction of misery upon them. I could send death to them, but not misfortune. Madame, forgetting again to cheat in time, and losing her game, began impatiently to shuffle her cards for a new deal. And yet, do you know, Josephine, those women are the unhappy ones of life. They seem predestined to it, as others, looking at madame's full charmed portrait, are predestined to triumph and victory. They, unconscious, in his abstraction, of the personal nature of his simile, never know how to handle their cards, and they always play a losing game. "Ha!" came from madame, startled into an irate ejaculation. It is their love always that is sacrificed, their hearts always that are bruised. One might say that God himself favours the black-haired ones. As his voice sank lower and lower, the room seemed to become stiller and stiller. A passing vehicle in the street, however, now and then, drew a shiver of sound from the pendant prisms of the chandelier. She was so slight, so fragile, and always in white, with blue in her hair to match her eyes, and God knows what in her heart all the time. And yet they stand it, they bear it, they do not die, they live along with the strongest, the happiest, the most fortunate of us, bitterly. And, raising his eyes to his old friend, who thereupon immediately began to fumble her cards, whenever in the street I see a poor bent, broken woman's figure, I know, without verifying it any more by a glance, that it is the wreck of a fair woman's feature. Whenever I hear of a bent, broken existence, I know, without asking any more, that it is the wreck of a fair woman's life. Poor Mr. Horace spoke with the unreason of a superstitious bigot. I have often thought, since, in large assemblies, particularly in weddings, Josephine, of what was going on in the women's hearts there, and I have felt sorry for them. And when I think of God's knowing what is in their hearts, I have felt sorry for the men. And I often think now, Josephine, think oftener and oftener of it, that if the resurrection trumpet of our childhood should sound some day, no matter when, out there, over the old St. Louis cemetery, and we should all have to rise from our long rest of oblivion, what would be the first thing we should do? And though there were a God and a heaven awaiting us, by that same God, Josephine, I believe that our first thought in awakening would be the last in dying, confession, and that our first rush would be to the feet of one another for forgiveness. For there are some offences that must outlast the longest oblivion, and a forgiveness that will be more necessary than God's own. Then our hearts will be bared to one another. For if, as you say, there are no secrets at our age, there can still be less cause for them after death." His voice ended in the faintest whisper. The table crashed over, and the cards flew widespread on the floor. Before we could recover, madame was in the antechamber, screaming for Jules. One would have said that, from her face, the old lady had witnessed the resurrection described by Mr. Horace, the rush of the spirits with their burdens of remorse, the one to the feet of the other, and she must have seen herself and her husband, with a unanimity of purpose never apparent in their short married life, rising from their common tomb and hastening to that other tomb at the end of the alley, and falling at the feet of the one to whom in life he had been recreant, in love she in friendship. Of course Jules answered through the wrong door, rushing in with his gas stick and turning off the gas. In a moment we were involved in darkness and dispute. "But what does he mean? What does the idiot mean? He—" It was impossible for her to find a word to do justice to him and to her exasperation at the same time. "Pardon, madame, it is not I. It is the cathedral bell. It is ringing 9 o'clock." "But—" "Madame can hear it herself. Listen." We could not see it, but we were conscious of the benign, toothless smile spreading over his face as the bell tones fell in the room. "But it is not the gas. I—" "Pardon, madame, but it is the gas. Madame said, 'Jules, put out the gas every night when the bell rings.' Madame told me that only last night. The bell rings. I put out the gas." "Will you be silent? Will you listen?" "If madame wishes, just as madame says." But the old lady had turned to Mr. Horace. "Horace, you have seen. You know." And it was a question now of overcoming emotion. I—I—I— "A carriage, my friend, a carriage." "Madame—" Jules interrupted his smile to interrupt her. She was walking around the room, picking up a shawl here, a lace there, for she was always prepared against draughts. "Madame," continued Jules, pursuing her, "a carriage." "If madame would only listen, I was going to say, but madame is too quick in her disposition. The carriage has been waiting since a long hour ago. Mr. Horace said to have it there in a half hour." It was then she saw for the first time that it had all been prepared by Mr. Horace. The rest was easy enough. Getting into the carriage and finding the place of which Mr. Horace had heard, as he said, only that afternoon. In it, on her bed of illness, poverty, and suffering, lay the patient, wasted form of the beautiful fair one whom men had called in her youth Myosotis. But she did not call her Myosotis. Mon Amour, the old pet name, although it had to be fetched across more than half a century of disuse, flashed like lightning from madame's heart into the dim chamber. Madavine came in counterflash from the curtained bed. In the old days women, or at least young girls, could hazard such pet names one upon the other. These, think of it, dated from the first communion class, the dating period of so much of friendship. "My poor Amour," "My poor, poor divine." The voices were together, close beside the pillow. "I," began Divine. "It could not have happened if God had not wished it," interrupted poor Amour, with the resignation that comes, alas, only with the last drop of the bitter cup. And that was about all. If Mr. Horace had not slipped away, he might have noticed the curious absence of monsieur's name, and of his own name, in the murmuring that followed. It would have given him some more ideas on the subject of woman. At any rate, the good God must thank him for having one affair the less to arrange when the trumpet sounds out there over the old St. Louis cemetery. And he was none too premature, for the old St. Louis cemetery, as was shortly enough proved, was a near reach for all three of the old friends. End of A Delicate Affair by Grace E. King. Desire by James Stephens, from the June 1920 edition of The Dial. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Desire by James Stephens. He was quite excited as he told the story to his wife, and in the telling he revealed to her a depth of credulity of which she would not have believed him capable. He was a hard-headed man, and conducted his business on hard-headed principles. Indeed, he had conducted his courtship and matrimonial affairs in a manner which she would not have termed reckless or romantic. When, therefore, she found him excited, and over such a story, she did not know what to think. She ended by agreeing with him, not because her reason was satisfied or even touched, but simply because he was excited, and women generally welcome anything which disturbs or varies the dull round of use and wont, and will bathe in excitement whenever they get the chance. This was the story he told. As he was walking down Grafton Street to lunch, a motor car came spinning down the road at a speed much too dangerous for that narrow and always congested thoroughfare. A man was walking in front of him, and, just as the car came behind, this man stepped off the path with a view to crossing the road. He did not even look behind as he stepped off. Her husband on the moment stretched forth a long, muscular arm that swept the man back to the pavement 1 second before the car went blaring and buzzing by. "If I had not been there," said her husband. The two men grinned at each other, her husband smiling with good fellowship, the other crinkling with amusement and gratitude. They walked together down the street, and they had lunch together. They sat for a long time after lunch, smoking innumerable cigarettes, and engaged in a conversation which she could never have believed her husband would have stood for 10 minutes, and they parted with an expressed wish from her husband that they should meet again on the following day, and a wordless smile from the man. He had never ratified nor negatived the arrangement. "I hope he'll turn up," said her husband. It was this conversation had excited her man, for it had drawn him into a mental atmosphere to which he was a stranger, and he had found himself moving there with such ease and pleasure that he wished to get back to it as often and with as little delay as possible. Briefly, as he explained it to her, the atmosphere was religious, and while it was entirely intellectual, it was more heady and exhilarating than the emotional religion to which he had been accustomed, and from which he had long since passed. He tried to describe his companion, but had such ill success that she could not remember afterwards whether he was tall or short, fat or thin, fair or dark. It was the man's eyes only he succeeded in emphasizing, and these, it appeared, were eyes such as he had never before seen in a human face. That also, he said, was a wrong way of putting it, for his eyes were exactly like everybody else's. It was the way he looked through them that was different. Something very steady, very ardent, immensely quiet and powerful, was using these eyes for purposes of vision. He had never met any one who looked at him so comprehendingly, so agreeably. "You are in love," said she with a laugh. After this, her husband's explanations became more explanatory, but not less confused, until she found that they were both with curious unconsciousness in the middle of a fairy tale. "He asked me," said her husband, "what was the thing I wished for beyond all things." "That is the most difficult question I have ever been invited to answer," he went on, and for nearly half an hour we sat quietly thinking it out, and discussing various magnificences and chances in life. I had all the usual thoughts, and, of course, the first of them was wealth. I mentioned it, too, tentatively as a possibility, and he agreed that it was worth considering. But after a while I knew that I did not want money. "One always has need of money," said his wife. "In a way, that is true," said he, "but not in this way, for as I thought it over I remembered that we have no children, and we have few desires which the money we have already gathered cannot buy. Also we are fairly well off; we have enough in the stocking to last our time even if I ceased from business, which I am not going to do, and, in short, I discovered that money or its purchasing power had not any particular advantages to offer." "All the same," said she, and halted with her eyes fixed on bonnets far away in time and space. "All the same," he agreed with a smile. "I could not think of anything worth wishing for," he continued. "I mentioned health and wisdom, and we spoke of these. But judging myself by the standard of the world in which we move, I concluded that both my health and knowledge were as good as the next man's, and I thought if I elected to become wiser than my contemporaries I might be a very lonely person for the rest of my days." "Yes," said she thoughtfully, "I am glad you did not ask to be made wise, unless you could have asked it for both of us." I asked him in the end what he would advise me to demand, but he replied that he could not advise me at all. "Behind everything stands desire," said he, "and you must find out your desire." I asked him then, if the opportunity came to him, what he would ask for, not in order that I might copy his wish, but from sheer curiosity, and he replied that he would not ask for anything, and I was about to adopt that attitude. "Oh," said his wife. "When an idea came to me. Here I am," I said to myself, "48 years of age, rich enough, sound enough in wind and limb, and as wise as I can afford to be. What is there now belonging to me, absolutely mine, but from which I must part and which I would like to keep?" And I saw that the thing which was leaving me day by day, second by second, irretrievably and inevitably, was my 48 years, and I thought I would like to continue at the age of 48 until my time was up. I did not ask to live for ever, or any of that nonsense, but I asked to be allowed to stay at the age of 48 years with all the equipment of my present state unimpaired. "You should not have asked for such a thing," said his wife, a little angrily. "It is not fair to me. You are older than I am now, but in a few years this will mean that I shall be needlessly older than you. I think it was not a loyal wish." "I thought of that objection," said he, "and I also thought that I was past the age at which certain things matter, and that both temperamentally and in the matter of years I was proof against, well, say, female attractions, or femininity of any kind. It seemed to me to be right, so I just registered my wish with him." "What did he say?" she queried. "He did not say anything. He just nodded, and began to talk again of other matters, religion, life, death, mind, a host of things, which, for all the diversity they seem to have when I enumerate them, were yet one single theme. 'I feel a more contented man to night than I have ever felt,' he continued, 'and I feel in some curious way a different person from the man I was yesterday.'" Here his wife woke up, as it were, from the conversation, and began to laugh. "You are a foolish man," said she, "and I am just as bad. If any one were to hear us talking this solemn silliness, he would have a right to mock at us." He laughed heartily with her, and after a supper they went to bed. During the night his wife had a dream. She dreamed that a ship set off for the polar seas on an expedition in which she was not sufficiently interested to find out its reason. The ship departed with her on board. For a time she was concerned with baggage and with counting and going over the various articles she had brought against the Arctic weather. She had thick woolen stockings, she had skin boots all hairy inside, all pliable and wrinkled without. She had a great skin cap, shaped like a helmet and fitting down in a cape over the shoulders. She had, even, and it did not astonish her, a pair of very baggy fur trousers. She had a sleeping sack. She had an enormous quantity of things, and everybody in the expedition was equipped, if not with the same things, at least similarly. These traps were an unending subject of conversation aboard, and although days and weeks passed, the talk of the ship hovered about and fell continually into the subject of warm clothing. There came a day when the weather began to be perceptibly colder, so cold indeed that she was tempted to draw on these wonderful breeches and fit her head into that most cozy hat, but she did not do so, for, and everybody on the ship explained it to her, it was necessary that she should accustom herself to the feeling of cold, and, she was further informed, the chill which she was now feeling was nothing to the chill she would presently have to bear. It seemed good advice, and she decided that as long as she could bear the cold she would do so, and would not put on any protective covering. Thus, when the cold became really intense, she would be to some degree ready for it, and would not suffer so much. But steadily, and day by day, it became colder, and now they were in wild and whirling seas wherein great green and white icebergs were sailing by, and all about the ship little hummocks of ice bobbed and surged and went under and came up, and the gray water slashed and hissed against and on top of these small hillocks. Her hands were so chilly that she had to put them under her armpits to keep any warmth in them, and her feet were in a worse condition. They had begun to pain her, so she decided that on the next day she would put on her winter equipment, and would not mind what anybody said to the contrary. "It is cold enough," said she, "for my Arctic trousers and my warm soft boots and my great furry gloves. I will put them on in the morning," for it was then almost night and she meant to go to bed at once. She did go to bed, and lay there quite cold and miserable. In the morning she was yet colder, and immediately on rising she looked about for the winter clothing which she had laid ready by the side of her bunk the night before. But she could not find them. She was forced to dress in her usual rather thin clothes, and having done so she went on deck. When she got to the side of the vessel she found that the world about her was changed. The sea had disappeared. Far as the eye could go was a level plain of ice, not white, but gray, and over it there lowered a sky gray as itself and of almost the same shade. Across this waste there blew a bitter and piercing wind, so that her ears tingled and stung. No one was moving on the ship, and the dead silence which brooded on the snow lay heavy and almost solid on the vessel. She ran to the other side and found that the whole ship's company had landed and were staring at her from a little distance of the land, and these people were as silent as the frozen air, as the frozen ship. They stared at her and made no move and made no sound. She noticed that they were all dressed in their winter furs, and while she stood ice began to creep into her veins. One of the ship's company suddenly strode forward a few paces and held up a bundle in his mittened hand. She saw the bundle contained her clothes, her broad furry trousers, her great cozy helmet and gloves. To get from the ship to the ice was painful but not difficult, for a rope ladder was hanging against the side, and down this she went. The rungs felt hard as iron, for they were frozen stiff, and the touch of those glassy surfaces bit into her tender hand like fire, but she got to the ice and went across it towards her companions. Then, to her dismay, to her terror, all these suddenly, with one unexpressed accord, turned and began to run swiftly away from her, and she, with a heart that could scarcely beat, took after them. Every few paces she fell, for her shoes could not grip on the ice, and each time she fell those monsters stood and turned and watched her, and the man who had her clothes waved the bundle at her and danced grotesquely, silently. She continued running, sliding, falling, picking herself up until her breath went and she came to a halt, unable to move a limb further, and scarcely able to breathe, and this time they did not stay to look at her. They continued running, but now with greater and greater speed, and she saw them become black specks away on the white distance, and she saw them disappear, and there was nothing left where she stared but the long white miles, and the terrible silence, and the cold. How cold it was! And with that there rose again a little wind, keen as a razor, which whipped into her face, swirled about her ankles like a whip, and stabbed under her armpits like a dagger. "I am cold," she murmured. She looked backwards whence she had come, but the ship was no longer in sight, and she could not remember in what direction it lay. Then she began to run in any direction. Indeed, she ran in every direction to find the ship, for when she had taken 100 steps in one way, she thought frantically, "This is not the way," and at once she began to run on the opposite road. But run as she might, she could not get warm. It was colder she got. And then she slipped again and went sliding down a hollow, faster and faster. She came to the brink of a cleft and swished over this and down into a hole of ice, and there she lay. "I shall die," she said. "I shall fall asleep here and die." Then she awoke. She opened her eyes directly on the window and saw the dawn struggling with the darkness, a film of grayish light which framed the window but did not lift the obscurity of the room, and she lay for a second smiling to herself at her grotesque dream, and thanking God that it had only been a dream. The next second she felt that she was cold. She pulled the clothes more tightly about her, and she spoke to her husband. "How miserably cold it is," she said. She turned over in the bed and lay against him for warmth. And then she found that the atrocious cold came from him, that it was he. She leapt out of bed with a scream, switched on the light, and bent over him. He was stone dead. He was stone cold, and she stood by him, shivering and whimpering. End of Desire by James Stephens.
The Devil's Signature by A. Ellis Henneberger. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Devil's Signature by A. Ellis Henneberger. It was the last night of my summer vacation. Within the ballroom of the mountain resort, crowds of young people were gliding languidly to the strains of Home, Sweet Home, a favorite ruse of the rural musicians to announce the end of the evening's gaieties. It meant more than that to me. It meant good-bye to the mountains and trout streams. It meant town again and the dull grind of a newspaper office, for I handled the police end of a big Baltimore journal. As I stood on the veranda gazing gloomily down the vista of electric globes that marked the path to the river road below, a shadow fell across the broad band of light issuing from the ballroom window, and I turned to face Ethel Vandiver. "Mr. Sandford," she exclaimed in a voice that was plainly agitated, "how you startled me!" "Whom were you expecting to find?" I inquired, somewhat amused at having caught such a charming girl as Ethel in an escapade. "Shh!" she whispered, coming up and placing 2 dainty fingers on my lips. "Someone is going to meet me here tonight. You knew I'm returning home in an hour or so. I'm awfully glad to have seen you again. though you did not come near me tonight or ask me to dance." Ethel had a divine pout. "I guess you know I don't dance," I replied, "and you were surrounded by so many young gallants that I contented myself with admiring you at a distance." "That sounds like a bachelor," she said with an attempt at gaiety. But I noticed her eyes furtively sought out each corner of the veranda. I didn't exactly relish the situation, and soon made my adieus, leaving her standing there alone, looking out into the night. Later, when I ran across Douglas Hamilton in the billiard-room, I felt I knew the secret of that rendezvous. I could not but remember that previous to this evening I had seen neither Ethel Vandiver nor Douglas Hamilton since the University finals of 1890, when all the college world was talking of the rapt devotion shown by Dizzy Doug for the little Richmond belle with a titch and red hair and big gray eyes, who had taken the arcades by storm. She was then a winsome slip of a girl just out of a convent and catching her first breath of real life. That Douglas Hamilton was a devilish sort of a chap placed him at no disadvantage in her eyes. In fact, tales at which staid professors and their wives frowned rather added to her interest in the handsome prodigal. The worst that could be said of Douglas of those days was that he was a good fellow. When the college bell had been found suspended from the awning in front of Morrison's bookstore at the foot of the grounds, folks shook their heads and said, "Hamilton again." Or when the ZT coat of arms appeared on the cupola of the rotunda, it was "Doug's working overtime," and the chances were at that moment the culprit was in a back room in Mark's place, narrating the escapade to a choice party of fellow roisterers. Then would come repentance, and weeks when Hamilton rarely would be seen, weeks when no latch-string hung outside his door, and his life was a sealed book even to his intimates. During such periods he was another man, morose and studious. Always at examination time he came out with flying colors, and that fact alone kept him in college. The faculty forgave him for the marks he made. It was with the advent of Ethel Vandiver that Douglas Hamilton seemed to take on a new lease of life. From the moment he saw her, I believe, she became the ruling passion of his life, and when I ran across them on the lawn during commencement of that year, and noted, as they sat in the shadow of a mighty elm, how scant the space between the crown of golden hair and his own dark curls, I felt that a happy future was in store for my friend, for he was my friend, and I inwardly congratulated him. "Doug, you old reprobate," I exclaimed as I led him out into the open. "Tell me what you've been doing with yourself during the past 2 years." Hamilton smiled. It wasn't a particularly happy smile. Chasing Ethel most of the time," he replied dejectedly. "Indeed? I thought she liked you well enough over there at Charlottesville," I said banteringly. "It's the governor, Billy. He's got no manner of use for me. Took Ethel to Europe to divert her mind and all that." Then he told me how he had graduated in law and was practicing in a forsaken little town not many miles from that very spot. He'd met with some success, but not enough, I gathered, to satisfy old Vandiver. I thought I detected something about Hamilton's eyes that suggested another reason for Major Vandiver's dislike, and the suspicion was not dispelled when, after we had entered the cafe at my invitation, I saw him pour a drink of liquor that made the bartender stare. "I'm a little unnerved tonight," he said to me, half apologetically. I wanted to ask him more about Ethel and the meeting on the veranda, of which I felt assured, but on second thought I dismissed the idea. I did not see Hamilton next morning, for I was busy packing my one trunk and bidding adieu to the friends I had acquired during my 2 weeks' stay at the Springs. The stage left at 2:00, but it must have been about 1, I think, when I got the following telegram relayed by telephone from Rockville, the nearest station. "Sensational murder at Madison. Cover fully. Wire night report by 10. Wilson." Wilson was telegraph editor of the Planet, and I wasn't at all sorry for the diversion. Madison was not more than 12 miles distant on a little railroad that ran down the valley from Harper's Ferry. It was about 2 when I left the Springs in an open buggy, and 4 when I pulled up in front of the county jail. An undersheriff met me. Yes, there had been a murder at Hilltop, a French woman killed. He didn't know any particulars. all the principal officers being at the scene. Half an hour later I was entering the grounds. Hilltop was one of those delightful southern homes which had survived the ravages of war and Reconstruction. It stood back a mile from the road, and the driveway, bordered by elms and oak trees, was surrounded by rich farming lands. The mansion was colonial in design, with massive pillars, and the negro quarters in the rear gave the place an atmosphere keenly relished by all lovers of the old Southern regime. The house itself was of brick, 2 stories high, with 2-story wings extending on both sides, and forming a courtyard through which a rose-bordered pathway led up to the portico. As I alighted from the buggy, another rig dashed up, and to my surprise and pleasure, for I didn't know exactly what was in store for me, I saw that one of its occupants was John Huff, a Baltimore detective I knew well, and with whom I had been in several previous adventures. "Huff, by all that's marvelous, how did you get here?" I cried, grasping his hand. "I might ask the same of you, Billy. All I know is this," and he handed me a telegram. "Dinsmore's Detective Agency, Balto. Send one of your best men at once on murder case. Expense no object. Take first train. R.K. Vandiver." "Vandiver?" I exclaimed in amazement. Could this be the home of Ethel Vandiver? Murder? At this moment a portly old gentleman walked hurriedly down the steps. "I'm Major Vandiver," he said. "I suppose you, or one of you," glancing from one to the other, "is from Dinsmore's." "I'm Detective Huff," replied my companion, "and this is Mr. Sanford, reporter for the Planet." "Indeed!" exclaimed the Major, eyeing me doubtfully. "Oh, I'll vouch for this young man," said Huff, taking him by the arm, and we followed our host into the library, a spacious room in the east wing of the mansion. From the library a door led into a bedroom, and we could see 2 men, one of whom was the coroner, leaning over the corpse of a woman. The Major related the story with as much calmness as he could muster. He and his daughter had returned from Europe recently, bringing with them Marie Lefebvre, a French maid. Not desiring to remain in Richmond during the heated season, the Major, who had purchased Hilltop the winter previous, brought Ethel and the maid there for the remainder of the summer. This was their 3rd day in the mountains. The first night had been passed quietly at Hilltop, but on the second the Major and his daughter had driven to the Springs, returning about midnight. For some reason Ethel had expressed a disinclination to occupy her own room, and slept in one adjoining his on the 2nd floor, assigning her bed to the maid. About 2 o'clock, he should judge, the household had been awakened by blood-curdling shrieks from the 1st floor, and followed by his servants he had rushed downstairs in scant attire, burst into the room, and found the maid weltering in her own blood and breathing her last. The apartment had been searched immediately, but no one had been found. The screen fastenings of the windows were intact, and it had been necessary to burst the lock in order to enter. The key, too, was on the inside. To add to the mystery, no weapon of any description had been discovered. The crime was peculiarly brutal, and appeared to be the work of a madman. The woman had been stabbed twice in the region of the heart, and her head and face were fearfully beaten. The bed resembled a shambles, but only one splash of blood had reached the floor. Major Vandiver was completely unnerved as he concluded. "To think," he exclaimed, "that but for a caprice it would have been my little girl. And that poor woman! How can I explain such a thing to her people in France? They'll never believe it." "There's something more than wrong about this, Mr. Huff," I had almost said. "Something supernatural." Then he told us how Ethel had been taken in hysterics to the home of a neighbor, and how almost all of the servants had fled the place in terror. "I give you carte blanche, Huff. It's worth $5,000 to the man who gets to the bottom of it. As for you, young man," turning on me, "all I ask is that you don't make your story too fantastic. Tell only the facts. The public doesn't care for your surmises. I want to be placed right in the matter. Do you understand?" I assured him that what I sent to my paper would not displease him, and he left us, taking a carriage driven by a crippled old man I afterward found to be the gardener, who, with a negress named Martha, alone remained of the half-dozen employees of the family. I stuck by Huff, for I knew of old that he was a newsmaker. A man of perhaps 55, 5'8", clean-shaven, wiry, with iron-gray hair, he looked and was the typical detective of the old school. And while he did not take the newspapers into his confidence when on a case, he had the reputation of treating the men squarely, handing out good stories to those upon whom he knew he could depend not to hamper his work. He knew me, too, and had confidence in my discretion, so I followed him into the room of death without awaiting formal permission. We found Dr. Wilson, the coroner, entirely nonplussed. "There's absolutely nothing," he said, "to throw any light on this murder. I'm free to say I have never heard of such a crime outside of a storybook. There's nothing missing, and so far as we can learn, the woman not only had no enemy, but was a stranger here, and had been in this country but a few weeks." The lock on the one door had been broken, and indeed the door had been driven almost off its hinges. The bed occupied an alcove between two windows, which were secured, as the Major had said. A bureau, dressing-table, trunk, a couple of easy-chairs, and an old-fashioned wardrobe built into the brick wall completed the furniture. The floor, which was of hard wood and carpetless, revealed to the cursory glance but a single splotch of blood. "When do you convene the jury?" inquired the detective. "Within an hour. I think I hear some of the panel outside the house. Be careful not to disturb anything, won't you?" And we were alone in the room. Huff went down on his hands and knees and over the floor rapidly. He had few moments to spare. Without, we could hear the voices of many men, and they were upon us before he could finish his task. "Keep them out a moment, Doctor," he called as the door opened. The coroner looked in for a moment. "Putting on a Sherlock Holmes touch?" he inquired in a slightly amused and somewhat bored tone. Huff didn't answer, but a moment later I saw him pause and scan the floor intently. His attitude was at first one of incredulity, then of amazement. He looked up at me curiously. "What is it?" I cried, springing to his side. "Look," whispered Huff, pointing to the floor. I looked and drew back in horror. As clearly outlined in blood as if it had been the work of an artist was the print of a hoof on the hardwood floor. 2. Hilltop, I learned, had a history of romance and tragedy even before the advent of the Vandevers. Built in the early 40s by Colonel William D. Schaefer, it had been known until his death as the Schaefer Estate. The owner, a Unionist, had incurred the enmity of the countryside during the Civil War, and the place had been raided a number of times by Confederate cavalry and guerrillas, who, however, had never been able to capture their quarry. Tradition said the colonel had provided himself with a secret hiding place, but the secret, if there was one, had been buried with him. At the termination of the war, he found himself in financial straits, and at his death the place had been sold under the hammer. There had been numerous occupants since that time, but none had remained any length of time, and all seemed glad to be rid of it. According to the old negress, Martha, the house was supposed to be haunted by the ghost of Schaefer's daughter, who had been deserted on her wedding eve, and who after a few years had died in the very room in which Marie Lefevre was murdered. This story found much credence among the darkies of the neighborhood, few of whom could be persuaded to approach the mansion after nightfall. After wiring my story at the village telegraph office that night, I made my way along the winding street toward the one hotel the place afforded. I made a wrong turn, however, and pulled up in front of a 2-story office building. A sign in one of the lower windows caught my eye. Douglas Hamilton, lawyer. The home of Douglas Hamilton. The forsaken little village he had mentioned the other night up in the mountains. There was no light in the window, but when I reached the hotel and asked Henwold, the proprietor, about Doug, I found him very communicative indeed. "Mr. Hamilton," he said, "has a room in this hotel, but he left for the Springs some days ago and hasn't shown up since. It seems a pity, too, for a number of his clients have been asking for him. He'll never build up a practice that way." He confided to me that he didn't exactly understand Hamilton. Anyway, nobody did. The youth, it seemed, had a habit of disappearing at intervals without furnishing any clue to his whereabouts, and it was whispered among townfolk on such occasions that Hamilton was off on a bat, though no one ever caught him in the act. I forgot all about Hamilton, however, a little later, when John Huff entered my room, and throwing himself into a chair began to tell me that we were up against the worst specimen of villainy that had ever come under his consideration. "Of course," he said, "there ain't nothing supernatural about it. I've been in the business too long to be taken by such a stiff as that. The hoof mark, for instance, ain't going to throw me off the track of a real flesh-and-blood murderer. Now I say he, because no woman could have conceived or carried out such a crime. He might be able to scare off some of these country constables by planting such a fake as that. I guess he thought that's what he'd be up against. Billy," he continued, leaning forward and emphasizing the remark with his fist, "I don't believe the murderer wanted to kill that French woman any more than he wanted to kill you. If not, who was he after? Whose room was it he slept in?" "You don't mean—" "I mean this. I want to know all about that Vandiver girl's antecedents, who her friends were, and her enemies, if she had any. Above all, I want to see her and have her tell me why she declined to sleep in that room the night of the murder." When we had cornered the Major at Hilltop the next day, Huff went straight at the root of the matter. "It seems to me, Major Vandiver, that there is one person in the world, save the murderer himself, who can throw any light on this mystery." "Explain yourself." "I mean your daughter Ethel. She slept in the room the night previous to the crime, and for some reason, you say caprice, declined to repeat the performance." "But, man, what you ask is impossible. Ethel is hysterical. She's been ever since the tragedy. The doctor says the subject mustn't be mentioned to her." "Well, we must wait, then. I wish you would tell me, though, under just what circumstances you came into possession of this property." "There's not much to be told. The property was recently thrown on the market by a trust company, and I bought it. I've stopped at the springs near here for a number of years, and I knew all about it. But previous to this week, I was never inside the place in all my life." "Who did you find here?" "Martha, the negro cook, Craven, the gardener, and several field darkies. I retained them in my employ because they had no other home and were old family retainers. Martha once belonged to Colonel Schaefer." Huff took a new tack. "Tell me," he said, "where your daughter, Miss Vandiver, was when you first saw her after hearing the cries." "Ethel? Now I recall distinctly. Ethel was standing at the front door, terror-stricken. It all comes to me now. That look of horror, that effort to escape the sight of it all. The girl fainted when she realized what had happened, and this Mrs. Rose, a neighbor, took her off. Now, why do you ask me all that?" "There is a possibility, Major, that this is what we call an inside job, and it's necessary to place each member of the household. Where was Martha?" "Martha? Up in the front attic. She passed me on the stairway." "Craven?" "He came down as fast as he could after Martha. He's a cripple, you know, and sleeps in the attic, too." "Any others in the house?" "No, that's all. Cook, maid, and gardener." "They followed you down or passed you on the stairs?" "Yes, I told you that." "And Miss Vandiver was, as I understand you, in the hallway as you reached the landing?" "Trying to get out the front door, yes." "In her night clothes?" "Yes, no. When I come to think of it, she was dressed." What the devil, sir?" "Major Vandiver, do you believe in ghosts?" "No, sir, I don't." "Nor do I. Is there anyone that the death of your daughter would profit in any way?" The Major was plainly startled for a moment. "You suspect, then," he said in a low voice, "what has entered my mind more than once since this tragedy. You suspect that it was the life of my child the murderer sought." "It's merely possible," answered the detective. "There is no one on earth," he spoke slowly and distinctly, "to whom the death of my daughter would be of any benefit, so far as my knowledge goes." "Has your daughter ever had a love affair? Serious, I mean?" "Hamilton!" It came to me like a flash, and I felt an indefinable dread as to what the question portended. Then the Major blurted the thing out, and I heard my friend's reputation torn to shreds without the opportunity of defending him. Painted by Major Vandiver, Douglas Hamilton was a roué of the first magnitude, scarcely fit to touch the skirts of a woman like his daughter. He told how he had schemed to rescue Ethel from his wiles, and of the final renunciation followed by the trip to Europe. He did not even know Hamilton's present place of abode, so completely had he lost track of him in the past year. Huff gave the Major free rope, and after he had condemned Douglas to his heart's content, I thought I detected a gleam of exultation in the detective's eye. "What next?" I inquired of him as we parted at the door. "Hamilton," he answered laconically. That night I sat in the library at Hilltop, waiting for Huff. I wanted a good story for the morning edition, and he had hinted that he would have a sensation. I had taken some of the edge off the Major's remarks about Hamilton, telling the detective of our friendship, and assuring him that the man was incapable of any connection with crime. "I don't want your friend for murder, Billy," Huff had said. "I only want what he knows, and I must have that, even if it's necessary to arrest him. But I've got to find him first." The body of the ill-fated maid had been buried during the afternoon, and the coroner's jury was to meet in another 3 days to consider the case. Major Vandiver had taken up his abode with his daughter at the Rose Cottage, and save for the servants, I had the place to myself. Huff was later than he had indicated, and I paced the room uneasily. The student lamp was burning low on the table. Suddenly I heard a faint sound from the inner room, and paused to listen, every nerve in my body on the alert. There it was again, a half sigh, half groan. Turning the lamp on full, I sprang to the door and flung it open. I was scarcely prepared for what I saw. In the center of the room stood a collie dog, which I remembered to have seen about the place. The animal was crouching as in terror, every hair on his body erect. The head was lowered, and the teeth glistening. Then, as the glare of the light reached his eyes, the dog gave a low growl and bounded past me and out into the darkness. Did I imagine it, or did the doors of the wardrobe softly close? Then I recovered and leaped to the spot, tearing open the doors and clutching in vain for a hidden foe. Then I laughed at my fears. The light revealed each nook and cranny of the wardrobe, and there was nothing. "By Jove, I believe I'm getting nutty," I muttered as I backed to the table. "I suppose the hoof mark will turn out to be a myth, too, but I'll be darned if that dog was." The lamp began to flicker again, preparatory to going out, and I had no wish to brave the darkness of that room just then. Hurriedly, I placed the lamp on the floor near the spot where Huff had discovered the ghastly symbol. I received a further shock when I found that it, too, had vanished. 3. In answer to my summons, Nathan Craven hobbled into the room with a newly filled lamp. I had tried to draw the old man into conversation earlier in the day, but had found it difficult to get anything out of him. He had a reputation for taciturnity, acting in that respect as a foil for Martha, who was volubility itself. These faithful old servants had been on the estate so long that they seemed a part of it, and Martha always referred to the mansion as our house. As Craven shuffled out the door, Huff appeared suddenly, and I saw the former shrink as if from a blow. "Guess his nerves are to the bad, too," said the detective. He was evidently elated over something, and I awaited his report before springing my own sensational experience. "Things are coming my way, Billy," he said with evident satisfaction. "I'm not going to tell you all, but I'll let you in on this much. I've got Hamilton placed, and I can lay my hands on him when needed. Of course, I don't know the man as you do. If I did, it might change some of my views. But I feel that after I've had a talk with him and with Ethel Vandiver, I can get a line on things." "What of the hoof mark?" "Oh, you know I disregarded that from the first." "What," I said, coming over to his side, "if I told you it had discarded itself, disappeared this very night?" "I'd say you're daft. It may have disappeared all right. Not likely that the old woman hadn't cleaned up in there since the murder." "But she'll tell you no. I thought of that myself." Then I gave him an account of what had occurred, and for the first time in my life I saw John Huff startled to the point of momentary speechlessness. "If it was any other case, and any other reporter, I'd say it was a plant. But I know you wouldn't try that on me." I thought he entered the room rather cautiously this time, and when he came out I read bewilderment in his face. "I don't like it, Billy. I haven't much faith in spooks, but I have an abundance of respect for 'em, especially the particular brand that is floating around this infernal house. I didn't tell you of an experience of my own yesterday because I could hardly believe it myself, and I didn't think you would. I'd been nosing around a good deal. I'd had old Martha and Craven on the rack, with little satisfaction to myself. That old codger's half loony anyway. They don't know anything, or if they do, they're mum. Well, just about dusk, I entered this wing of the building upstairs. I didn't have a light and was gum-shoeing my way along when I heard what sounded like a shuffling of feet just ahead of me. I don't think my nerves are what they used to be. I hesitated, and that settled it. I swear something was in that room just over this one. I felt and heard it. Yet when I lit the hall lamp and searched the place, there was nothing, not a thing, not a chance for it to escape, and nothing. Yet you heard a noise, you say. It was something tangible. Yes, something tangible that vanished. You know, Billy, he went on after a long pause, if this was the house proper, I'd swear there was a secret passage leading into the room. But what have you? 2 brick walls standing free at that point. Could anything be more absurd than a man could disappear through one of them? I let my early report stand for the day's work, and Huff and I lounged about in the library chairs for the remainder of the night. I fell asleep a number of times, always to awaken suddenly, but I don't think Huff closed his eyes. Each time I looked at him, they were fixed upon that bedroom door. It fell to my lot to introduce Detective Huff to Ethel Vandiver. I didn't relish the job, for I had an inkling of what was about to happen. Had I known all, though, wild horses could not have dragged me to that little cottage. Poor little Ethel looked the shadow of her former self. Her face was wan, and there was a nameless dread in the lovely gray eyes as she appeared to us in the parlor that day. The girl regarded me at first with surprise, and then, I thought, with appeal. I knew I was to see a detective, but this is an unexpected pleasure, she said to me as I took her hand. You are right, Miss Vandiver, I replied. This is a detective, Detective Huff of Baltimore. I'm merely here for my paper. Then pray let's have it over with at once, she said with a glance at me that I interpreted as readily as if she had asked me to be silent as to Douglas Hamilton. I felt like a dog then as Huff began. Miss Vandiver, I'm forced to ask you some very personal questions, but the matter is so serious that I hope you will see their propriety and bear with me to the end. I am perfectly willing to tell you all I know, she answered in a low voice. How long have you known Douglas Hamilton? The effect was instantaneous, and for a moment I thought she would faint. But she didn't, and presently answered him, calmly enough. I met him at Charlottesville 2 years ago. I think anger at what she supposed my treachery overcame all other feelings for the moment. When did you see him last? Monday evening. At the Springs? Yes. Ethel cast a scornful glance at me. Now, pardon me, Miss Vandiver, but I must know in exactly what relation you stand to each other. Must I go into that? She implored. I'm afraid you must. Douglas Hamilton loves me. We were together a great deal until Father heard of some escapades and made me dismiss him. After that, well, he importuned me again and again. That night at the Springs, he urged me to go away with him. I wouldn't, and he— Ethel was weeping softly now. The detective waited until she had recovered somewhat. Will you finish that sentence now, Miss Vandiver? He threatened to kill himself. Ah. Now, Miss Vandiver, you haven't seen Hamilton since then, have you? No. What made you change rooms with your maid that night? Said Huff suddenly. The girl's pallor increased. I was frightened the night before, she said, by noises in the room, and fled out into the library where I spent the remainder of the night on the sofa. I told Marie about it, and she laughed at me. It was upon her suggestion that we made the change. What kind of noises? It seemed to me that someone was walking downstairs into the room. Ah. Which was absurd, of course, as the stairway is in the middle of the building. Then an unaccountable dread came over me. I saw nothing, heard nothing, but somehow I felt I was not alone. Did you lock the door? Yes, I did not close my eyes again during the night. The girl shuddered at the memory of it. The night of the murder, resumed Huff. Your father found you at the front door as he came down the steps? Again that look of dread in the girl's eyes. Yes, I was there. Fully dressed? Yes. You had heard the screams and rushed down ahead of your father? No. There was an awkward pause. Then why, please, were you there? It was a signal that brought me down." Her lip was quivering. "I expected to meet someone." "Who?" pursued the detective unrelentingly. "Douglas," she said tearfully. "He told me he would give me one more chance. Otherwise I would never see him again. He talked wildly, and it frightened me. He was to give the signal, a whistle, and I was to come and join him. At first I couldn't bring myself to it." "But you started?" "Yes. I decided to go out. As I got to the front door, I heard the screaming. Oh, such screaming! It will haunt me always, I think." "Now, Miss Vandiver, I have but one more question, and I thank you very much. How long after you heard the whistle did you descend the steps?" "A quarter, or perhaps half an hour." She left us without so much as a glance at me, and with no realization of the predicament in which her answer to that last question had placed the one she loved best on earth. 4. Huff had charge of affairs at the coroner's inquest. Not a word of Hamilton. Ethel Vandiver was not even called to the stand. I knew his game and his contempt for the inquest, which I had often heard him declare served only too often to defeat the ends of justice by slowing the prosecutor's hand. Major Vandiver narrated the facts, and Martha and Craven substantiated them. Then Huff rang the changes on the supernatural end of the affair, hoof and all. And when he had finished, I told my tale without reserve, and without expecting anyone to believe it. A smile of incredulity passed down the line of bearded, horny-handed mountaineers, and when the testimony was in, and the coroner asked whether there were any questions, one juror arose and said, "I would like to know what particular asylum these two men escaped from." The usual verdict of death at the hands of someone to the jury unknown was duly entered, and that phase of the affair was closed. Next day the Vandivers left town. I had Ethel for a few moments to myself in the parlor of the Rose cottage, and I made her understand that I had no part in the ordeal she had undergone. "Mr. Sanford," she said, "I am going from here forever, I hope. I could never re-enter this dreadful house, and Father is going to get rid of it at the earliest opportunity. Now I am going to confide in you the one fact that I did not tell the detective, and which only 3 persons in the world know. I am the wife of Douglas Hamilton." "What?" I exclaimed. "Let me get that again. The wife of Douglas Hamilton. Since when, pray?" "Since a night in September of last year, the night before I sailed for Europe." "Then why all this—" "It's a long story, Mr. Sanford, and I don't feel equal to it now. I have loved Douglas ever since that night at the finals when you ran across us on the lawn. Do you recall? Well, Father would have none of it. And anyway, Douglas wasn't in a position to marry. He was so madly jealous, though, of every man that had so much as looked at me, that I consented to marry him in New York. Since my return he has wanted me to come with him, or let him assert himself. But I could not bear Father should know I had deceived him, especially as the object of the trip abroad was to separate us." "You know where Doug is now?" "Oh, Mr. Sanford, if I only did," said the girl, her eyes filling, "I'd be the happiest woman in the world. That's why I tell you all this. Will you find him for me, if you can? He is your friend as well as my husband. And tell him that I am brave now. I am willing to go with him to the end of the world." Even now Ethel did not realize the peril in which she had placed Hamilton. I departed without enlightening her. I was glad she was well out of Madison when Huff burst into my room that night about 10 o'clock with a brand-new sensation. "Billy," he exclaimed, "I've got my man." "The ghost?" "Real flesh and blood, and caught on the spot." "Speak up, man," I cried. "Out with it. What the devil do you mean?" "I mean that I arrested Douglas Hamilton on the grounds at Hilltop tonight." "Hamilton? Huff, you're mad." And I almost laughed to think how thoroughly he was duped. "You may laugh, Sanford," said Huff, much put out. "But I tell you the man is now in the county jail, and the whole business will be public property in the morning." I thought hard. Of course such a thing must be prevented at all hazards. My friendship for Hamilton, the knowledge I possessed, and that final appeal in Ethel Vandiver's eyes all cried out against such a culmination. "Tell me just how it occurred," I said presently. "In the first place," commenced Huff, "you must know that I placed Hamilton at a summer resort near Rockville some days ago. How I did it doesn't matter, nor how I knew he left the resort today for Madison. There's a mysterious sort of magnetism that draws a murderer back to the scene of his crime, and I lay for him, that's all. An hour ago I caught him prowling around the lawn and closed in on him. He fought like a fiend until I let drop the fact that I was a detective and he my prisoner, when he suddenly gave in and had the audacity to ask what I meant. 'For God's sake, what do you mean?' These were his very words. Well, he declared he had never even heard of the crime, and fired question after question at me as we drove into town. He seemed relieved to know you were here, and wanted to see you at once." "And I must see him at once, Huff. You have made a fearful mistake. I tell you I have facts in my possession that will make such a charge absurd." And I told him what I knew. It didn't faze him. "What does that prove?" he asked skeptically. "Even granted he's her husband, he thought she had thrown him over, didn't he?" "But the condition of the doors, the windows. Hell, Huff, a trained detective like you ought to know, after talking to that man 5 minutes, that he is incapable of such a crime. I can't see Hamilton a prisoner. Come, what time is it?" It was just 11 when we reached the jail, and we found Hamilton pacing his cell like a caged animal. At my direction he was brought out into the sheriff's office, and we three were closeted together. I told Doug just what we knew of his movements and how certain points of the case seemed against him, but I scotched the idea of any connection on his part with the crime. This kind of talk seemed to act on him as a tonic, and he soon recovered nerve and balance and launched into an explanation of his movements since the night of the murder. "You know, Billy," he said, "I was always a rum sort of chap, even in my college days. I think I've always taken things too much to heart, little things that others would joke over. Then Ethel came, and for the past 2 years I have thought of little but her. When she failed to answer my signal that night, I went away fully determined to end it all. But when I got back to the Springs, I was fairly hauled up to the bar by a couple of fellows I knew, and the next thing I remember was the alum across the mountains. Drink is said to drive men to desperate deeds, but it doesn't have that effect on me. You know the old saying, 'When the devil was sick, the devil a monk would be.' Well, that states my case. I called myself all manner of fools and determined to see Ethel again at all costs. How did I know she hadn't been detained, or that she had heard my signal? That's the way I reasoned with myself. I got in here tonight after dark and started for Hilltop. I entered the grounds with some anxiety, I must confess, for I don't know what kind of a reception awaited me. But I was going to put up a bold front and demand to see Ethel, even if I had to tell Major Vandiver the whole story. I must have taken the wrong path, for I pulled up in front of the east wing of the building. There was a light in the second-story room, and I fancied it might be Ethel's. So I gave the signal she knew, a peculiar whistle, but to my astonishment the light was instantly whisked out, and the entire mansion was in darkness. Huff and I exchanged glances. As you may imagine, I began to feel a trifle upset, but I moved closer to the house, and I gave the signal again. As if in answer, a shutter moved slightly, and a man's face was revealed, peering cautiously out into the night. The sky was cloudy, but just then the moon for one fitful moment shot out and lighted up the scene like day. The sight I saw chilled my blood. Gentlemen, if it were my last moment on earth, I would swear the face at that window was the face of a madman. The head seemed covered with masses of unkempt hair. The beard was scraggly, the mouth drooping, revealing what seemed to be fangs rather than teeth. But it was the eyes, cruel, leering eyes, more than all else that unnerved me. For one brief second I gazed into the face of this monstrosity, and then it vanished. I stood as one stunned for how long I know not, doubting the evidence of my own senses. Then I was seized from behind and fought like a madman myself. You know the rest. 5. I, Billy Sanford, had been in some pretty ticklish adventures during my 2 years' experience as police reporter for the Planet, I once accompanied detectives on a raid on an East Side shipping office, where they'd kill a man for a nickel. I had, on another occasion, entered a low Curtis Bay pool room, wrested its secrets, and exposed and closed the joint through an article in the Sunday issue. But I wouldn't have relished the task John Huff set himself that night. Hamilton and I accompanied him to Hilltop about 1 a.m. and remained on the grounds within call in case we should be needed. We saw the detective let himself into the house through one of the library windows. As to what occurred thereafter, I give the version related to me by the detective. After satisfying himself as well as he might that he was unobserved, Huff threw open the door of the bedroom. Everything was all right, just as he had seen it earlier in the day, but he was taking no chances now. Baffled at every turn, the detective had decided that the real solution of the mystery lay in this very room, and that a continuation of the search elsewhere was idle. A careful examination revealed nothing. So far, so good. He had expected nothing. Then he stepped into the library, blew out his light, re-entered the chamber, locked the door behind him, and, pistol in hand, stationed himself in a corner. His iron nerve and years of training stood him in good stead now. The stillness was so intense that he could hear the beating of his own heart, yet his body was as rigid as the furniture around him. It was a trick he had forced himself to learn, and that had served him on many a former occasion. He heard the clock in the next room strike off the quarters, 1, 2, and then the hour. Was it fancy, or did he hear a sound overhead? Someone was coming downstairs. That annoyed him, for it might mean an interruption of his plans. Then Ethel's story flashed across his mind, and the fact that there were no stairs. The step came nearer, and then ceased altogether. Despite his courage, the detective began to feel a trifle creepy. At first he attributed this to his prolonged vigil. Then it gradually dawned on him that he was not alone. Someone was moving in the opposite side of the room. It seemed the air was a trifle in motion, just a trifle. He leaned forward and strove to pierce the darkness. Just as he felt that he could stand the strain no longer, a tiny streak of light shot out and rested for an instant on the foot of the bed. He watched it as one hypnotized. Now it advanced, now receded. Then it disappeared altogether, to reappear in another part of the room. Suddenly, the light streamed full in his face, and the spell was broken. Springing forward with a yell, he fired once, twice along that thread of light, and rushed on into the wardrobe. When Hamilton and I, alarmed by the shots, rushed into the bedroom, we found Huff half stunned. Yet when we flooded the place with light, we could find nothing to account for his alarm. Everything was intact. Huff had to admit it himself. But the bullets? We had heard the shots, and the detective threw out 2 empty cartridges on the library table. Yet the most careful search of the room failed to disclose a bullet or bullet mark. 6. The first warning rays of dawn that stole in through the windows at Hilltop found 3 men still on guard in the east wing of the mansion. Huff and I were in the room above the library, examining for the 100th time the quaint old wardrobe, a replica of the one in the chamber beneath. The detective crossed the room and threw up the window. The air was stifling, so noxious that we could scarcely breathe. "There's no use," he said. "We're no nearer to the bottom of this thing than when we came up here. I thought possibly there might be some connection between these 2 wardrobes. Funny they should be so much alike. But if there is, we can't find it. We might tear down the masonry, but it would be the deuce of a joke, wouldn't it, if we were mistaken? I tell you, old man, I'm sick of the whole business, and I'm going to take a sneak out of this cursed place this very day. I hate to give a thing up as much as any man, but I know when I've had enough." I don't know what directed my glance at that moment to the wardrobe, but what I saw fascinated me. The sun was just rising above a neighboring mountain peak, and a single ray through the shutter fell on the floor of the wardrobe, where its reflection was cast back by a glistening point of steel. A step nearer, and the focus was lost. But when I ran my hand over the floor in that corner, I felt a small plate about the size of a 10-cent piece, which was raised just a fraction of an inch above the woodwork. Even as my hand touched it, there was a barely perceptible click, and the entire back of the wardrobe disappeared from view, disclosing to our astonished gaze an opening in the wall the size of a human body. The secret out, the way clear, I started back, trembling as if stricken with ague. But Huff sprang past me, and was flashing his dark lantern here and there in the opening. In a moment I was close to him, at his elbow, standing on a small wooden platform. Steps, somewhat narrower, led down to a similar platform on the floor below. Glancing down into the depths of that passageway, now illuminated by the rays of the lantern, I saw the most repulsive spectacle it was ever my misfortune to encounter. At the foot of the stairway lay the body of Nathan Craven, his features distorted into the likeness of a demon, his hair and beard blood-soaked, and his eyes open and glassy. But it was not the ghastly countenance of the madman, nor the horrid gleam that beamed from the sightless eyes that made us fairly faint with horror and disgust. The maniac had removed his shoes, and the rays of the lantern revealed to us a sight we wished we might never see again. In place of one foot, nature, through some strange freak, had given Craven the hoof of a beast. End of The Devil's Signature by A. Ellis Henneberger. Read by Winston Tharp. The Enchanted Bluff by Willa Cather. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. We had our swim before sundown, and while we were cooking our supper, the oblique rays of light made a dazzling glare on the white sand about us. The translucent red ball itself sank behind the brown stretches of cornfield as we sat down to eat, and the warm layer of air that had rested over the water and our clean sandbar grew fresher and smelled of the rank ironweed and sunflowers growing on the flatter shore. The river was brown and sluggish like any other of the half-dozen streams that water the Nebraska corn lands. On one shore was an irregular line of bald clay bluffs where a few scrub oaks with thick trunks and flat twisted tops threw light shadows on the long grass. The western shore was low and level, with cornfields that stretched to the skyline, and all along the water's edge were little sandy coves and beaches where slim cottonwoods and willow saplings flickered. The turbulence of the river in springtime discouraged milling, and beyond keeping the old red bridge in repair, the busy farmers did not concern themselves with the stream, so the Sandtown boys were left in undisputed possession. In the autumn we hunted quail through the miles of stubble and fodderland along the flat shore, and after the winter skating season was over and the ice had gone out, the spring freshets and flooded bottoms gave us our great excitement of the year. The channel was never the same for 2 successive seasons. Every spring the swollen stream undermined a bluff to the east, or bit out a few acres of cornfield to the west, and whirled the soil away to deposit it in spumy mud banks somewhere else. When the water fell low in midsummer, new sandbars were thus exposed to dry and whiten in the August sun. Sometimes these were banked so firmly that the fury of the next freshet failed to unseat them. The little willow seedlings emerged triumphantly from the yellow froth, broke into spring leaf, shot up into summer growth, and with their mesh of roots bound together the moist sand beneath them against the batterings of another April. Here and there a cottonwood soon glittered among them, quivering in the low current of air that even on the breathless days when the dust hung like smoke above the wagon road trembled along the face of the water. It was on such an island, in the 3rd summer of its yellow-green, that we built our watch-fire, not in the thicket of dancing willow wands, but on the level terrace of fine sand which had been added that spring, a little new bit of world, beautifully ridged with ripple marks, and strewn with the tiny skeletons of turtles and fish, all as white and dry as if they had been expertly cured. We had been careful not to mar the freshness of the place, although we often swam out to it on summer evenings and lay on the sand to rest. This was our last watch-fire of the year, and there were reasons why I should remember it better than any of the others. Next week the other boys were to file back to their old places in Sandtown High School, but I was to go up to the Divide to teach my first county school in the Norwegian district. I was already homesick at the thought of quitting the boys with whom I had always played, of leaving the river, and going up to a windy plain that was all windmills and cornfields and big pastures, where there was nothing willful or unmanageable in the landscape, no new islands, and no chance of unfamiliar birds, such as often follow the watercourses. Other boys came and went, and used the river for fishing or skating, but we 6 were sworn to the spirit of the stream, and we were friends mainly because of the river. There were the 2 Hostler boys, Fritz and Otto, sons of the little German tailor. They were the youngest of us, ragged boys of 10 and 12, with sunburned hair, weather-stained faces, and pale blue eyes. Otto, the elder, was the best mathematician in school, and clever at his books, but he always dropped out in the spring term as if the river could not get on without him. He and Fritz caught the fat horned catfish and sold them about the town, and they lived so much in the water that they were as brown and sandy as the river itself. There was Percy Pound, a fat freckled boy with chubby cheeks, who took half a dozen boys' story papers and was always being kept in for reading detective stories behind his desk. There was Tip Smith, destined by his freckles and red hair to be the buffoon of all our games, though he walked like a timid little old man and had a funny, cracked laugh. Tip worked hard in his father's grocery store every afternoon and swept it out before school in the morning. Even his recreations were laborious. He collected cigarette cards and tin tobacco tags indefatigably, and would sit for hours humped up over a snarling little scroll saw which he kept in his attic. His dearest possessions were some little pill bottles that purported to contain grains of wheat from the Holy Land, water from the Jordan and the Dead Sea, and earth from the Mount of Olives. His father had bought these dull things from a Baptist missionary who peddled them, and Tip seemed to derive great satisfaction from their remote origin. The tall boy was Arthur Adams. He had fine hazel eyes that were almost too reflective and sympathetic for a boy, and such a pleasant voice that we all loved to hear him read aloud. Even when he had to read poetry aloud at school, no one ever thought of laughing. To be sure, he was not at school very much of the time. He was 17 and should have finished the high school the year before, but he was always off somewhere with his gun. Arthur's mother was dead, and his father, who was feverishly absorbed in promoting schemes, wanted to send the boy away to school and get him off his hands, but Arthur always begged off for another year and promised to study. I remember him as a tall, brown boy with an intelligent face, always lounging among a lot of us little fellows, laughing at us oftener than with us, but with such a soft, satisfied laugh that we felt rather flattered when we provoked it. In after years, people said that Arthur had become given to evil ways even as a lad, and it is true that we often saw him with the gamblers' sons and with old Spanish Fanny's boy, but if he learned anything ugly in their company, he never betrayed it to us. We would have followed Arthur anywhere, and I am bound to say that he led us into no worse places than the cattail marshes and the stubble fields. These, then, were the boys who camped with me that summer night upon the sandbar. After we finished our supper, we beat the willow thicket for driftwood. By the time we had collected enough, night had fallen, and the pungent, weedy smell from the shore increased with the coolness. We threw ourselves down about the fire and made another futile effort to show Percy Pound the Little Dipper. We had tried it often before, but he never could get past the big one. "You see those 3 big stars just below the handle, with the bright one in the middle?" said Otto Hostler. "That's Orion's belt, and the bright one is the clasp." I crawled behind Otto's shoulder and sighted up his arm to the star that seemed perched upon the tip of his steady forefinger. The Hostler boys did sign fishing at night, and they knew a good many stars. Percy gave up the Little Dipper and lay back on the sand, his hands clasped under his head. "I can see the North Star," he announced contentedly, pointing toward it with his big toe. "Anyone might get lost and need to know that." We all looked up at it. "How do you suppose Columbus felt when his compass didn't point north any more?" Tip asked. Otto shook his head. "My father says that there was another North Star once, and that maybe this one won't last for always. I wonder what would happen to us down here if anything went wrong with it." Arthur chuckled. "I wouldn't worry, Ott. Nothing's apt to happen to it in your time. Look at the Milky Way. There must be lots of good dead Indians." We lay back and looked, meditating, at the dark cover of the world. The gurgle of the water had become heavier. We had often noticed a mutinous, complaining note in it at night, quite different from its cheerful daytime chuckle, and seeming like the voice of a much deeper and more powerful stream. Our water had always been these two moods, the one of sunny complacence, the other of inconsolable, passionate regret. "Queer how the stars are all in sort of diagrams," remarked Otto. "You could do most any proposition in geometry with 'em. They always look as if they meant something. Some folks say everybody's fortune is all written out in the stars, don't they?" "They believe so in the old country," Fritz affirmed, but Arthur only laughed at him. "You're thinking of Napoleon, Fritzy. He had a star that went out when he began to lose battles. I guess the stars don't keep any close tally on Sandtown folks." We were speculating on how many times we could count 100 before the evening star went down behind the cornfields, when someone cried, "There comes the moon, and it's as big as a cartwheel." We all jumped up to greet it as it swam over the bluffs behind us. It came up like a galleon in full sail, an enormous, barbaric thing, red as an angry heathen god. "When the moon came up red like that, the Aztecs used to sacrifice their prisoners on the temple top," Percy announced. "Go on, Perce. You got that out of golden days." "Do you believe that, Arthur?" I appealed. Arthur answered quite seriously, "Like as not. The moon was one of their gods. When my father was in Mexico City, he saw the stone where they used to sacrifice their prisoners." As we dropped down by the fire again, someone asked whether the mound builders were older than the Aztecs. When we once got upon the mound builders, we never willingly got away from them, and we were still conjecturing when we heard a loud splash in the water. "Must have been a big cat jumping," said Fritz. "They do sometimes. They must see bugs in the dark. Look what a track the moon makes." There was a long, silvery streak on the water, and where the current fretted up over a big log, it boiled up like gold pieces. "Suppose there ever was any gold hid away in this old river?" Fritz asked. He lay like a little brown Indian, close to the fire, his chin on his hand and his bare feet in the air. His brother laughed at him, but Arthur took the suggestion seriously. "Some of the Spaniards thought there was gold up here somewhere. 7 cities chock full of gold, they had it. And Coronado and his men came up to hunt it. The Spaniards were all over this country once." Percy looked interested. "Was that before the Mormons went through?" We all laughed at this. "Long enough before the Pilgrim Fathers, Pierce. Maybe they came along this very river. They always followed the water courses. I wonder where this river really does begin," Tip mused. That was an old and favorite mystery which the map did not clearly explain. On the map, the little black line stopped somewhere in western Kansas. But since rivers generally rose in mountains, it was only reasonable to suppose that ours came from the Rockies. Its destination, we knew, was the Missouri, and the Hostler boys always maintained that we could embark at Sandtown in flood time, follow our noses, and eventually arrive at New Orleans. Now they took up their old argument. "If us boys had grit enough to try it, it wouldn't take no time to get to Kansas City and St. Joe." We began to talk about the places we wanted to go to. The Hostler boys wanted to see the stockyards in Kansas City, and Percy wanted to see a big store in Chicago. Arthur was interlocutor and did not betray himself. "Now it's your turn, Tip." Tip rolled over on his elbow and poked the fire, and his eyes looked shyly out of his queer, tight little face. "My place is awfully far away. My Uncle Bill told me about it." Tip's Uncle Bill was a wanderer, bitten with mining fever, who had drifted into Sandtown with a broken arm, and when it was well had drifted out again. "Where is it?" "Oh, it's down in New Mexico somewheres. There aren't no railroads or anything. You have to go on mules, and you run out of water before you get there and have to drink canned tomatoes." "Well, go on, kid. What's it like when you do get there?" Tip sat up and excitedly began his story. There's a big red rock there that goes right up out of the sand for about 900 feet. The county's flat all around it, and this here rock goes up all by itself like a monument. They call it the Enchanted Bluff down there, because no white man has ever been on top of it. The sides are smooth rock and straight up like a wall. The Indians say that hundreds of years ago, before the Spaniards came, there was a village way up there in the air. The tribe that lived there had some sort of steps made out of wood and bark, hung down over the face of the bluff, and the braves went down to hunt and carried water up in big jugs swung on their backs. They kept a big supply of water and dried meat up there, and never went down except to hunt. They were a peaceful tribe that made cloth and pottery, and they went up there to get out of the wars. You see, they could pick off any war party that tried to get up their little steps. The Indians say they were a handsome people, and that they had some sort of a queer religion. Uncle Bill thinks they were cliff dwellers who had got into trouble and left home. They weren't fighters, anyhow. One time the braves were down hunting, and an awful storm came up, a kind of waterspout, and when they got back to their rock, they found their little staircase had been all broken to pieces, and only a few steps were left hanging away up in the air. While they were camped at the foot of the rock, wondering what to do, a war party from the north came along and massacred them to a man, with all the old folks and women looking on from the rock. Then the war party went on south and left the village to get down the best they could. Of course, they never got down. They starved to death up there. And when the war party came back on their way north, they could hear the children crying out from the edge of the bluff where they had crawled out, but they didn't see a sign of a grown Indian, and nobody has ever been up there since. We exclaimed at this dolorous legend and sat up. There couldn't have been many people up there, Percy demurred. How big is the top, Tip? Oh, pretty big. Big enough so the rock doesn't look nearly as tall as it is. The top's bigger than the base. The bluff is sort of worn away for several hundred feet up. That's one reason it's so hard to climb. I asked how the Indians got up in the first place. Nobody knows how they got up, or when. A hunting party came along once and saw that there was a town up there, and that was all. Otto rubbed his chin and looked thoughtful. Of course, there must have been some way to get up there. Couldn't people get a rope over some way and pull a ladder up? Tip's little eyes were shining with excitement. I know a way. Me and Uncle Bill talked it all over. There's a kind of rocket that would take a rope over. Lifesavers use 'em. And then you could hoist a rope ladder and peg it down at the bottom and make it tight with guy ropes on the other side. I'm going to climb that there bluff, and I've got it all planned out. Fritz asked what he expected to find when he got up there. Bones, maybe, or the ruins of their town, or pottery, or some of their idols. There might be most anything up there. Anyway, I want to see. Sure nobody else has been up there, Tip? Arthur asked. Dead sure. Hardly anybody ever goes down there. Some hunters tried to cut steps in the rock once, and they didn't get higher than a man can reach. The bluff's all red granite, and Uncle Bill thinks it's a boulder the glaciers left. It's a queer place anyhow. Nothing but cactus and desert for hundreds of miles, and yet right under the bluff there's good water and plenty of grass. That's why the bison used to go down there. Suddenly we heard a scream above our fire, and jumped up to see a dark, slim bird floating southward far above us, a whooping crane we knew by her cry and her long neck. We ran to the edge of the island, hoping we might see her alight, but she wavered southward along the river course until we lost her. The hostler boys declared by the look of the heavens it must be after midnight, so we threw more wood on our fire, put on our jackets, and curled down in the warm sand. Several of us pretended to doze, but I fancy we were really thinking about Tip's Bluff and the extinct people. Over in the wood the ring-doves were calling mournfully to one another, and once we heard a dog bark far away. Somebody getting into old Tommy's melon patch, Fritz murmured sleepily, but nobody answered him. By and by Percy spoke out of the shadow. Say, Tip, when you go down there, will you take me with you? Maybe. Suppose one of us beats you down there, Tip. Whoever gets to the bluff first has got to promise to tell the rest of us exactly what he finds, remarked one of the hostler boys, and to this we all readily assented. Somewhat reassured, I dropped off to sleep. I must have dreamed about a race for the bluff, for I woke in a kind of fear that other people were getting ahead of me and that I was losing my chance. I sat up in my damp clothes and looked at the other boys, who lay tumbled in uneasy attitudes about the dead fire. It was still dark, but the sky was blue with the last wonderful azure of night. The stars glistened like crystal globes and trembled as if they shone through a depth of clear water. Even as I watched, they began to pale and the sky brightened. Day came suddenly, almost instantaneously. I turned for another look at the blue night, and it was gone. Everywhere the birds began to call, and all manner of little insects began to chirp and hop about in the willows. A breeze sprang up from the west and brought the heavy smell of ripened corn. The boys rolled over and shook themselves. We stripped and plunged into the river just as the sun came up over the windy bluffs. When I came home to Sandtown at Christmas time, we skated out to our island and talked over the whole project of the Enchanted Bluff, renewing our resolution to find it. Although that was 20 years ago, none of us have ever climbed the Enchanted Bluff. Percy Pound is a stockbroker in Kansas City and will go nowhere that his red touring car cannot carry him. Otto Hassler went on the railroad and lost his foot braking, after which he and Fritz succeeded their father as the town tailors. Arthur sat around the sleepy little town all his life. He died before he was 25. The last time I saw him, when I was home on one of my college vacations, he was sitting in a steamer chair under a cottonwood tree in the little yard behind one of the 2 Sandtown saloons. He was very untidy, and his hand was not steady, but when he rose unabashed to greet me, his eyes were as clear and warm as ever. When I had talked with him for an hour and heard him laugh again, I wondered how it was that when nature had taken such pains with such a man, from his hands to the arch of his long foot, she had ever lost him in Sandtown. He joked about Tip Smith's bluff, and declared he was going down there as soon as the weather got cooler. He thought the Grand Canyon might be worthwhile, too. I was perfectly sure when I left him that he would never get beyond the high plank fence and the comfortable shade of the cottonwood, and indeed it was under that very tree that he died one summer morning. Tip Smith still talks about going to New Mexico. He married a slatternly, unthrifty country girl, has been much tied to a perambulator, and has grown stooped and gray from irregular meals and broken sleep. But the worst of his difficulties are now over, and he has, as he says, come into easy water. When I was last in Sandtown, I walked home with him late one moonlight night, after he had balanced his cash and shut up his store. We took the long way around, and sat on the schoolhouse steps, and between us we quite revived the romance of the lone red rock and the extinct people. Tip insists that he still means to go down there, but he thinks now that he will wait until his boy Bert is old enough to go with him. Bert has been let into the story and thinks of nothing but the Enchanted Bluff. End of The Enchanted Bluff by Willa Cather. Read by Winston Tharp.
The Glorious Scott by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson, London. "I have some papers here," said my friend Sherlock Holmes, as we sat one winter's night on either side of the fire, "which I really think, Watson, that would be worth your while to glance over. These are the documents in the extraordinary case of the Glorious Scott, and this is the message which struck Justice of the Peace Trevor dead with horror when he read it. He had picked from a drawer a little tarnished cylinder, and, undoing the tape, he handed me a short note scrawled upon a half-sheet of slate-grey paper. 'The supply of game for London is going steadily up,' it ran. 'Head keeper Hudson, we believe, has been now told to receive all orders for flypaper and for preservation of your hen pheasant's life.' As I glanced up from reading this enigmatical message, I saw Holmes chuckling at the expression upon my face. "You look a little bewildered," said he. "I cannot see how such a message as this could inspire horror. It seems to me to be rather grotesque than otherwise." "Very likely. Yet the fact remains that the reader, who was a fine, robust old man, was knocked clean down by it as if it had been the butt end of a pistol." "You arouse my curiosity," said I. "But why did you say just now that there were very particular reasons why I should study this case?" "Because it was the first in which I was ever engaged. I had often endeavoured to elicit from my companion what had first turned his mind in the direction of criminal research, but had never caught him before in a communicative humour. Now he sat forward in his armchair and spread out the documents upon his knees. Then he lit his pipe and sat for some time smoking and turning them over. "You never heard me talk of Victor Trevor?" he asked. "He was the only friend I made during the 2 years I was at college." "I was never a very sociable fellow, Watson, always rather fond of moping in my rooms and working out my own little methods of thought, so that I never mixed much with the men of my year. Bar fencing and boxing, I had few athletic tastes, and then my line of study was quite distinct from that of the other fellows, so that we had no points of contact at all. Trevor was the only man I knew, and that only through the accident of his bull terrier freezing on my ankle one morning as I went down to chapel. It was a prosaic way of forming a friendship, but it was very effective. I was laid by the heels for 10 days, but Trevor used to come in to inquire after me. At first it was only a minute's chat, but soon his visits lengthened, and before the end of the term we were close friends. He was a hearty, full-blooded fellow, full of spirits and energy, the very opposite to me in most respects, but we had some subjects in common, and it was a bond of union when I found that he was as friendless as I. Finally he invited me down to his father's place at Donnithorpe in Norfolk, and I accepted his hospitality for a month of the long vacation. Old Trevor was evidently a man of some wealth and consideration, a J.P. and a landed proprietor. Donnithorpe is a little hamlet just to the north of Langmere in the country of the Broads. The house was an old-fashioned, widespread, oak-beamed brick building, with a fine lime-lined avenue leading up to it. There was excellent wild duck shooting in the fens, remarkably good fishing, a small but select library taken over, as I understood, from a former occupant, and a tolerable cook, so that he would be a fastidious man who could not put in a pleasant month there. Trevor senior was a widower, and my friend his only son. There had been a daughter, I heard, but she had died of diphtheria while on a visit to Birmingham. The father interested me extremely. He was a man of little culture, but with a considerable amount of rude strength, both physically and mentally. He knew hardly any books, but he had travelled far, had seen much of the world, and had remembered all that he had learned. In person he was a thick-set, burly man, with a shock of grizzled hair, a brown, weather-beaten face, and blue eyes which were keen to the verge of fierceness. Yet he had a reputation for kindness and charity on the countryside, and was noted for the leniency of his sentences from the bench. One evening, shortly after my arrival, we were sitting over a glass of port after dinner when young Trevor began to talk about those habits of observation and inference which I had already formed into a system, although I had not yet appreciated the part which they were to play in my life. The old man evidently thought that his son was exaggerating in his description of 1 or 2 trivial feats which I had performed. "Come now, Mr. Holmes," said he, laughing good-humouredly, "I'm an excellent subject, if you can deduce anything from me." "I fear there's not very much," I answered. "I might suggest that you have gone about in fear of some personal attack within the last 12 months. The laugh faded from his lips, and he stared at me in great surprise. "Well, that's true enough," said he. "You know, Victor," turning to his son, "when we broke up that poaching gang, they swore to knife us, and Sir Edward Holly has actually been attacked. I've always been on my guard since then, though I have no idea how you know it." "You have a very handsome stick," I answered. "By the inscription I observed that you had not had it more than a year, but you have taken some pains to bore the head of it and pour melted lead into the hole so as to make it a formidable weapon. I argued that you would not take such precautions unless you had some danger to fear." "Anything else?" he asked, smiling. "You have boxed a good deal in your youth." "Right again. How did you know it? Is my nose knocked a little out of the straight?" "No," said I, "it's your ears. They have the peculiar flattening and thickening which marks the boxing man." "Anything else?" "You have done a good deal of digging by your calluses." "Made all my money at the goldfields." "You have been in New Zealand?" "Right again." "You have visited Japan?" "Quite true." "And you have been most intimately associated with someone whose initials were J.A. and whom you afterwards were eager to entirely forget?" Mr. Trevor stood slowly up, fixed his large blue eyes upon me with a strange wild stare, and then pitched forward with his face among the nutshells which strewed the cloth, in a dead faint. You can imagine, Watson, how shocked both his son and I were. His attack did not last long, however, for when we undid his collar and sprinkled the water from one of the finger-glasses over his face, he gave a gasp or two and sat up. "Ah, boys," said he, forcing a smile, "I hope I haven't frightened you. Strong as I look, there is a weak place in my heart, and it does not take much to knock me over. I don't know how you manage this, Mr. Holmes, but it seems to me that all the detectives of fact and of fancy would be children in your hands." "That's your line of life, sir, and you may take the word of a man who has seen something of the world." And that recommendation, with the exaggerated estimate of my ability with which he prefaced it, was, if you will believe me, Watson, the very first thing which ever made me feel that a profession might be made out of what had up to that time been the merest hobby. At the moment, however, I was too much concerned at the sudden illness of my host to think of anything else. "I hope I have said nothing to pain you," said I. "Well, you certainly touched upon rather a tender point. Might I ask how you know and how much you know?" He spoke now in a half-jesting fashion, but a look of terror still lurked at the back of his eyes. "It is simplicity itself," said I. "When you bared your arm to draw that fish into the boat, I saw that J.A. had been tattooed in the bend of the elbow. The letters were still legible, but it was perfectly clear from their blurred appearance and from the staining of the skin round them that efforts had been made to obliterate them. It was obvious, then, that those initials had once been very familiar to you, and that you had afterwards wished to forget them." "What an eye you have!" he cried, with a sigh of relief. "It is just as you say, but we won't talk of it. Of all ghosts, the ghosts of our old lovers are the worst. Come into the billiard-room and have a quiet cigar." From that day, amid all his cordiality, there was always a touch of suspicion in Mr. Trevor's manner towards me. Even his son remarked it. "You've given the governor such a turn," said he, "that he'll never be sure again of what you know and what you don't know." He did not mean to show it, I am sure, but it was so strongly in his mind that it peeped out at every action. At last I became so convinced that I was causing him uneasiness that I drew my visit to a close. On the very day, however, before I left, an incident occurred which proved, in the sequel, to be of importance. We were sitting out upon the lawn on garden chairs, the three of us, basking in the sun and admiring the view across the Broads, when a maid came out to say that there was a man at the door who wanted to see Mr. Trevor. "What is his name?" asked my host. "He would not give any." "What does he want, then?" "He says that you know him and that he only wants a moment's conversation." "Show him round here." An instant afterwards there appeared a little wizened fellow with a cringing manner and a shambling style of walking. He wore an open jacket with a splotch of tar on the sleeve, a red and black check shirt dungaree trousers, and heavy boots badly worn. His face was thin and brown and crafty, with a perpetual smile upon it, which showed an irregular line of yellow teeth, and his crinkled hands were half closed in a way that is distinctive of sailors. As he came slouching across the lawn, I heard Mr. Trevor make a sort of hiccoughing noise in his throat, and jumping out of his chair, he ran into the house. He was back in a moment, and I smelt a strong reek of brandy as he passed me. "Well, my man," said he, "what can I do for you?" The sailor stood looking at him with puckered eyes, and with the same loose-lipped smile upon his face. "You don't know me?" he asked. "Why, dear me, it is surely Hudson," said Mr. Trevor in a tone of surprise. "Hudson it is, sir," said the seaman. "Why, it's 30 year and more since I saw you last. Here you are in your house, and me still picking my salt meat out of the harness cask." "Tut, you will find that I have not forgotten old times," cried Mr. Trevor, and walking towards the sailor, he said something in a low voice. "Go into the kitchen," he continued out loud, "and you will get food and drink. I have no doubt that I shall find you a situation." "Thank you, sir," said the seaman, touching his forelock. "I am just off a 2-yearer in an 8-knot tramp, short-handed at that, and I wants a rest. I thought I'd get it either with Mr. Beddoes or with you." "Ah," cried Trevor, "you know where Mr. Beddoes is?" "Bless you, sir, I know where all my old friends are," said the fellow with a sinister smile, and he slouched off after the maid to the kitchen. Mr. Trevor mumbled something to us about having been shipmate with the man when he was going back to the diggings, and then, leaving us on the lawn, he went indoors. An hour later, when we entered the house, we found him stretched dead drunk upon the dining-room sofa. The whole incident left a most ugly impression upon my mind, and I was not sorry next day to leave Donnithorpe behind me, for I felt that my presence must be a source of embarrassment to my friend. All this occurred during the first month of the long vacation. I went up to my London rooms, where I spent 7 weeks working out a few experiments in organic chemistry. One day, however, when the autumn was far advanced and the vacation drawing to a close, I received a telegram from my friend imploring me to return to Donnithorpe, and saying that he was in great need of my advice and assistance. Of course, I dropped everything and set out for the north once more. He met me with the dog-cart at the station, and I saw at a glance that the last 2 months had been very trying ones for him. He had grown thin and careworn, and had lost the loud, cheery manner for which he had been remarkable. "The governor is dying," were the first words he said. "Impossible!" I cried. "What is the matter?" "Apoplexy. Nervous shock. He's been on the verge all day. I doubt if we shall find him alive." I was, as you may think, Watson, horrified at this unexpected news. "What has caused it?" I asked. "Ah, that is the point. Jump in and we can talk it over while we drive. You remember that fellow who came upon the evening before you left us?" "Perfectly." "Did you know who it was that we let into the house that day?" "I have no idea." "It was the devil, Holmes," he cried. I stared at him in astonishment. "Yes, it was the devil himself. We have not had a peaceful hour since, not one. The governor has never held up his head from that evening, and now the life has been crushed out of him and his heart broken, all through this accursed Hudson." "What power had he, then?" "Ah, that is what I would give so much to know. The kindly, charitable, good old governor, how could he have fallen into the clutches of such a ruffian? But I am so glad that you have come, Holmes. I trust very much to your judgment and discretion, and I know that you will advise me for the best." We were dashing along the smooth white country road, with the long stretch of the Broads in front of us glimmering in the red light of the setting sun. From a grove upon our left I could already see the high chimneys and the flagstaff which marked the squire's dwelling. "My father made the fellow gardener," said my companion, "and then, as that did not satisfy him, he was promoted to be butler." The house seemed to be at his mercy, and he wandered about and did what he chose in it. The maids complained of his drunken habits and his vile language. The dad raised their wages all round to recompense them for their annoyance. The fellow would take the boat and my father's best gun and treat himself to little shooting trips, and all this with such a sneering, leering, insolent face that I would have knocked him down 20 times over if he had been a man of my own age. I tell you, Holmes, I've had to keep a tight hold upon myself all this time, and now I'm asking myself whether if I had let myself go a little more, I might not have been a wiser man. Well, matters went from bad to worse with us, and this animal Hudson became more and more intrusive, until at last, on making some insolent reply to my father in my presence one day, I took him by the shoulders and turned him out of the room. He slunk away with a livid face and 2 venomous eyes which uttered more threats than his tongue could do. I don't know what passed between the poor dad and him after that, but the dad came to me next day and asked me whether I would mind apologizing to Hudson. I refused, as you can imagine, and asked my father how he could allow such a wretch to take such liberties with himself and his household. "Ah, my boy," said he, "it is all very well to talk, but you don't know how I am placed. But you shall know, Victor. I'll see that you shall know, come what may. You wouldn't believe harm of your poor old father, would you, lad?" He was very much moved, and shut himself up in the study all day, where I could see through the window that he was writing busily. That evening there came what seemed to me to be a grand release, for Hudson told us that he was going to leave us. He walked into the dining-room as we sat after dinner, and announced his intention in the thick voice of a half-drunken man. "I've had enough of Norfolk," said he. "I'll run down to Mr. Beddoes in Hampshire. He'll be as glad to see me as you were, I dare say." "You're not going away in an unkind spirit, Hudson, I hope?" said my father, with a tameness which made my blood boil. "I've not had my apology," said he sulkily, glancing in my direction. "Victor, you will acknowledge that you have used this worthy fellow rather roughly," said the dad, turning to me. "On the contrary, I think that we have both shown extraordinary patience towards him," I answered. "Oh, you do you?" he snarled. "Very good, mate. We'll see about that." He slouched out of the room, and half an hour afterwards left the house, leaving my father in a state of pitiable nervousness. Night after night I heard him pacing his room, and it was just as he was recovering his confidence that the blow did at last fall. "And how?" I asked eagerly. "In a most extraordinary fashion. A letter arrived for my father yesterday evening, bearing the Fordingbridge postmark. My father read it, clapped both his hands to his head, and began running round the room in little circles like a man who has been driven out of his senses. When I at last drew him down on to the sofa, his mouth and eyelids were all puckered on one side, and I saw that he had a stroke. Dr. Fordham came over at once. We put him to bed, but the paralysis has spread. He has shown no signs of returning consciousness, and I think that we shall hardly find him alive." "You horrify me, Trevor," I cried. "What, then, could have been in this letter to cause so dreadful a result?" "Nothing. There lies the inexplicable part of it. The message was absurd and trivial. Ah, my God, it is as I feared." As he spoke, we came round the curve of the avenue and saw in the fading light that every blind in the house had been drawn down. As we dashed up to the door, my friend's face convulsed with grief, a gentleman in black emerged from it. "When did it happen, Doctor?" asked Trevor. "Almost immediately after you left." "Did he recover consciousness?" "For an instant before the end." "Any message for me?" "Only that the papers were in the back drawer of the Japanese cabinet." My friend ascended with the doctor to the chamber of death, while I remained in the study, turning the whole matter over and over in my head, and feeling as sombre as ever I had done in my life. What was the past of this Trevor, pugilist, traveller, and gold-digger, and how had he placed himself in the power of this acid-faced seaman? Why, too, should he faint at an allusion to the half-effaced initials upon his arm, and die of fright when he had a letter from Fordingham? Then I remembered that Fordingham was in Hampshire, and that this Mr. Beddoes, whom the seaman had gone to visit, and presumably to blackmail, had also been mentioned as living in Hampshire. The letter then might either come from Hudson, the seaman, saying that he had betrayed the guilty secret which appeared to exist, or it might come from Beddoes, warning an old confederate that such a betrayal was imminent. So far it seemed clear enough. But then how could this letter be trivial and grotesque, as described by the son? He must have misread it. If so, it must have been one of those ingenious secret codes which mean one thing while they seem to mean another. I must see this letter. If there were a hidden meaning in it, I was confident that I could pluck it forth. For an hour I sat pondering over it in the gloom, until at last the weeping maid brought in a lamp, and close at her heels came my friend Trevor, pale but composed, with these very papers which lie upon my knee held in his grasp. He sat down opposite to me, drew the lamp to the edge of the table, and handed me a short note scribbled, as you see, upon a single sheet of grey paper. "The supply of game for London is going steadily up," it ran. "Head keeper Hudson, we believe, has been now told to receive all orders for fly paper and for preservation of your hen pheasant's life." I dare say my face looked as bewildered as yours did just now when first I read this message. Then I reread it very carefully. It was evidently as I had thought, and some secret meaning must lie buried in this strange combination of words. Or could it be that there was a prearranged significance to such phrases as fly paper and hen pheasant? Such a meaning would be arbitrary and could not be deduced in any way, and yet I was loath to believe that this was the case, and the presence of the word Hudson seemed to show that the subject of the message was as I had guessed, and that it was from Beddoes rather than the sailor. I tried it backwards, but the combination live pheasant hen was not encouraging. Then I tried alternate words, but neither the of for nor supply game London promised to throw any light upon it. And then in an instant the key of the riddle was in my hands, and I saw that every third word, beginning with the first, would give a message which might well drive old Trevor to despair. It was short and terse, the warning, as I now read it, to my companion. "The game is up. Hudson has told all. Fly for your life." Victor Trevor sank his face into his shaking hands. "It must be that, I suppose," said he. "This is worse than death, for it means disgrace as well. But what is the meaning of these head keepers and hen pheasants?" "It means nothing to the message, but it might mean a good deal to us if we had no other means of discovering the sender. You see that he has begun by writing 'The game is,' and so on. Afterwards he had, to fulfill the prearranged cipher, to fill in any 2 words in each space. He would naturally use the first words which came to his mind, and if there were so many which referred to sport among them, you may be tolerably sure that he is either an ardent shot or interested in breeding. Do you know anything about this Beddoes?" "Why, now that you mention it," said he, "I remember that my poor father used to have an invitation from him to shoot over his preserves every autumn." "Then it is undoubtedly from him that the note comes," said I. "It only remains for us to find out what this secret was which the sailor Hudson seems to have held over the heads of these 2 wealthy and respected men." "Alas, Holmes, I fear that it is one of sin and shame," cried my friend. "But from you I shall have no secrets. Here is the statement which was drawn up by my father when he knew that the danger from Hudson had become imminent. I found it in the Japanese cabinet, as he told the doctor. Take it and read it to me, for I have neither the strength nor the courage to do it myself. These are the very papers, Watson, which he handed to me, and I will read them to you, as I read them in the old study that night to him. They are endorsed outside, as you see. Some particulars of the voyage of the barque Gloria Scott, from her leaving Falmouth on the 8th of October 1855 to her destruction in north latitude 15 degrees 20, west long 25 degrees 14, on November the 6th. It is in the form of a letter and runs in this way. My dear, dear son, now that approaching disgrace begins to darken the closing years of my life, I can write with all truth and honesty that it is not the terror of the law, it is not the loss of my position in the county, nor is it my fall in the eyes of all who have known me, which cuts me to the heart, but it is the thought that you should come to blush for me, you who loved me and who have seldom, I hope, had reason to do other than respect me. But if the blow falls which is forever hanging over me, then I should wish you to read this, that you may know straight from me how far I have been to blame. On the other hand, if all should go well, which may kind God Almighty grant, then, if by any chance this paper should be still undestroyed and should fall into your hands, I conjure you, by all you hold sacred, by the memory of your dear mother, and by the love which had been between us, to hurl it into the fire, and to never give one thought to it again. If then your eye goes on to read this line, I know that I shall already have been exposed and dragged from my home, or, as is more likely, for you know that my heart is weak, by lying with my tongue sealed for ever in death. In either case the time for suppression is past, and every word which I tell you is the naked truth, and this I swear as I hope for mercy. My name, dear lad, is not Trevor. I was James Armitage in my younger days, and you can understand now the shock that it was to me a few weeks ago when your college friend addressed me in words which seemed to imply that he had surprised my secret. As Armitage it was that I entered a London banking house, and as Armitage I was convicted of breaking my country's laws and was sentenced to transportation. Do not think very harshly of me, laddie. It was a debt of honour, so-called, which I had to pay, and I used money which was not my own to do it, in the certainty that I could replace it before there could be any possibility of it being missed. But the most dreadful ill-luck pursued me. The money which I had reckoned upon never came to hand, and a premature examination of accounts exposed my deficit. The case might have been dealt leniently with, but the laws were more harshly administered 30 years ago than now, and on my 23rd birthday I found myself chained as a felon with 37 other convicts in 'tween decks of the barque Gloria Scott, bound for Australia. It was the year '55, when the Crimean War was at its height, and the old convict ships had been largely used as transports in the Black Sea. The government was compelled, therefore, to use smaller and less suitable vessels for sending out their prisoners. The Gloria Scott had been in the Chinese tea trade, but she was an old-fashioned, heavy-bowed, broad-beamed craft, and the new clippers had cut her out. She was a 500-ton boat, and besides her 38 jailbirds, she carried 26 of a crew, 18 soldiers, a captain, 3 mates, a doctor, a chaplain, and 4 warders. Nearly 100 souls were in her, all told, when we set sail from Falmouth. The partitions between the cells of the convicts, instead of being of thick oak, as is usual in convict ships, were quite thin and frail. The man next to me upon the aft side was one whom I had particularly noticed when we were led down the quay. He was a young man with a clear, hairless face, a long, thin nose, and rather nutcracker jaws. He carried his head very jauntily in the air, had a swaggering style of walking, and was, above all else, remarkable for his extraordinary height. I don't think any of our heads would have come up to his shoulder, and I am sure that he could not have measured less than 6½ feet. It was strange among so many sad and weary faces to see one which was full of energy and resolution. The sight of it was to me like a fire in a snowstorm. I was glad then to find that he was my neighbour, and gladder still when in the dead of the night I heard a whisper close to my ear, and found that he had managed to cut an opening in the board which separated us. "Hello, chummy," said he. "What's your name, and what are you here for?" I answered him, and asked in turn who I was talking with. "I'm Jack Prendergast," said he, "and by God, you'll learn to bless my name before you've done with me." I remembered hearing of his case, for for it was one which had made an immense sensation throughout the country some time before my own arrest. He was a man of good family and of great ability, but of incurably vicious habits, who had, by an ingenious system of fraud, obtained huge sums of money from the leading London merchants. "Ah, you remember my case," he said proudly. "Very well indeed." "Then maybe you remember something queer about it." "What was that, then?" "I had nearly $250,000, hadn't I?" "So it was said." "But none was recovered, eh?" "No." "Well, where d'ye suppose the balance is?" he asked. "I have no idea," said I. "Right between my finger and thumb," he cried. "By God, I've got more pounds to my name than you've got hairs on your head. And if you've money, my son, and know how to handle it and spread it, you can do anything. Now, you don't think it likely that a man who could do anything is going to wear his breeches out sitting in the stinking hold of a rat-gutted, beetle-ridden, mouldy old coffin of a China coaster. No, sir. Such a man will look after himself and will look after his chums. You may lay to that. You hold on to him, and you may kiss the book that he'll haul you through." That was his style of talk, and at first I thought it meant nothing. But after a while, when he had tested me and sworn me in with all possible solemnity, he let me understand that there really was a plot to gain command of the vessel. A dozen of the prisoners had hatched it before they came aboard. Prendergast was the leader, and his money was the motive power. "I had a partner," said he, "a rare good man, as true as a stock to a barrel. He's got the dibs, he has, and where do you think he is at this moment? Why, he's the chaplain of this ship. The chaplain, no less. He came aboard with a black coat and his papers right and money enough in his box to buy the thing right up from keel to main truck. The crew are his, body and soul. He could buy 'em at so much a gross with a cash discount, and he did it before ever they signed on. He's got 2 of the warders and Maria, the second mate, and he'd get the captain himself if he thought him worth it." "What are we to do then?" I asked. "What do you think?" said he. "We'll make the coats of some of these soldiers redder than ever the tailor did." "But they are armed," said I. "And so shall we be, my boy. There's a brace of pistols for every mother's son of us, and if we can't carry the ship with the crew at our back, it's time we were all sent to a young Mrs. boarding school. You speak to your mate upon the left tonight and see if he is to be trusted." I did so, and found my other neighbour to be a young fellow in much the same position as myself, whose crime had been forgery. His name was Evans, but he afterwards changed it, like myself, and he is now a rich and prosperous man in the south of England. He was ready enough to join the conspiracy as the only means of saving ourselves, and before we had crossed the bay there were only 2 of the prisoners who were not in the secret. One of these was a weak mind, and we did not dare to trust him, and the other was suffering from jaundice and could not be of any use to us. From the beginning there was really nothing to prevent us from taking possession of the ship. The crew were a set of ruffians specially picked for the job. The sham chaplain came into our cells to exhort us, carrying a black bag, supposed to be full of tracts, and so often did he come that by the 3rd day we had each stowed away at the foot of our beds a file, a brace of pistols, a pound of powder, and 20 slugs. 2 of the warders were agents of Prendergast, and the second mate was his right-hand man. The captain, the 2 mates, 2 warders, Lieutenant Martin, his 18 soldiers, and the doctor were all that we had against us. Yet, safe as it was, we determined to neglect no precaution, and to make our attack suddenly by night. It came, however, more quickly than we expected, and in this way. One evening, about the 3rd week after our start, the doctor had come down to see one of the prisoners who was ill, and putting his hand down on the bottom of his bunk, he felt the outline of the pistols. If he had been silent he might have blown the whole thing, but he was a nervous little chap, so he gave a cry of surprise and turned so pale that the man knew what was up in an instant and seized him. He was gagged before he could give the alarm and tied down upon the bed. He had unlocked the door that led to the deck, and we were through it in a rush. The 2 sentries were shot down, and so was a corporal who came running to see what was the matter. There were 2 more soldiers at the door of the stateroom, and their muskets seemed not to be loaded, for they never fired upon us, and they were shot while trying to fix their bayonets. Then we rushed on into the captain's cabin, but as we pushed open the door there was an explosion from within, and there he lay with his brains smeared over the chart of the Atlantic, which was pinned upon the table, while the chaplain stood with a smoking pistol in his hand at his elbow. The 2 mates had both been seized by the crew, and the whole business seemed to be settled. The stateroom was next to the cabin, and we flocked in there and flopped down on the settees, all speaking together, for we were just mad with the feeling that we were free once more. There were lockers all round, and Wilson, the sham chaplain, knocked one of them in and pulled out a dozen of brown sherry. We cracked off with the necks of the bottles, poured the stuff out into tumblers, and were just tossing them off, when in an instant without warning there came the roar of muskets in our ears, and the saloon was so full of smoke that we could not see across the table. When it cleared again, the place was a shambles. Wilson and 8 others were wriggling on top of each other on the floor, and the blood and the brown sherry on the table turn me sick now when I think of it. We were so cowed by the sight that I think we should have given the job up if it had not been for Prendergast. He bellowed like a bull and rushed for the door, with all that were left alive at his heels. Out we ran, and there on the poop were the lieutenant and 10 of his men. The swing skylights above the saloon table had been a bit open, and they had fired on us through the slit. We got on them before they could load, and they stood to it like men, but we had the upper hand of them, and in 5 minutes it was all over. My God, was there ever a slaughter-house like that ship? Prendergast was like a raging devil, and he picked the soldiers up as if they had been children and threw them overboard, alive or dead. There was one sergeant that was horribly wounded and yet kept on swimming for a surprising time, until some one in mercy blew out his brains. When the fighting was over, there was no one left of our enemies except just the warders, the mates, and the doctor. It was over them that the great quarrel arose. There were many of us who were glad enough to win back our freedom, and yet who had no wish to have murder on our souls. It was one thing to knock the soldiers over with their muskets in their hands, and it was another to stand by while men were being killed in cold blood. 8 of us, 5 convicts and 3 sailors, said that we would not see it done, but there was no moving Prendergast and those who were with him. Our only chance of safety lay in making a clean job of it, said he, and he would not leave a tongue with power to wag in the witness box. It nearly came to our sharing the fate of the prisoners, but at last he said that if we wished we might take a boat and go. We jumped at the offer, for we were already sick of these bloodthirsty doings, and we saw that there would be worse before it was done. We were given a suit of sailor togs each, a barrel of water, 2 casks, 1 of junk and 1 of biscuits, and a compass. Prendergast threw us over a chart, told us that we were shipwrecked mariners whose ship had foundered in latitude 15 degrees and longitude 25 degrees west, and then cut the painter and let us go. And now I come to the most surprising part of my story, my dear son. The seamen had hauled the foreyard aback during the rising, but now as we left them they brought it square again, and as there was a light wind from the north and east, the bark began to draw slowly away from us. Our boat lay rising and falling upon the long, smooth rollers, and Evans and I, who were the most educated of the party, were sitting in the sheets working out our position and planning what coast we should make for. It was a nice question, for the Cape de Verdes was about 500 miles to the north of us, and the African coast about 700 to the east. On the whole, as the wind was coming round to the north, we thought that Sierra Leone might be best, and turned our head in that direction, the bark being at that time nearly hull down on our starboard quarter. Suddenly, as we looked at her, we saw a dense black cloud of smoke shoot up from her, which hung like a monstrous tree upon the skyline. A few seconds later a roar like thunder burst upon our ears, and as the smoke thinned away there was no sign left of the Gloria Scott. In an instant we swept the boat's head round again and pulled with all our strength for the place where the haze still trailing over the water marked the scene of this catastrophe. It was a long hour before we reached it, and at first we feared that we had come too late to save anyone. A splintered boat and a number of crates and fragments of spars rising and falling on the way showed us where the vessel had foundered. But there was no sign of life, and we had turned away in despair when we heard a cry for help, and saw at some distance a piece of wreckage with a man lying stretched across it. When we pulled him aboard the boat, he proved to be a young seaman of the name of Hudson, who was so burned and exhausted that he could give us no account of what had happened until the following morning. It seemed that after we had left, Prendergast and his gang had proceeded to put to death the 5 remaining prisoners. The 2 warders had been shot and thrown overboard, and also had the 3rd mate. Prendergast then descended into the 'tween decks and with his own hands cut the throat of the unfortunate surgeon. There only remained the 1st mate, who was a bold and active man. When he saw the convict was approaching him with the bloody knife in his hand, he kicked off his bonds, which he had somehow contrived to loosen, and rushing down the deck he plunged into the afterhold. A dozen convicts, who descended with their pistols in search of him, found him with a matchbox in his hand, seated beside an open powder barrel, which was one of 100 carried on board, and swearing that he would blow all hands up if he were in any way molested. An instant later the explosion occurred, though Hudson thought it was caused by the misdirected bullet of one of the convicts rather than the mate's match. Be the cause what it may, it was the end of the Gloria Scott and of the rabble who held command of her. Such, in a few words, my dear boys, the history of this terrible business in which I was involved. Next day we were picked up by the brig Hotspur, bound for Australia, whose captain found no difficulty in believing that we were the survivors of a passenger ship which had foundered. The transport ship Gloria Scott was set down by the Admiralty as being lost at sea, and no word has ever leaked out as to her true fate. After an excellent voyage, the Hotspur landed us at Sydney, where Evans and I changed our names and made our way to the diggings, where, among the crowds who were gathered from all nations, we had no difficulty in losing our former identities. The rest I need not relate. We prospered, we travelled, we came back as rich colonials to England, and we bought country estates. For more than 20 years we have led peaceful and useful lives, and we hope that our past was forever buried. Imagine, then, my feelings when in the seaman who came to us I recognized instantly the man who had been picked off the wreck. He had tracked us down somehow and had set himself to live upon our fears. You will understand now how it was that I strove to keep the peace with him, and you will in some measure sympathize with me in the fears which fill me now that he has gone from me to his other victim with threats upon his tongue. Underneath is written in a hand so shaky as to be hardly legible, Beddoes writes in cipher to say, H has told all. Sweet Lord, have mercy on our souls. That was the narrative which I read that night to young Trevor, and I think, Watson, that under the circumstances it was a dramatic one. The good fellow was heartbroken at it, and went out to the Terray tea planting, where I hear that he is doing well. As to the sailor and Beddoes, neither of them was ever heard of again after that day on which the letter of warning was written. They both disappeared utterly and completely. No complaint had been lodged with the police, so that Beddoes had mistaken a threat for a deed. Hudson had been seen lurking about, and it was believed by the police that he had done away with Beddoes and had fled. For myself, I believe that the truth was exactly the opposite. I think that it is most probable that Beddoes, pushed to desperation and believing himself to have been already betrayed, had revenged himself upon Hudson and had fled from the country with as much money as he could lay his hands on. Those are the facts of the case, Doctor, and if they are of any use to your collection, I am sure that they are very heartily at your service. End of The Gloria Scott by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
A Good War, from Unhappy Far-Off Things, by Lord Dunsany. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Nietzsche says, You have heard that a good cause justifies any war, but I say unto you that a good war justifies any cause. A Good War by Lord Dunsany. A man was walking alone over a plain so desolate that, if you have never seen it, the mere word desolation would never convey to you the melancholy surroundings that mourned about this man on his lonely walk. Far off, a vista of trees followed a cheerless road, all dead as mourners suddenly stricken dead in some funereal procession. By this road he had come, but when he had reached a certain point he turned from the road at once, branching away to the left, led by a line of bushes that may once have been a lane. For some while his feet had rustled through long neglected grass. Sometimes he lifted them up to step over a telephone wire that lolled over old entanglements and bushes. Often he came to rusty strands of barbed wire and walked through where they had been cut, perhaps years ago, by huge shells. Then his feet hissed on through the grass again, dead grass that had hissed about his boots all through the afternoon. Once he sat down to rest on the edge of a crater, weary with such walking as he had never seen before. And after he had stayed there a little while, a cat that seemed to have its home in that wild place started suddenly up and leapt away over the weeds. It seemed an animal totally wild and utterly afraid of man. Gray, bare hills surrounded the waste. A partridge called far off. Evening was drawing in. He rose wearily, and yet with a certain fervor, as one that pursues with devotion a lamentable quest. Looking round him as he left his resting place, he saw a cabbage or two that, after some while, had come back to what was a field, and had sprouted on the edge of a shell hole. A yellowing convolvulus climbed up a dead weed. Weeds, grass, and tumbled earth were all about him. It would be no better when he went on. Still he went on. A flower or two peeped up among the weeds. He stood up and looked at the landscape, and drew no hope from that. The shattered trunk of a stricken tree leered near him. White trenches scarred the hillside. He followed an old trench through a hedge of elder, passing under more wire, by a great rusty shell that had not burst, passed by a dugout where something gray seemed to lie down at the bottom of many steps. Black fungi grew near the entrance. He went on and on over shell holes, passing round them when they were too deep, stepping into or over the small ones. Little burrs clutched at him. He went rustling on, the only sound in the waste but a clicking of shattered iron. Now he was among nettles. He came by some small, unnatural valleys. He passed more trenches, only guarded by fungi. While there was light, he followed little paths, marveling who made them. Once he got into a trench. Dandelions leaned across it as though to bar his way, believing man to have gone and to have no right to return. Weeds thronged in thousands here. It was a day of the weeds. It was only they that seemed to triumph in those fields deserted by man. He passed on down the trench, and never knew whose trench it once had been. Frightful shells had smashed it here and there, and had twisted iron as though round, gigantic fingers that had twiddled it idly for a moment and let it drop to lie in the rain forever. He passed more dugouts and black fungi, watching them, and then he left the trench, going straight on over the open. Again dead grasses hissed about his feet. Sometimes small wires sang faintly. He passed through a belt of nettles and thence of dead grass again. And now the light of the afternoon was beginning to dwindle away. He had intended to reach his journey's end by daylight, for he was past the time of life when one wanders after dark. But he had not contemplated the difficulty of walking over that road, or dreamed that lanes he knew could be foundered and merged. in that mournful, desolate moor. Evening was filling fast. Still he kept on. It was the time when cornstacks would once have begun to grow indistinct, and slowly turn gray in the grayness, and the homesteads, one by one, would have lit their innumerable lights. But evening now came down on a dreary desolation, and a cold wind arose, and the traveler heard the mournful sound of iron flapping on broken things, and knew that this was the sound that would haunt the waste forever. And evening settled down, a huge gray canvas waiting for somber pictures, a setting for all the dark tales of the world. Haunted forever, a grisly place was haunted ever. In any century, in any land, but not by mere ghosts from all those thousands of graves and half-buried bodies and sepulchral shell-holes. Haunted by things huger and more disastrous than that. Haunted by wailing ambitions under the stars or moon, drifting across the rubbish that once was villages, which strews the lonely plain, the lost ambitions of 2 emperors and a sultan, wailing from wind to wind and whimpering for domination of the world. The cold wind blew over the blasted heath, and bits of broken iron flapped on and on. And now the traveler hurried, for night was falling, and such a night as 3 witches might have brewed in a cauldron. He went on eagerly, but with infinite sadness. Over the skyline strange rockets went up from the war, peered oddly over the earth, and went down again. Very far off a few soldiers lit a little fire of their own. The night grew colder. Tap, tap went the broken iron. And at last the traveler stopped in the lonely night and looked around him attentively, and appeared to be satisfied that he had come within sight of his journey's end, although to ordinary eyes the spot to which he had come differed in no way from the rest of the waste. He went no further, but turned round and round, peering piece by piece at that weedy and cratered earth. He was looking for the village where he was born. The end of A Good War by Lord Dunsany.
The Great Valdez Sapphire by Anonymous. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Great Valdez Sapphire. I know more about it than anyone else in the world, its present owner not excepted. I can give its whole history, from the Cingalese who found it, the Spanish adventurer who stole it, the cardinal who bought it, the pope who graciously accepted it, the favoured son of the church who received it, the gay and giddy duchess who pawned it, down to the eminent prelate who now holds it in trust as a family heirloom. It will occupy a chapter to itself in my forthcoming work on Historic Stones, where full details of its weight, size, colour, and value may be found. At present I am going to relate an incident in its history, which, for obvious reasons, will not be published, which, in fact, I trust the reader will consider related in strict confidence. I had never seen the stone itself when I began to write about it, and it was not till one evening last spring, while staying with my nephew, Sir Thomas Acton, that I came within measurable distance of it. A dinner party was impending, and, at my instigation, the Bishop of Northchurch and Miss Panton, his daughter and heiress, were among the invited guests. The dinner was a particularly good one. I remember that distinctly. In fact, I felt myself partly responsible for it, having engaged the new cook, a talented young Italian, pupil of the admirable old chef at my club. We had gone over the menu carefully together, with a result refreshing in its novelty, but not so daring as to disturb the minds of the innocent country guests who were bidden thereto. The first spoonful of soup was reassuring, and I looked to the end of the table to exchange a congratulatory glance with Lita. What was amiss? No response. Her pretty face was flushed, her smile constrained. She was talking with quite unnecessary empressement to her neighbour, Sir Harry Landor, though Lita is one of those few women who understand the importance of letting a man settle down tranquilly and with an undisturbed mind to the business of dining, allowing no topic of serious interest to come on before the relevés, and reserving mere conversational brilliancy for the entremets. Guests all right? No disappointments? I had gone through the list with her, selecting just the right people to be asked to meet the Landors, our new neighbours. Not a mere cumbrous county gathering, nor yet a showy imported party from town, but a skilful blending of both. Had anything happened already? I had been late for dinner and missed the arrivals in the drawing-room. It was Lita's fault. She has got into a way of coming into my room and putting the last touches on my toilet. I let her, for I am doubtful of myself nowadays, after many years' dependence on the best of valets. Her taste is generally beyond dispute, but to-day she had indulged in a feminine vagary that provoked me and made me late for dinner. "Are you going to wear your sapphire, Uncle Paul?" she cried in a tone of dismay. "Oh, why not the ruby?" "You would have your way about the table decorations," I gently reminded her. "With that service of Crown Derby repoussé and orchids, the ruby would look absolutely barbaric. Now, if you would have had the Limoges set, white candles, and a yellow silk centre—" "Oh, but I'm so disappointed. I wanted the bishop to see your ruby, or one of your engraved gems." "My dear, it is on the bishop's account I put this on. You know his daughter is heiress of the great Valdez sapphire." "Of course she is. And when he has the charge of a stone 3 times as big as yours, what's the use of wearing it? The ruby, dear Uncle Paul, please." She was desperately in earnest, I could see, and considering the obligations which I am supposed to be under to her and Tom, it was but a little matter to yield, but it involved a good deal of extra trouble. Studs, sleeve-links, watch-guard, all carefully selected to go with the sapphire, had to be changed, the emerald which I chose as a compromise requiring more florid accompaniments of a deeper tone of gold, and the dinner hour struck as I replaced my jewel case, the one relic left me of a once handsome fortune, in my fireproof safe. The emerald looked very well that evening, however. I kept my eyes upon it for comfort when Miss Panton proved trying. She was a lean, yellow, dictatorial young person with no conversation. I spoke of her father's celebrated sapphires. "My sapphires," she amended sourly, "though I am legally debarred from making any profitable use of them." She furthermore informed me that she viewed them as useless gauds, which ought to be disposed of for the benefit of the heathen. I gave the subject up, and while she discoursed on the work of the Blue Ribbon Army among the Bosjesmans, I tried to understand a certain dislocation in the arrangement of the table. Surely we were more or less in number than we should be? Opposite side, all right. Who was extra on ours? I leaned forward. Lady Landor on one side of Tom. On the other, who? I caught glimpses of plumes pink and green nodding over a dinner plate, and beneath them a pink nose in a green visage with a nutcracker chin altogether unknown to me. A sharp grey eye shot a sideway glance down the table and caught me peeping, and I retreated, having only marked in addition 2 claw-like hands, with pointed ruffles and a mass of brilliant rings, making good play with a knife and fork. Who was she? At intervals a high acid voice could be heard addressing Tom, and a laugh that made me shudder. It had the quality of the scream of a bird of prey or the yell of a jackal. I had heard that sort of laugh before, and it always made me feel like a defenceless rabbit. Every time it sounded, I saw Lita's fan flutter more furiously, and her manner grow more nervously animated. Poor dear girl, I never in all my recollection wished a dinner to end so earnestly as to assure her of my support and sympathy. though without the faintest conception why either should be required. The ices at last. A menu card folded in two was laid beside me. I read it unobserved. Keep the bee from joining us in the dining room. The bee? The bishop, of course. With pleasure. But why and how? That's the question, never mind why. Could I lure him into the library, the billiard-room, the conservatory? I doubted it, and I doubted still more what I should do with him when I got him there. The bishop is a grand and stately ecclesiastic of the mediaeval type, broad-chested, deep-voiced, martial of bearing. I could picture him charging mace in hand at the head of his vassals, or delivering over a dissenter of the period to the rack and thumbscrew, but not pottering among rare editions, tall copies and Grolier bindings, nor condescending to a quiet cigar among the tree-ferns and orchids. Lita must and should be obeyed, I swore, nevertheless, even if I were driven to lock the door in the fearless old fashion of a bygone day, and declare I'd shoot any man who left while a drop remained in the bottles. The ladies were rising. The lady at the head of the line smirked and nodded her pink plumes coquettishly at Tom, while her hawk's eyes roved keen and predatory over us all. She stopped suddenly, creating a block and confusion. "Ah, the dear bishop! You there, and I never saw you! You must come and have a nice long chat presently. Bye-bye." She shook her hand at him over my shoulder and tripped off. Lita, passing me at last, gave me a look of profound despair. "Lady Carwitchet!" somebody exclaimed. I couldn't believe my eyes. Thought she was dead or in penal servitude. Never should have expected to see her here, said someone else behind me confidentially. "What Carwitchet? Not the mother of the Carwitchet who—" "Just so, the Carwitchet who," Tom assented with a shrug. "We needn't go farther, as she's my guest. Just my luck. I met them at Buxton. Thought them uncommonly good company. In fact, Carwitchet laid me under a great obligation about a horse I was nearly let in for buying, and gave them a general invitation here, as one does, you know. Never expected her to turn up with her luggage this afternoon just before dinner to stay a week or a fortnight if Carwitchet can join her." A groan of sympathy ran round the table. "It can't be helped. I've told you this just to show that I shouldn't have asked you here to meet this sort of people of my own free will. But, as it is, please say no more about them." The subject was not dropped by any means, and I took care that it should not be. At our end of the table one story after another went buzzing round, sotto voce, out of deference to Tom, but perfectly audible. Carwitchet? Ah, yes, mixed up in that Rawlings divorce case, wasn't he? A bad lot. Turned out of the Dragoon Guards for cheating at cards, or picking pockets or something. Remember the row at the Cerulean Club? Scandalous exposure, and that forged letter business. Oh, that was the mother. Prosecution hushed up somehow. Ought to be serving her 14 years. And that business of poor Farrars, the banker, got hold of some of his secrets and blackmailed him till he blew his brains out. It was so exciting that I clean forgot the bishop, till a low gasp at my elbow startled me. He was lying back in his chair, his mighty shaven jowl a ghastly white, his fierce imperious eyebrows drooping limp over his fish-like eyes, his splendid figure shrunk and contracted. He was trying with a shaken hand to pour out wine. The decanter clattered against the glass, and the wine spilled on the cloth. "I'm afraid you find the room too warm. Shall we go into the library?" He rose hastily, and followed me like a lamb. He recovered himself once he got into the hall, and affably rejected all my proffers of brandy and soda, medical advice, everything else my limited experience could suggest. He only demanded his carriage directly, and that Miss Panton should be summoned forthwith. I made the best use I could of the time left me. "I'm uncommonly sorry you do not feel equal to stay a little longer, my lord. I counted on showing you my few trifles of precious stones, the salvage from the wreck of my possessions. Nothing in comparison with your own collection." The bishop clasped his hand over his heart. His breath came short and quick. "A return of that dizziness," he explained with a faint smile. "You are thinking of the Valdez sapphire, are you not? Some day," he went on with forced composure, "I may have the pleasure of showing it to you. It is at my banker's just now." Miss Panton's steps were heard in the hall. "You are well known as a connoisseur, Mr. Acton," he went on hurriedly. "Is your collection valuable? If so, keep it safe. Don't trust a ring off your hand, or the key of your jewel case out of your pocket till the house is clear again." The words rushed from his lips in an impetuous whisper. He gave me a meaning glance, and departed with his daughter. I went back to the drawing-room, my head swimming with bewilderment. "What, the dear bishop gone?" screamed Lady Carwitchet from the central ottoman where she sat, surrounded by most of the gentlemen, all apparently well entertained by her conversation. "And I wanted to talk over old times with him so badly. His poor wife was my greatest friend. Mira Montanaro, daughter of the great banker, you know. It's not possible that that miserable little prig is my poor Myra's daughter. The heiress of all the Montanaros in a black lace gown worth twopence. When I think of her mother's beauty and her toilets, does she ever wear the sapphires? Has anyone ever seen her in them? 11 large stones in a lovely antique setting, and the great Valdez sapphire, worth thousands and thousands, for the pendant." No one replied. "I wanted to get a rise out of the bishop tonight. I used to make him so mad when I wore this." She fumbled among the laces at her throat and clawed out a pendant that hung to a velvet band around her neck. I fairly gasped when she removed her hand. A sapphire of irregular shape flashed out its blue lightning on us. Such a stone! A true, rich cornflower blue even by that wretched artificial light, with soft velvety depths of colour and dazzling clearness of tint in its lights and shades. A stone to remember. I stretched out my hand involuntarily, but Lady Carwitchet drew back with a coquettish squeal. "No, no, you mustn't look any closer. Tell me what you think of it now. Isn't it pretty?" "Superb!" was all I could ejaculate, staring at the azure splendour of that miraculous jewel in a sort of trance. She gave a shrill, cackling laugh of mockery. "The great Mr. Acton taken in by a bit of Palais Royal gimcrackery? What an advertisement for Bogaerts et Cie! They are perfect artists and frauds. Don't you remember their stand at the first Paris exhibition? They had imitation there of every celebrated stone, but I never expected anything made by man could delude Mr. Acton, never." And she went off into another mocking cackle, and all the idiots round her haw-hawed knowingly, as if they had seen the joke all along. I was too bewildered to reply, which was on the whole lucky. "I suppose I mustn't tell why I came to give such a big sum in francs for this," she went on, tapping her closed lips with her closed fan, and cocking her eye at us all like a parrot wanting to be coaxed to talk. "It's a queer story." I didn't want to hear her anecdote, especially as I saw she wanted to tell it. What I did want was to see that pendant again. She had thrust it back among her laces, only the loop which held it to the velvet being visible. It was set with 3 small sapphires, and even from a distance I clearly made them out to be imitations, and poor ones. I felt a queer thrill of self-mistrust. Was the large stone no better? Could I, even for an instant, have been dazzled by a sham, and a sham of that quality? The events of the evening had flurried and confused me. I wished to think them over in quiet. I would go to bed. My rooms at the manor are the best in the house. Leta will have it so. I must explain their position for a reason to be understood later. My bedroom is in the southeast angle of the house. It opens on one side into a sitting room in the east corridor, the rest of which is taken up by the suite of rooms occupied by Tom and Leta, and on the other side into my bathroom, the first room in the south corridor, where the principal guest chambers are, to one of which it was originally the dressing-room. Passing this room, I noticed a couple of housemaids preparing it for the night, and discovered with a shiver that Lady Carwitchet was to be my next-door neighbour. It gave me a turn. The bishop's strange warning must have unnerved me. I was perfectly safe from her ladyship. The disused door into her room was locked, and the key safe on the housekeeper's bunch. It was also undiscoverable on her side, the recess in which it stood being completely filled by a large wardrobe. On my side hung a thick soundproof portière. Nevertheless, I resolved not to use that room while she inhabited the next one. I removed my possessions, fastened the door of communication with my bedroom, and dragged a heavy ottoman across it. Then I stowed away my emerald in my strong-box. It is built into the wall of my sitting-room, and masked by the lower part of an old carved oak bureau. I put away even the rings I wore habitually, keeping out only an inferior cat's eye for workaday wear. I had just made all safe when Lita tapped at the door and came in to wish me good night. She looked flushed and harassed and ready to cry. "Uncle Paul," she began, "I want you to go up to town at once and stay away till I send for you." "My dear!" I was too amazed to expostulate. "We've got a pestilence among us," she declared, her foot tapping the ground angrily, "and the least we can do is go into quarantine. Oh, I'm so sorry and so ashamed. The poor bishop! I'll take good care that no one else shall meet that woman here. You did your best for me, Uncle Paul, and managed admirably, but it was all no use. I hoped against hope that what between the dusk of the drawing-room before dinner and being put at opposite ends of the table, we might get through without a meeting." "But, my dear, explain. Why shouldn't the bishop and Lady Carwitchet meet? Why is it worse for him than anyone else? Why? I thought everybody had heard of that dreadful wife of his who nearly broke his heart. If he married her for her money, it served him right, but Lady Landor says she was very handsome and really in love with him at first. Then Lady Carwitchet got hold of her and led her into all sorts of mischief. She left her husband, he was only a rector with a country living in those days, and went to live in town, got into a horrid fast set, and made herself notorious. You must have heard of her." "I heard of her sapphires, my dear, but I was in Brazil at the time." "I wish you had been at home. You might have found her out. She was furious because her husband refused to let her wear the great Valdez sapphire. It had been in the Montenaro family for some generations, and her father settled it first on her and then on her little girl, the bishop being trustee. He felt obliged to take away the little girl, and send her off to be brought up by some old aunts in the country, and he locked up the sapphire. Lady Carwitchet tells a splendid joke how they got the copy made in Paris, and it did just as well for the people to stare at. No wonder the bishop hates the very name of the stone." "How long will she stay here?" I asked dismally. "Till Lord Carwitchet can come and escort her to Paris to visit some American friends. Goodness knows when that will be. Do go up to town, Uncle Paul." I refused indignantly. The very least I could do was to stand by my poor young relatives in their troubles and help them through. I did so. I wore that inferior cat's eye for 6 weeks. It is a time I cannot think of even now without a shudder. The more I saw of that terrible old woman, the more I detested her, and we saw a very great deal of her. Lita kept her word, and neither accepted nor gave invitations all that time. We were cut off from all society but that of old General Fairford, who would go anywhere and meet anyone to get a rubber after dinner. The doctor, a sporting widower, and the Duberlys, a giddy, rather rackety young couple who had taken the dower house for a year. Lady Carwitchet seemed perfectly content. She revelled in the soft living and good fare of the manor house, the drives in Lita's big barouche, and Domenico's dinners, as one to whom short commons were not unknown. She had a hungry way of grabbing and grasping at anything she could. The shillings she won at whist, the best fruit at dessert, the postage stamps in the library inkstand. That was infinitely suggestive. Sometimes I could have pitied her, she was so greedy, so spiteful, so friendless. She always made me think of some wicked old pirate putting into a peaceful port to provision and repair his battered old hulk, obliged to live on friendly terms with the natives, but his piratical old nostrils a sniff for plunder, and his piratical old soul longing to be off marauding once more. When would that be? Not till the arrival in Paris of her distinguished American friends, of whom we heard a great deal. Charming people, the Bokums of Chicago, the American branch of the English Beechams, you know. They seemed to be taking an unconscionable time to get there. She would have insisted on being driven over to Northchurch to call at the palace, but that the bishop was understood to be holding confirmations at the other end of the diocese. I was alone in the house one afternoon, sitting by my window, toying with the key of my safe, and wondering whether I dare treat myself to a peep at my treasures, when a suspicious movement in the park below caught my attention. A black figure certainly dodged from behind one tree to the next, and then into the shadow of the park paling, instead of keeping to the footpath. It looked queer. I caught up my field glass and marked him at one point, where he was bound to come into the open for a few steps. He crossed the strip of turf with giant strides and got into cover again, but not quick enough to prevent me recognize him. It was, great heavens, the bishop! In a soft hat pulled over his forehead, with a long cloak and a big stick, he looked like a poacher. Guided by some mysterious instinct, I hurried to meet him. I opened the conservatory door, and in he rushed like a hunted rabbit. Without explanation, I led him up the wide staircase to my room, where he dropped into a chair and wiped his face. "You are astonished, Mr. Acton," he panted. "I will explain directly." "Thanks." He tossed off the glass of brandy I had poured out, without waiting for the qualifying soda, and looked better. "I am in serious trouble. You can help me. I've had a shock today, a grievous shock." He stopped and tried to pull himself together. "I must trust you implicitly, Mr. Acton. I have no choice. Tell me what you think of this." He drew a case from his breast pocket and opened it. "I promised you should see the Valdez sapphire. Look there." The Valdez sapphire. A great big shining lump of blue crystal, flawless and of perfect colour. That was all. I took it up, breathed on it, drew out my magnifier, looked at it in one light and another. What was wrong with it? I could not say. 9 experts out of 10 would undoubtedly have pronounced the stone genuine. I, by virtue of some mysterious instinct that has hitherto always guided me aright, was the unlucky 10th. I looked at the bishop. His eyes met mine. There was no need of spoken word between us. "Has Lady Carwitchet shown you her sapphire?" was his most unexpected question. "She has? Now, Mr. Acton, on your honour as a connoisseur and a gentleman, which of the two is the Valdez?" "Not this one." I could say naught else. You were my last hope. He broke off and dropped his face on his folded arms with a groan that shook the table on which he rested, while I stood dismayed at myself for having let so hasty a judgment escape me. He lifted a ghastly countenance to me. "She vowed she would see me ruined and disgraced. I made her my enemy by crossing some of her schemes once, and she never forgives. She will keep her word. I shall appear before the world as a fraudulent trustee. I can neither produce the valuable confided to my charge, nor make the loss good. I have only an incredible story to tell." He dropped his head and groaned again. "Who will believe me?" "I will, for one." "Ah, yes, you know her. She took my wife from me, Mr. Acton. Heaven only knows what the hold was that she had over poor Mira. She encouraged her to set me at defiance, and eventually to leave me. She was answerable for all the scandalous folly and extravagance of poor Mira's life in Paris. Spare me the telling of the story. She left her at last to die alone and uncared for. I reached my wife to find her dying of a fever from which Lady Carwitchet and her crew had fled. She was raving in delirium, and died without recognising me. Some trouble she had been in, which I must never know, oppressed her. At the very last she roused from a long stupor and spoke to the nurse. "Tell him to get the sapphire back. She stole it. She has robbed my child." Those were her last words. The nurse understood no English, and treated them as wandering, but I heard them, and knew she was sane when she spoke. "What did you do?" "What could I? I saw Lady Carwitchet, who laughed at me, and defied me to make her confess or disgorge. I took the pendant to more than one eminent jeweller on pretence of having the setting seen to, and all have examined and admired without giving a hint of there being anything wrong. I allowed a celebrated mineralogist to see it. He gave no sign. Perhaps they are right and we are wrong. No, no. Listen. I heard of an old Dutchman celebrated for his imitations. I went to him, and he told me at once that he had been allowed by Montanaro to copy the Valdez, setting and all, for the Paris exhibition. I showed him this, and he claimed it for his own work at once, and pointed out his private mark upon it. You must take your magnifier to find it. A Greek beta. He also told me that he had sold it to Lady Carwitchet more than a year ago. It is a terrible position. It is. My co-trustee died lately. I have never dared to have another appointed. I am bound to hand over the sapphire to my daughter on her marriage, if her husband consents to take the name of Montanaro. The bishop's face was ghastly pale, and the moisture started on his brow. I racked my brain for some word of comfort. "Miss Panton may never marry." "But she will," he shouted. "That is the blow that has been dealt me today. My chaplain, actually my chaplain, tells me that he is going out as a temperance missionary to Equatorial Africa, and has the assurance to add that he believes my daughter is not indisposed to accompany him." His consummating wrath acted as a momentary stimulant. He sat upright, his eyes flashing and his brow thunderous. I felt for that chaplain. Then he collapsed miserably. "The sapphires will have to be produced, identified, revalued. How shall I come out of it? Think of the disgrace, the ripping up of old scandals. Even if I were to compound with Lady Carwitchet, the sum she hinted at was too monstrous. She wants more than my money. Help me, Mr. Acton. For the sake of your own family interests, help me." "I beg your pardon? Family interests? I don't understand." "If my daughter is childless, her next of kin is poor Marmaduke Panton, who is dying at Cannes, not married or likely to marry. And failing him, your nephew, Sir Thomas Acton, succeeds." "My nephew Tom? Leta or Leta's baby might come to be the possible inheritor of the great Valdez sapphire." The blood rushed to my head as I looked at the great shining swindle before me. What diabolical jugglery was at work when the exchange was made? I demanded fiercely. It must have been on the last occasion of her wearing the sapphires in London. I ought never to have let her out of my sight. "You must put a stop to Miss Panton's marriage in the first place," I pronounced as autocratically as he could have done himself. "Not to be thought of," he admitted helplessly. "Mira has my force of character. She knows her rights, and she will have her jewels. I want you to take charge of the thing for me. If it's in the house, she'll make me produce it. She'll inquire at the banker's. If you have it, we can gain time, if but for a day or two." He broke off. Carriage wheels were crashing on the gravel outside. We looked at one another in consternation. Flight was imperative. I hurried him downstairs and out of the conservatory just as the doorbell rang. I think we both lost our heads in the confusion. He shoved the case into my hands, and I pocketed it, without a thought of the awful responsibility I was incurring, and saw him disappear into the shelter of the friendly night. When I think of what my feelings were that evening, of my murderous hatred of that smirking, jesting Jezebel who sat opposite me at dinner, my wrathful indignation at the thought of the poor little expected heir defrauded ere his birth, of the crushing contempt I felt for myself and the bishop as a pair of witless idiots unable to see our way out of the dilemma, All this boiling and surging through my soul, I can only wonder. Domenico having given himself a holiday, and the kitchen maid doing her worst and wickedest, that gout or jaundice might not put an end to this story at once. "Uncle Paul!" Lita was looking her sweetest when she tripped into my room next morning. "I've news for you. She," pointing a delicate forefinger in the direction of the corridor, "is going. Her Bokums have reached Paris at last, and sent for her to join them at the Grand Hotel." I was thunderstruck. The longed-for deliverance had but come to remove hopelessly and forever out of my reach Lady Carwitchet and the great Valdez sapphire. "Why, aren't you overjoyed? I am. We are going to celebrate the event by a dinner party. Tom's hospitable soul is vexed by the lack of entertainment we have provided her. We must ask the Brownleys some day or other, and they will be delighted to meet anything in the way of a ladyship, or such smart folks as the Duberly Parkers. Then we may as well have the Blomfields and air that awful modern Sèvres dessert service she gave us when we were married." I had no objection to make, and she went on, rubbing her soft cheek against my shoulder like the purring little cat she was. "Now I want you to do something to please me and Mrs. Blomfield. She has set her heart on seeing your rubies, and though I know you hate her about as much as you do that Sèvres china—" "What? Wear my rubies with that? I won't. I'll tell you what I will do, though. I've got some carbuncles as big as prize gooseberries, a whole set. Then you have only to put those Bohemian glass vases and candelabra on the table, and let your gardener do his worst with his great forced, scentless, vulgar blooms, and we shall all be in keeping." Lita pouted. An idea struck me. "Or I'll do as you wish on one condition. You get Lady Carwitchet to wear her big sapphire, and don't tell her I wish it." I lived through the next few days as one in some evil dream. The sapphires, like twin spectres, haunted me day and night. Was ever man so tantalized? To hold the shadow and see the substance dangled temptingly within reach. The bishop made no sign of ridding me of my unwelcome charge, and the thought of what might happen in a case of burglary, fire, earthquake, made me start and tremble at all sorts of inopportune moments. I kept faith with Lita and reluctantly produced my beautiful rubies on the night of her dinner party. Emerging from my room, I came full upon Lady Carwitchet in the corridor. She was dressed for dinner, and at her throat I caught the blue gleam of the great sapphire. Lita had kept faith with me. I don't know what I stammered in reply to her ladyship's remarks. My whole soul was absorbed in the contemplation of the intoxicating loveliness of the gem. That a Palais Royal deception? Incredible. My fingers twitched, my breath came short and fierce with the lust of possession. She must have seen the covetous glare in my eyes. A look of gratified, spiteful complacency overspread her features, as she swept on ahead and descended the stairs before me. I followed her into the drawing-room. She stopped suddenly, and murmuring something unintelligible, hurried back again. Everybody was assembled there that I expected to see, with an addition. Not a welcome one, by the look on Tom's face. He stood on the hearthrug conversing with a great hulking, high-shouldered fellow, sallow-faced, with a heavy moustache and drooping eyelids, from the corners of which flashed out a sudden suspicious look as I approached, which lighted up into a greedy one as it rested on my rubies, and seemed unaccountably familiar to me, till Lady Carwitchet, tripping past me, exclaimed, "He has come at last, my naughty, naughty boy. Mr. Acton, this is my son, Lord Carwitchet." I broke off short in the midst of my polite acknowledgments to stare blankly at her. The sapphire was gone. A great gilt cross with a Scotch pebble like an acid drop was her sole decoration. "I had to put my pendant away," she explained confidentially. "The clasp had got broken somehow." I didn't believe a word. Lord Carwitchet contributed little to the general entertainment at dinner, but fell into confidential talk with Mrs. Duberly Parker. I caught a few unintelligible remarks across the table. They referred, I subsequently discovered, to the lady's little book on North Church races, and I recollected that the spring meeting was on, and tomorrow Cup Day. After dinner there was great talk about getting up a party to go on General Fairford's drag. Lady Carwitchet was in ecstasies and tried to coax me into joining. Leta declined positively. Tom accepted sulkily. The look in Lord Carwitchet's eye returned to my mind as I locked up my rubies that night. It made him look so like his mother. I went round my fastenings with usual care. Safe and closets and desk and doors, I tried them all. Coming at last to the bathroom, it opened at once. It was the housemaid's doing. She had evidently taken advantage of my having abandoned the room to give it a thorough spring cleaning, and I had anathematized her. The furniture was all piled together and veiled with sheets. The carpet and felt curtain were gone. There were new brooms about. As I peered around, a voice close at my ear made me jump. Lady Carwitchet's. "I tell you, I have nothing, not a penny. I shall have to borrow my train fare before I can leave this. They'll be glad enough to lend it." Not only had the portière been removed, but the door behind it had been unlocked and left open for convenience of dusting behind the wardrobe. I might as well have been in the bedroom. "Don't tell me," I recognised Carwitchet's growl. "You've not been here all this time for nothing. You've been collecting for a Kilburn cot, or getting subscriptions for the distressed Irish landlords. I know you. Now I'm not going to see myself ruined for the want of a paltry 100 or so. I tell you the colt is a dead certainty. If I could have got 1,000 or 2 on him last week, we might have ended our dog days millionaires. Hand over what you can. You've money's worth, if not money. Where's that sapphire you stole?" "I didn't. I can show you the receipted bill. All I possess is honestly come by. What could you do with it, even if I gave it you? You couldn't sell it as a Valdez, and you can't get it cut up as you might if it were real. If it's only bogus, why are you always in such a flutter about it? I'll do something with it, never fear. Hand over." "I can't. I haven't got it. I had to raise something on it before I left town." "Will you swear it's not in that wardrobe?" "I dare say you will. I mean to see. Give me those keys." I heard a struggle and a jingle. Then a wardrobe door must have been flung open, for a streak of light struck through a crack in the wood of the back. Creeping close and peeping through, I could see an awful sight. Lady Carwitchet in a flannel wrapper, minus hair, teeth, complexion, pointing a skinny forefinger that quivered with rage at her son, who was out of the range of my vision. "Stop that, and throw those keys down here directly, or I'll rouse the house. Sir Thomas is a magistrate, and will lock you up as soon as look at you." She clutched at the bell rope as she spoke. "I'll swear I'm in danger of my life from you, and give you in charge. Yes, and when you're in prison, I'll keep you there till you die. I've often thought I'd do it. How about the hotel robberies last summer at Cowes, eh? Mightn't the police be grateful for a hint or two? And how about—" The keys fell with a crash on the bed, accompanied by some bad language in an apologetic tone, and the door slammed to. I crept trembling to bed. This new and horrible complication of the situation filled me with dismay. Lord Carwitchet's wolfish glance at my rubies took a new meaning. They were safe enough, I believed, but the sapphire! If he disbelieved his mother, how long would she be able to keep it from his clutches? That she had some plot of her own of which the bishop would eventually be the victim, I did not doubt, or why had she not made her bargain with him long ago? But supposing she took fright, lost her head, allowed her son to wrest the jewel from her, or gave consent to its being mutilated, divided? I lay in a cold perspiration till morning. My terrors haunted me all day. They were with me at breakfast time when Lady Carwitchet, tripping in smiling, made a last attempt to induce me to accompany her and keep her bad boy from getting among those horrible betting men. They haunted me through the long, peaceful day with Leta and the tête-à-tête dinner, but they swarmed around and beset me sorest when, sitting alone over my sitting-room fire, I listened for the return of the drag party. I read my newspaper and brewed myself some hot, strong drink, But there comes a time of night when no fire can warm and no drink can cheer. The bishop's despairing face kept me company, and his troubles and the wrongs of the future heir took possession of me. Then the uncanny noises that make all old houses ghostly during the small hours began to make themselves heard. Muffled footsteps trod the corridor, stopping to listen at every door. Door latches gently clicked, boards creaked unreasonably, sounds of stealthy movements came from the locked-up bathroom. The welcome crash of wheels at last, and the sound of the front door-bell. I could hear Lady Carwitchet making her shrill adieus to her friends, and her steps in the corridor. She was softly humming a little song as she approached. I heard her unlock her bedroom door before she entered. An odd thing to do. Tom came sleepily stumbling to his room later. I put my head out. "Where is Lord Carwitchet?" "Haven't you seen him? He left us hours ago. Not come home, eh? Well, he's welcome to stay away. I don't want to see more of him." Tom's brow was dark and his voice surly. I gave him to understand as much. Whatever had happened, Tom was evidently too disgusted to explain just then. I went back to my fire unaccountably relieved, and brewed myself another and stronger brew. It warmed me this time, but excited me foolishly. There must be some way out of the difficulty. I felt now as if I could almost see it, if I gave my mind to it. Why, suppose... There might be no difficulty after all. The bishop was a nervous old gentleman. He might have been mistaken all through. Bogarts might have been mistaken. No, I could not have been mistaken. Or I thought not. I fidgeted and fumed and argued with myself till I found I should have no peace of mind without a look at the stone in my possession, and I actually went to the safe and took the case out. The sapphire certainly looked different by lamplight. I sat and stared, and all but over-persuaded my better judgment into giving it a verdict. Bogart's mark. I suddenly remembered it. I took my magnifier and held the pendant to the light. There, scratched upon the stone, was the Greek beta. There came a tap on my door, and before I could answer, the handle turned softly as Lord Carwitchet stood before me. I whipped the case into my dressing-gown pocket and stared at him. He was not pleasant to look at, especially at that time of night. He had a dishevelled, desperate air. His voice was hoarse, his red-rimmed eyes wild. "I beg your pardon," he began civilly enough. "I saw your light burning and thought, as we go by the early train tomorrow, you might allow me to consult you now on a little business of my mother's." His eyes roved about the room. Was he trying to find out the whereabouts of my safe? "You know a lot about precious stones, don't you?" "So my friends are kind enough to say. Won't you sit down? I have unluckily little chance of indulging the taste on my own account," was my cautious reply. "But you've written a book about them, and know them when you see them, don't you? Now my mother has given me something, and would like you to give a guess at its value. Perhaps you can put me in the way of disposing of it." "I certainly can do so if it is worth anything. Is that it?" I was in a fever of excitement, for I guessed what was clutched in his palm. He held out to me the Valdez sapphire. How it shone and sparkled like a great blue star! I made myself a deprecating smile as I took it from him. But how dare I call it false to his face? As well accuse the sun in heaven of being a cheap imitation. I faltered and prevaricated feebly. Where was my moral courage, and where was the good, honest, thumping lie that should have aided me? "I have the best authority for recognizing this as a very good copy of a famous stone in the possession of the Bishop of Northchurch." His scowl grew so black that I saw he believed me, and I went on more cheerily. "This was manufactured by Johannes Bogarts. I can give you his address, and you can make inquiries yourself. By special permission of the then owner, the late Leone Montanaro—" "Hand it back," he interrupted. His other remarks were outrageous, but satisfactory to hear. But I waved him off. I couldn't give it up. It fascinated me. I toyed with it. I caressed it. I made it display its different tones of colour. I must see the two stones together. I must see it outshine its paltry rival. It was a whimsical frenzy that seized me. I can call it by no other name. Would you like to see the original? Curiously enough, I have it here. The bishop has left it in my charge. The wolfish light flamed up in Carwitchet's eyes as I set forth the case. He laid the Valdez down on a sheet of paper, and I placed the other, still in its case, beside it. In that moment they looked identical, except for the little loop of sham stones, replaced by a plain gold band in the bishop's jewel. Carwitchet leaned across the table eagerly. The table gave a lurch, the lamp tottered, crashed over, and we were left in semi-darkness. "Don't stir," Carwitchet shouted. "The paraffin is all over the place." He seized my sofa blanket and flung it over the table where I stood helpless. "There, that's safe now. Have you candles on the chimney-piece? I've got matches." He looked very white and excited as he lit up. "Might have been an awkward job with all that burning paraffin running about," he said quite pleasantly. "I hope no real harm is done." I was lifting the rug with shaking hands. The 2 stones lay as I had placed them. No, I nearly dropped it back again. It was the stone in the case that had the loop with the 3 sham sapphires. Carwitchet picked up the other hastily. "So, you say this is rubbish?" he asked, his eyes sparkling wickedly, and an attempt at mortification in his tone. "Utter rubbish," I pronounced with truth and decision, snapping up the case and pocketing it. "Lady Carwitchet must have known it. Ah, well, it's disappointing, isn't it? Good-bye, we shall not meet again." I shook hands with him most cordially. "Good-bye, Lord Carwitchet. So glad to have met you and your mother. It has been a source of the greatest pleasure, I assure you." I have never seen the Carwitchets since. The bishop drove over next day in rather better spirits. Miss Panton had refused the chaplain. "It doesn't matter, my lord," I said to him heartily. "We've all been under some strange misconception. The stone in your possession is the veritable one. I could swear to that anywhere. The sapphire Lady Carwitchet wears is only an excellent imitation, and, I have seen it with my own eyes, is the one bearing Bogart's mark, the Greek beta." End of The Great Valdez Sapphire, by Anonymous.
Love and Bread by August Strindberg. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. Love and Bread by August Strindberg. The assistant had not thought of studying the price of wheat before he called on the major to ask him for the hand of his daughter, but the major had studied it. "I love her," said the assistant. "What's your salary?" said the old man. "Well, 1,200 crowns at present, but we love one another." "That has nothing to do with me. 1,200 crowns is not enough." "And then I make a little in addition to my salary, and Louisa knows that my heart—" "Don't talk nonsense. How much in addition to your salary?" He seized paper and pencil. "And my feelings?" "How much in addition to your salary?" And he drew hieroglyphics on the blotting paper. "Oh, we'll get on well enough, if only—" "Are you going to answer my question or not? How much in addition to your salary? Figures, figures, my boy, facts." "I do translations at 10 crowns a sheet. I give French lessons. I am promised proof correcting." "Promises aren't facts. Figures, my boy, figures. Look here, now, I'll put it down. What are you translating?" "What am I translating? I can't tell you straight off." "You can't tell me straight off. You are engaged on a translation, you say. Can't you tell me what it is? Don't talk such rubbish." "I am translating Guizot's History of Civilization, 25 sheets." "At 10 crowns a sheet makes 250 crowns. And then?" "And then? How can I tell beforehand?" "Indeed, can't you tell beforehand? But you ought to know. You seem to imagine that being married simply means living together and amusing yourselves. No, my dear boy, there will be children, and children require feeding and clothing." "There needn't be babies directly, if one loves, as we love, one another." "How the dickens do you love one another?" As we love one another." He put his hand on his waistcoat. "And won't there be any children if people love as you love? You must be mad, but you are a decent, respectable member of society, and therefore I'll give my consent. But make good use of the time, my boy, and increase your income, for hard times are coming. The price of wheat is rising." The assistant grew red in the face when he heard the last words, but his joy at the old man's consent was so great that he seized his hand and kissed it. Heaven knew how happy he was. When he walked for the first time down the street with his future bride on his arm, they both radiated light. It seemed to them that the passers by stood still and lined the road in honor of their triumphal march, and they walked along with proud eyes, squared shoulders, and elastic steps. In the evening he called at her house. They sat down in the center of the room and read proofs. She helped him. "He's a good sort," chuckled the old man. When they had finished, he took her in his arms and said, "Now we have earned 3 crowns," and then he kissed her. On the following evening they went to the theatre, and he took her home in a cab, and that cost 12 crowns. Sometimes, when he ought to have given a lesson in the evening, is there anything a man will not do for love's sake, cancelled his lesson and took her out for a walk instead. But the wedding day approached. They were very busy. They had to choose the furniture. They began with the most important purchases. Louisa had not intended to be present when he bought the bedroom furniture, but when it came to the point, she went with him. They bought 2 beds, which were, of course, to stand side by side. The furniture had to be walnut, every single piece real walnut, and they must have spring mattresses covered with red and white striped tick, and bolsters filled with down, and 2 eiderdown quilts exactly alike. Louisa chose blue because she was very fair. They went to the best stores. They could not do without a red hanging lamp and a Venus made of plaster of Paris. Then they bought a dinner service, and 6 dozen differently shaped glasses with cut edges, and knives and forks, grooved and engraved with their initials, and then the kitchen utensils. Mama had to accompany them to see to those. And what a lot he had to do besides! There were bills to accept, journeys to the banks, and interviews with tradespeople and artisans. A flat had to be found and curtains had to be put up. He saw to everything. Of course he had to neglect his work, but once he was married he would soon make up for it. They were only going to take 2 rooms to begin with, for they were going to be frightfully economical. And as they were only going to have 2 rooms, they could afford to furnish them well. He rented 2 rooms and a kitchen on the first floor in Government Street for 600 crowns. When Louisa remarked that they might just as well have taken 3 rooms and a kitchen on the 4th floor for 500 crowns, he was a little embarrassed. But what did it matter if only they loved one another? Yes, of course, Louisa agreed, but couldn't they have loved one another just as well in 4 rooms at a lower rent as in 3 at a higher? Yes, he admitted that he had been foolish, but what did it matter so long as they loved one another? The rooms were furnished. The bedroom looked like a little temple. The 2 beds stood side by side, like 2 carriages. The rays of the sun fell on the blue eiderdown quilt, the white sheets, and the little pillow slips which an elderly maiden aunt had embroidered with their monogram. The latter consisted of 2 huge letters formed of flowers, joined together in one single embrace, and kissing here and there, wherever they touched at the corners. The bride had her own little alcove, which was screened off by a Japanese screen. The drawing room, which was also dining room, study, and morning room, contained her piano, which had cost 1200 crowns, his writing table with 12 pigeonholes, every single piece of it real walnut, a pier glass, armchairs, a sideboard and dining table. It looks as if nice people lived here, they said, and they could not understand why people wanted a separate dining room, which always looked so cheerless with its cane chairs. The wedding took place on a Saturday. Sunday dawned, the first day of their married life. Oh, what a life it was! Wasn't it lovely to be married? Wasn't marriage a splendid institution? One was allowed one's own way in everything, and parents and relations came and congratulated one into the bargain. At 9 o'clock in the morning their bedroom was still dark. He wouldn't open the shutters to let in daylight, but relighted the red lamp which threw its bewitching light on the blue eiderdown, the white sheets, a little crumpled now, and the Venus made of plaster of Paris, who stood there rosy red and without shame. And the red light also fell on his little wife, who nestled in her pillows with a look of contrition, and yet so refreshed as if she had never slept so well in all her life. There was no traffic in the street today, for it was Sunday, and the church bells were calling people to the morning service with exulting, eager voices, as if they wanted all the world to come to church and praise Him who had created men and women. He whispered to his little bride to shut her eyes so that he might get up and order breakfast. She buried her head in the pillows, while he slipped on his dressing gown and went behind the screen to dress. A broad, radiant path of sunlight lay on the sitting room floor. He did not know whether it was spring or summer, autumn or winter. He only knew that it was Sunday. His bachelor life was receding into the background like something ugly and dark. The sight of his little home stirred his heart with a faint recollection of the home of his childhood, and at the same time held out a glorious promise for the future. How strong he felt! The future appeared to him like a mountain coming to meet him. He would breathe on it, and the mountain would fall down at his feet like sand. He would fly away, far above gables and chimneys, holding his little wife in his arm. He collected his clothes which were scattered all over the room. He found his white necktie hanging on a picture frame. It looked like a big white butterfly. He went into the kitchen. How the new copper vessels sparkled, the new tin kettles shone, and all this belonged to him and to her. He called the maid who came out of her room in her petticoat, but he did not notice it, nor did he notice that her shoulders were bare. For him there was but one woman in all the world. He spoke to the girl as a father would to his daughter. He told her to go to the restaurant and order breakfast, at once, a first-rate breakfast. Porter and Burgundy. The manager knew his taste. She was to give him his regards. He went out of the kitchen and knocked at the bedroom door. "May I come in?" There was a little startled scream. "Oh, no, darling, wait a bit." He laid the breakfast table himself. When the breakfast was brought from the restaurant, he served it on her new breakfast set. He folded the dinner napkins according to all the rules of art. He wiped the wine glasses and finally took her bridal bouquet and put it in a vase before her place. When she emerged from her bedroom in her embroidered morning gown and stepped into the brilliant sunlight, she felt just a tiny bit faint. He helped her into the armchair, made her drink a little liquor out of a liqueur glass, and eat a caviare sandwich. What fun it all was! One could please oneself when one was married. What would mamma have said if she had seen her daughter drinking liqueurs at this hour of the morning? He waited on her as if she were still his fiancée. What a breakfast they were having on the first morning after their wedding! And nobody had a right to say a word. Everything was perfectly right and proper. One could enjoy oneself with the very best of consciences, and that was the most delightful part of it all. It was not for the first time that he was eating such a breakfast, but what a difference between then and now! He had been restless and dissatisfied then, he could not bear to think of it now. And as he drank a glass of genuine Swedish porter after the oysters, he felt the deepest contempt for all bachelors. How stupid of people not to get married! Such selfishness! They ought to be taxed like dogs. "I'm sorry for those poor men who haven't the means to get married," replied his demure little wife kindly, "for I am sure, if they had the means, they would all get married." A little pang shot through the assistant's heart. For a moment he felt afraid lest he had been a little too venturesome. All this happiness rested on the solution of a financial problem. And pooh! A glass of Burgundy. Now he would work. They should see. "Game? With cranberries and cucumbers?" "With cranberries and cucumbers!" The young wife was a little startled, but it was really delicious. "Louis, darling," she put a trembling little hand on his arm, "can we afford it?" Fortunately she said "we." "Pooh! It doesn't matter for once. Later on we can dine on potatoes and herrings." "Can you eat potatoes and herrings?" "I should think so. When you have been drinking more than is good for you, and expect a beefsteak after the herring." "Nonsense! Nothing of the kind. Your health, sweetheart. The game is excellent. So are these artichokes." "But you are mad, darling. Artichokes at this time of the year! What a bill you will have to pay!" "Bill? Aren't they good? Don't you think that it is glorious to be alive? Oh, it's splendid, splendid!" At 6 o'clock in the afternoon a carriage drove up to the front door. The young wife would have been angry if it had not been so pleasant to loll luxuriously on the soft cushions while they were being slowly driven to the dear park. "It's just like lying on a couch," whispered Lewis. She playfully hid his fingers with her sunshade. Mutual acquaintances bowed to them from the footpath. Friends waved their hands to him as if they were saying, "Hullo, you rascal, you have come into a fortune." How small the passers by looked, how smooth the street was, how pleasant their ride on springs and cushions. Life should always be like that. It went on for a whole month. Balls, visits, dinners, theatres. Sometimes, of course, they remained at home, and at home it was more pleasant than anywhere else. How lovely, for instance, to carry off one's wife from her parents' house after supper without saying as much as "by your leave," put her into a closed carriage, slam the door, nod to her people and say, "Now we're off home to our own four walls, and there we'll do exactly what we like." And then to have a little supper at home and sit over it, talking and gossiping until the small hours of the morning. Lewis was always very sensible at home, at least in theory. One day his wife put him to the test by giving him salt salmon, potatoes boiled in milk, and oatmeal soup for dinner. Oh, how he enjoyed it! He was sick of elaborate menus. On the following Friday, when she again suggested salt salmon for dinner, Lewis came home, carrying 2 ptarmigans. He called to her from the threshold. "Just imagine, Lou, a most extraordinary thing happened, a most extraordinary thing." "Well, what is it?" "You'll hardly believe me when I tell you that I bought a brace of ptarmigans, bought them myself at the market for—guess." His little wife seemed more annoyed than curious. "Just think, 1 crown the 2." "I have bought ptarmigans at 8 pence the brace, but," she added in a more conciliatory tone, so as not to upset him altogether, "that was in a very cold winter." "Well, but you must admit that I bought them very cheaply." Was there anything she would not admit in order to see him happy? She had ordered boiled groats for dinner, as an experiment, but after Lewis had eaten a ptarmigan he regretted that he could not eat as much of the groats as he would have liked, in order to show her that he was really very fond of groats. He liked groats very much indeed. Milk did not agree with him after his attack of ague. He couldn't take milk, but groats he would like to see on his table every evening, every blessed evening of his life, if only she wouldn't be angry with him. And groats never again appeared on his table. When they had been married for 6 weeks, the young wife fell ill. She suffered from headaches and sickness. It could not be anything serious, just a little cold. But the sickness? Had she eaten anything which had disagreed with her? Hadn't all the copper vessels new coatings of tin? He sent for the doctor. The doctor smiled and said it was all right. What was all right? Oh, nonsense! It wasn't possible. How could it have been possible? No, surely the bedroom paper was to blame. It must contain arsenic. Let us send a piece to the chemist's at once and have it tested. "Entirely free from arsenic," reported the chemist. "How strange! No arsenic in the wallpapers?" The young wife was still ill. He consulted a medical book and whispered a question in her ear. There now, a hot bath. 4 weeks later the midwife declared that everything was as it should be. As it should be? Well, of course. only it was somewhat premature. But as it could not be helped, they were delighted. Fancy, a baby! They would be papa and mamma. What should they call him? For, of course, it would be a boy. No doubt it would. But now she had a serious conversation with her husband. There had been no translating or proof correcting since their marriage, and his salary alone was not sufficient. Yes, they had given no thought to the morrow, but, dear me, one was young only once. Now, however, there would be a change. On the following morning the assistant called on an old school friend, a registrar, to ask him to stand security for a loan. "You see, my dear fellow, when one is about to become a father, one has to consider how to meet increasing expenses." "Quite so, old man," answered the registrar. "Therefore I have been unable to get married. But you are fortunate in having the means." The assistant hesitated to make his request. How could he have the audacity to ask this poor bachelor to help him to provide the expenses for the coming event? This bachelor, who had not the means to found a family of his own! He could not bring himself to do it. When he came home to dinner, his wife told him that two gentlemen had called to see him. What did they look like? Were they young? Did they wear eyeglasses? Then there was no doubt. They were two lieutenants, old friends of his, whom he had met at Vaxholm. No, they couldn't have been lieutenants. They were too old for that. Then he knew. They were old college friends from Upsala. Probably P, who was a lecturer, and O, who was a curate now. They had come to see how their old pal was shaping as a husband. No, they didn't come from Upsala, they came from Stockholm. The maid was called in and cross-examined. She thought the callers had been shabbily dressed and had carried sticks. Sticks? I can't make out what sort of people they can have been. Well, we'll know soon enough, as they said they would call again. But to change the subject, I happened to see a basket of hothouse strawberries at a really ridiculous price. It really is absurd. Just imagine hothouse strawberries at 1 and 6 a basket, and at this time of year. But, my darling, what is this extravagance to lead to?" "It'll be all right. I have got an order for a translation this very day." "But you are in debt, Lewis." "Trifles, mere nothings. It'll be all right when I take up a big loan presently." "A loan? But that'll be a new debt." "True, but there'll be easy terms. Don't let's talk business now. Aren't these strawberries delicious? What? A glass of sherry with them would be tip-top. Don't you think so? Lena, run round to the stores and fetch a bottle of sherry, the best they have." After his afternoon nap, his wife insisted on a serious conversation. "You won't be angry, dear, will you?" "Angry? I? Good heavens, no. Is it about household expenses?" "Yes. We owe money at the stores. The butcher is pressing for payment. The man from the livery stables has called for his money. It's most unpleasant." "Is that all? I shall pay them to the last farthing to morrow. How dare they worry you about such trifles? They shall be paid to morrow, but they shall lose a customer. Now, don't let's talk about it any more. Come out for a walk. No carriage? Well, we'll take the car to the Deer Park. It will cheer us up." They went to the Deer Park. They asked for a private room at the restaurant, and people stared at them and whispered. "They think we are out on a spree," he laughed. "But what fun! What madness!" But his wife did not like it. They had a big bill to pay. "If only we had stayed at home, we might have bought such a lot of things for the money." Months elapsed. The great event was coming nearer and nearer. A cradle had to be bought and baby clothes. A number of things were wanted. The young husband was out on business all day long. The price of wheat had risen. Hard times were at hand. He could get no translations, no proof correcting. Men had become materialists. They didn't spend money on books, they bought food. What a prosaic period we were living in. Ideals were melting away, one after the other, and ptarmigans were not to be had under 2 crowns the brace. The liveried stables would not provide carriages for nothing, for the cab proprietors had wives and families to support, just as everybody else. At the stores, cash had to be paid for goods. Oh, what realists they all were! The great day had come at last. It was evening. He must run for the midwife, and while his wife suffered all the pangs of childbirth, he had to go down into the hall and pacify the creditors. At last he held a daughter in his arms. His tears fell on the baby, for now he realized his responsibility, a responsibility which he was unable to shoulder. He made new resolutions. But his nerves were unstrung. He was working at a translation which he seemed unable to finish, for he had to be constantly out on business. He rushed to his father in law, who was staying in town, to bring him the glad news. "We have a little daughter." "Well and good," replied his father in law. "Can you support a child?" "Not at present. For heaven's sake, help us, father." "I'll tide you over your present difficulties. I can't do more. My means are only sufficient to support my own family." The patient required chickens, which he bought himself at the market, and wine at 6 crowns the bottle. It had to be the very best. The midwife expected 100 crowns. "Why should we pay her less than others? Hasn't she just received a cheque for 100 crowns from the captain?" Very soon the young wife was up again. She looked like a girl, as slender as a willow, a little pale, it was true, but the pallor suited her. The old man called and had a private conversation with his son in law. "No more children, for the present," he said, "or you'll be ruined." "What language from a father! Aren't we married? Don't we love one another? Aren't we to have a family?" "Yes, but not until you can provide for them. It's all very fine to love one another, but you mustn't forget that you have responsibilities." His father in law, too, had become a materialist. Oh, what a miserable world it was, a world without ideals! The home was undermined, but love survived, for love was strong, and the hearts of the young couple were soft. The bailiff, on the contrary, was anything but soft. Distraint was imminent, and bankruptcy threatened. Well, let them distrain then. The father in law arrived with a large travelling coach to fetch his daughter and grandchild. He warned his son in law not to show his face at his house until he could pay his debts and make a home for his wife and child. He said nothing to his daughter, but it seemed to him that he was bringing home a girl who had been led astray. It was as if he had lent his innocent child to a casual admirer, and now received her back dishonoured. She would have preferred to stay with her husband, but he had no home to offer her. And so the husband of 1 year's standing was left behind to watch the pillaging of his home, if he could call it his home, for he had paid for nothing. The 2 men with spectacles carted away the beds and bedclothes, the copper kettles and tin vessels, the dinner set, the chandelier and the candlesticks. Everything, everything. He was left alone in the 2 empty, wretched rooms. If only she had been left to him! But what should she do here, in these empty rooms? No, she was better off where she was. She was being taken care of. Now the struggle for a livelihood began in bitter earnest. He found work at a daily paper as a proof corrector. He had to be at the office at midnight. At 3 in the morning his work was done. He did not lose his berth, for bankruptcy had been avoided, but he had lost all chance of promotion. Later on he is permitted to visit wife and child once a week, but he is never allowed to see her alone. He spends Saturday night in a tiny room, close to his father in law's bedroom. On Sunday morning he has to return to town, for the paper appears on Monday morning. He says good bye to his wife and child, who are allowed to accompany him as far as the garden gate. He waves his hand to them once more from the furthest hillock, and succumbs to his wretchedness, his misery, his humiliation. And she is no less happy. He has calculated that it will take him 20 years to pay his debts. And then? Even then he cannot maintain a wife and child. And his prospects? He has none. If his father in law should die, his wife and child would be thrown on the street. He cannot venture to look forward to the death of their only support. Oh, how cruel it is of Nature to provide food for all her creatures, leaving the children of men alone to starve. Oh, how cruel, that life has not ptarmigans and strawberries to give to all men. How cruel, how cruel. End of Love and Bread by August Strindberg.
The Musgrave Ritual by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson, London. An anomaly which often struck me in the character of my friend Sherlock Holmes was that, although in his methods of thought he was the neatest and most methodical of mankind, and although also he affected a certain quiet primness of dress, he was none the less, in his personal habits, one of the most untidy men that ever drove a fellow lodger to distraction. Not that I am in the least conventional in that respect myself. The rough and tumble work in Afghanistan, coming on the top of a natural bohemianism of disposition, has made me rather more lax than befits a medical man. But with me there is a limit, and when I find a man who keeps his cigars in the coal scuttle, his tobacco in the toe end of a Persian slipper, and his unanswered correspondence transfixed by a jackknife into the very centre of his wooden mantelpiece, then I begin to give myself virtuous airs. I have always held, too, that pistol practice should be distinctly an open-air pastime, and when Holmes, in one of his queer humours, would sit in an armchair with his hair trigger and 100 boxer cartridges and proceed to adorn the opposite wall with a patriotic V.R. done in bullet pops, I felt strongly that neither the atmosphere nor the appearance of our room was improved by it. Our chambers were always full of chemicals and criminal relics, which had a way of wandering into unlikely positions and of turning up in the butter dish or even less desirable places. But his papers were my great crux. He had a horror of destroying documents, especially those which were connected with his past cases, and yet it was only once in every year or two that he would muster energy to docket and arrange them. For, as I have mentioned somewhere in these incoherent memoirs, the outbursts of passionate energy when he performed the remarkable feats with which his name is associated were followed by reactions of lethargy during which he would lie about with his violin and his books hardly moving save from the sofa to the table. This month after month paper accumulated until every corner of the room was stacked with bundles of manuscripts which were on no account to be burned, and which could not be put away save by their owner. One winter's night, as we sat together by the fire, I ventured to suggest to him that, as he had finished pasting extracts into his commonplace book, he might employ the next 2 hours in making our room a little more habitable. He could not deny the justice of my request, so with a rather rueful face he went off to the bedroom, from which he returned presently, pulling a large tin box behind him. This he placed in the middle of the floor, and, squatting down upon a stool in front of it, he threw back the lid. I could see that it was already a third full of bundles of paper, tied up with red tape into separate packages. "There are cases enough here, Watson," said he, looking at me with mischievous eyes. "I think that if you knew all that I had in this box, you would ask me to pull some out instead of putting others in." "These are the records of your early work, then?" I asked. "I've often wished that I had notes of those cases." "Yes, my boy, these were all done prematurely, before my biographer had come to glorify me." He lifted bundle after bundle in a tender, caressing sort of way. "They are not all successes, Watson," said he, "but there are some pretty little problems among them. Here's the record of the Tarleton murders, and the case of Vanbury, the wine merchant, and the adventure of the old Russian woman, and the singular affair of the aluminium crutch, as well as a full account of Ricoletti, of the club foot, and his abominable wife. And here, now, this really is something a little recherché." He dived his arm down to the bottom of the chest and brought up a small wooden box with a sliding lid, such as children's toys are kept in. From within he produced a crumpled piece of paper, an old-fashioned brass key, a peg of wood with a ball string attached to it, and 3 rusty old discs of metal. "Well, my boy, what do you make of this lot?" he asked, smiling at my expression. "It is a curious collection." "Very curious, and the story that hangs around it will strike you as being more curious still." "These relics have a history, then?" "So much so they are history." "What do you mean by that?" Sherlock Holmes picked them up one by one and laid them along the edge of the table. Then he reseated himself in his chair and looked them over with a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. "These," said he, "are all that I have left to remind me of the adventure of the Musgrave Ritual." I had heard him mention the case more than once, though I had never been able to gather the details. "I should be so glad," said I, "if you would give me an account of it." "And leave the litter as it is?" he cried mischievously. "Your tidiness won't bear much strain after all, Watson. But I should be glad that you should add this case to your annals, for there are points in it which make it quite unique in the criminal records of this or, I believe, of any other country. A collection of my trifling achievements would certainly be incomplete which contained no account of this very singular business. You may remember how the affair of the Gloria Scott and my conversation with the unhappy man whose fate I told you of first turned my attention in the direction of the profession which has become my life's work. You see me now when my name has become known far and wide, and when I am generally recognized both by the public and by the official forces as being a final court of appeal in doubtful cases. Even when you knew me first, at the time of the affair, which you have commemorated in A Study in Scarlet, I had already established a considerable, though not a very lucrative, connection. You can hardly realize, then, how difficult I found it at first, and how long I had to wait before I succeeded in making any headway. When I first came up to London, I had rooms in Montague Street, just round the corner from the British Museum, and there I waited, filling in my too abundant leisure time by studying all those branches of science which make me more efficient. Now and again cases came in my way, principally through the introduction of old fellow students, for during my last years at the university there was a good deal of talk there about myself and my methods. The third of these cases was that of the Musgrave Ritual, and it is to the interest which was aroused by the singular chain of events and the large issues which proved to be at stake that I traced my first stride towards the position which I now hold. Reginald Musgrave had been in the same college as myself, and I had some slight acquaintance with him. He was not generally popular among the undergraduates, though it always seemed to me that what was set down as pride was really an attempt to cover extreme natural diffidence. In appearance he was a man of exceedingly aristocratic type, thin, high-nosed and large-eyed, with languid and yet courtly manners. He was indeed a scion of one of the very oldest families in the kingdom, though his branch was a cadet one which had separated from the northern Musgraves some time in the 16th century and had established itself in western Sussex, where the manor house of Hurlstone is perhaps the oldest inhabited building in the county. Something of his birthplace seemed to cling to the man, and I never looked at his pale, keen face or the poise of his head without associating him with grey archways and mullioned windows and all the venerable wreckage of a feudal keep. Once or twice we drifted into talk, and I can remember that more than once he expressed a keen interest in my methods of observation and inference. For 4 years I had seen nothing of him until one morning he walked into my room in Montague Street. He had changed little, was dressed like a young man of fashion, and was always a bit of a dandy, and preserved the same quiet, suave manner which had formerly distinguished him. "How has all gone with you, Musgrave?" I asked, after we had cordially shaken hands. "You've probably heard of my poor father's death," said he. "He was carried off about 2 years ago. Since then I have, of course, had the Hurlstone estates to manage, and as I am member for my district as well, my life has been a busy one. But I understand, Holmes, that you are turning to practical ends those powers with which you used to amaze us." "Yes," said I have taken to living by my wits." "I'm delighted to hear it, for your advice at present would be exceedingly valuable to me. We have had some very strange doings at Hurlstone, and the police have been able to throw no light upon the matter. It is really the most extraordinary and most inexplicable business." You can imagine with what eagerness I listened to him, Watson, for the very chance for which I had been panting during all those months of inaction seemed to have come within my reach. In my innermost heart I believed that I could succeed where others failed, and now I had the opportunity to test myself. "Pray let me have the details," I cried. Reginald Musgrave sat down opposite to me and lit the cigarette which I had pushed towards him. "You must know," said he, "that although I am a bachelor, I have to keep up a considerable staff of servants at Hurlstone, for it is a rambling old place and takes a good deal of looking after. I preserve, too, and in the pheasant months I usually have a house party, so that it would not do to be short-handed. Altogether there are 8 maids, the cook, the butler, 2 footmen, and a boy. The gardener and the stables, of course, have a separate staff. Of these servants, the one who had been longest in our service was Brunton the butler. He was a young schoolmaster out of place when he was first taken up by my father, but he was a man of great energy and character, and he soon became quite invaluable in the household. He was a well-grown, handsome man, with a splendid forehead, and though he has been with us for 20 years, he cannot be more than 40 now. With his personal advantages and his extraordinary gifts, for he can speak several languages and play nearly every musical instrument, it is wonderful that he should have been satisfied so long in such a position. But I suppose that he was comfortable and lacked energy to make any change. The butler of Hurlstone is always a thing that is remembered by all who visit us. But this paragon has one fault. He is a bit of a Don Juan, and you can imagine that for a man like him it is not a very difficult part to play in a quiet country district. When he was married it was all right, but since he has been a widower we have had no end of trouble with him. A few months ago we were in hopes that he was about to settle down again, for he became engaged to Rachel Howells, our second housemaid, but he has thrown her over since then and taken up with Janet Tregellis, the daughter of the head gamekeeper. Rachel, who is a very good girl, but of an excitable Welsh temperament, had a sharp touch of brain fever and goes about the house now, or did until yesterday, like a black-eyed shadow of a former self. That was our first drama at Hurlstone, but a second one came to drive it from our minds, and it was prefaced by the disgrace and dismissal of butler Brunton. This was how it came about. I said that the man was intelligent, and this very intelligence has caused him ruin, for it seemed to have led to an insatiable curiosity about things which did not in the least concern him. I had no idea of the lengths to which this would carry him until the merest accident opened my eyes to it. I said that the house is a rambling one. One day last week, on Thursday night, to be more exact, I found that I could not sleep, having foolishly taken a cup of strong café noir after my dinner. After struggling against it until 2 in the morning, I felt that it was quite hopeless, so I rose and lit the candle with the intention of continuing a novel which I was reading. The book, however, had been left in the billiard-room, so I pulled on my dressing-gown and started off to get it. In order to reach the billiard-room, I had to descend a flight of stairs and then to cross the head of the passage which leads to the library and the gun-room. You can imagine my surprise when, as I looked down this corridor, I saw a glimmer of light coming from the open door of the library. I had myself extinguished the lamp and closed the door before coming to bed. Naturally, my first thought was of burglars. The corridors at Hurlstone have their walls largely decorated with trophies of old weapons. From one of these I picked a battle-axe, and then, leaving my candle behind me, I crept on tiptoe down the passage and peeped in at the open door. Brunton, the butler, was in the library. He was sitting, fully dressed, in an easy chair, with a slip of paper which looked like a map upon his knee, and his forehead sunk forward upon his hand in deep thought. I stood dumb with astonishment, watching him from the darkness. A small taper on the edge of the table shed a feeble light which sufficed to show me that he was fully dressed. Suddenly, as I looked, he rose from his chair, and walking over to a bureau at the side, he unlocked it and threw out one of the drawers. From this he took a paper, and returning to his seat, he flattened it out beside the taper on the edge of the table, and began to study it with minute attention. My indignation at this calm examination of our family documents overcame me so far that I took a step forward, and Brunton, looking out, saw me standing in the doorway. He sprang to his feet, his face turned livid with fear, and he thrust into his breast the chart-like paper which he had been originally studying. "So," said I, "this is how you repay the trust which we have reposed in you. You will leave my service tomorrow." He bowed with the look of a man who is utterly crushed, and slunk past me without a word. The taper was still on the table, and by its light I glanced to see what the paper was which Brunton had taken from the bureau. To my surprise, it was nothing of any importance at all, but simply a copy of the questions and answers in the singular old observance called the Musgrave Ritual. It is a sort of ceremony peculiar to our family, which each Musgrave for centuries past has gone through on his coming of age, a thing of private interest, and perhaps of some little importance to the archaeologist, like our own blazonings and charges, but of no practical use whatever. "We had better come back to the paper afterwards," said I. "If you think it really necessary," he answered with some hesitation. To continue my statement, however, I relocked the bureau using the key which Brunton had left, and I had turned to go when I was surprised to find the butler had returned and was standing before me. "Mr. Musgrave, sir," he cried in a voice which was hoarse with emotion. "I can't bear disgrace, sir. I've always been proud above my station in life, and disgrace would kill me. My blood will be on your head, sir, it will, indeed, if you drive me to despair. If you cannot keep me after what has passed, then for God's sake let me give you notice and leave in a month, as if of my own free will. I could stand that, Mr. Musgrave, but not to be cast out before all the folk that I have known so well." "You don't deserve much consideration, Brunton," I answered. "Your conduct has been most infamous. However, as you have been a long time in the family, I have no wish to bring public disgrace upon you. A month, however, is too long. Take yourself away in a week, and give what reason you like for going." "Only a week, sir," he cried in a despairing voice. "A fortnight, say at least a fortnight." "A week," I repeated, "and you may consider yourself to have been very leniently dealt with." He crept away, his face sunk upon his breast like a broken man, while I put out the light and returned to my room. For 2 days after this, Brunton was most assiduous in his attention to his duties. I made no allusion to what had passed, and waited with some curiosity to see how he would cover his disgrace. On the third morning, however, he did not appear, as was his custom, after breakfast to receive any instructions for the day. As I left the dining room, I happened to meet Rachel Howells, the maid. I have told you that she had only recently recovered from an illness, and was looking so wretchedly pale and wan that I remonstrated with her for being at work. "You should be in bed," I said. "Come back to your duties when you are stronger." She looked at me with so strange an expression that I began to suspect that her brain was affected. "I am strong enough, Mr. Musgrave," said she. "We will see what the doctor says," I answered. "You must stop work now, and when you go downstairs just say that I wish to see Brunton." "The butler is gone," said she. "Gone? Gone where?" "He is gone. No one has seen him." He is not in his room. Oh, yes, he is gone. He is gone. She fell back against the wall with shriek after shriek of laughter, while I, horrified at this sudden hysterical attack, rushed to the bell to summon help. The girl was taken to her room, still screaming and sobbing, while I made inquiries about Brunton. There was no doubt about it that he had disappeared. His bed had not been slept in. He had been seen by no one since he had retired to his room the night before, and yet it was difficult to see how he could have left the house, as both windows and doors were found to be fastened in the morning. His clothes, his watch, and even his money were in his room, but the black suit which he usually wore was missing. His slippers, too, were gone, but his books were left behind. Where, then, could Butler Brunton have gone in the night? And what could have become of him now? Of course, we searched the house from cellar to garret, but there was no trace of him. It is, as I've said, a labyrinth of an old house, especially the original wing, which is now practically uninhabited. But we ransacked every room and cellar without discovering the least sign of the missing man. It was incredible to me that he could have gone away, leaving all his property behind him, and yet where could he be? I called in the local police, but without success. Rain had fallen on the night before, and we examined the lawn and the paths all round the house, but in vain. Matters were in this state when a new development quite drew our attention away from the original mystery. For 2 days Rachel Howells had been so ill, sometimes delirious, sometimes hysterical, that a nurse had been employed to sit up with her at night. On the third night after Brunton's disappearance, the nurse, finding her patient sleeping nicely, had dropped into a nap in the armchair, when she woke in the early morning to find the bed empty, the window open, and no sign of the invalid. I was instantly aroused, and, with the 2 footmen, started off at once in search of the missing girl. It was not difficult to tell the direction which she had taken, for, starting from under her window, we could follow her footmarks easily across the lawn to the edge of the mere, where they vanished close to the gravel path which leads out of the grounds. The lake there is 8 feet deep, and you can imagine our feelings when we saw that the trail of the poor demented girl came to an end at the edge of it. Of course, we had the drags at once and set to work to recover the remains, but no trace of the body could we find. On the other hand, we brought to the surface an object of a most unexpected kind. It was a linen bag which contained within it a mass of all rusted and discoloured metal and several dull-coloured pieces of pebble or glass. This strange find was all we could get from the mere, and although we made every possible search and inquiry yesterday, we know nothing of the fate either of Rachel Howells or of Richard Brunton. The county police are at their wits' end, and I've come up to you as a last resource. You can imagine, Watson, with what eagerness I listened to this extraordinary sequence of events and endeavoured to piece them together and to devise some common thread upon which they might all hang. The butler was gone, the maid was gone. The maid had loved the butler, but had afterwards had cause to hate him. And she was of Welsh blood, fiery and passionate. She had been terribly excited immediately after his disappearance. She had flung into the lake a bag containing some curious contents. These were all factors which had to be taken into consideration, and yet none of them got quite to the heart of the matter. What was the starting point of this chain of events? There lay the end of this tangled line. "I must see that paper, Musgrave," said I, "which this butler of yours thought it worth his while to consult, even at the risk of the loss of his place." "It is rather an absurd business, this ritual of ours," he answered, "but it has at least the saving grace of antiquity to excuse it. I have a copy of the questions and answers here, if you care to run your eye over them." He handed me the very paper which I have here, Watson, and this is the strange catechism to which each Musgrave had to submit when he came to man's estate. I will read you the questions and answers as they stand. Whose was it? His who is gone. Who shall have it? He who will come. Where was the sun? Over the oak. Where was the shadow?
under the elm. How was it stepped? North by 10 by 10, east by 5 by 5, south by 2 and by 2, west by 1 and by 1, and so under. What shall we give for it? All that is ours. Why should we give it? For the sake of the trust. The original has no date, but it is in the spelling of the middle of the 17th century, remarked Musgrave. I am afraid, however, that it can be of little help to you in solving this mystery. At least, said I, it gives us another mystery, and one which is even more interesting than the first. It may be that the solution of one may prove to be the solution of the other. You will excuse me, Musgrave, if I say that your butler appears to me to have been a very clever man, and to have had a clearer insight than 10 generations of his masters. I hardly follow you, said Musgrave. The paper seems to me to be of no practical importance. But to me it seems immensely practical, and I fancy that Brunton took the same view. He had probably seen it before that night on which you caught him. It is very possible. We took no pains to hide it. He simply wished, I should imagine, to refresh his memory upon that last occasion. He had, as I understand, some sort of map or chart which he was comparing with the manuscript, and which he thrust into his pocket when you appeared. That is true, but what could he have to do with this old family custom of ours, and what does this rigmarole mean? I don't think that we should have much difficulty in determining that, said I. With your permission, we will take the first train down to Sussex and go a little more deeply into the matter upon the spot. The same afternoon saw us both at Hurlstone. Possibly you have seen pictures and read descriptions of the famous old building, so I will confine my account of it to saying that it is built in the shape of an eye, the long arm being the more modern portion, and the shorter the ancient nucleus, from which the other had developed. Over the low, heavily linteled door, in the centre of this old part, is chiselled the date 1607, but experts are agreed that the beams and stonework are really much older than this. The enormously thick walls and tiny windows of this part had in the last century driven the family into building the new wing, and the same old one was used now as a storehouse and a cellar, when it was used at all. A splendid park with fine old timber surrounds the house, and the lake to which my client had referred lay close to the avenue, about 200 yards from the building. I was already firmly convinced, Watson, that there were not 3 separate mysteries here, but only one, and that if I could read the Musgrave Ritual aright, I should hold in my hands the clue which would lead me to the truth concerning both the butler, Brunton, and the maid, Howells. To that, then, I turned all my energies. Why should this servant be so anxious to master this old formula? Evidently because he saw something in it which had escaped all those generations of country squires, and from which he expected some personal advantage. What was it then, and how had it affected his fate? It was perfectly obvious to me, on reading the ritual, that the measurements must refer to some spot on which the rest of the document alluded, and that if we could find that spot, we should be in a fair way towards finding what the secret was which the old Musgraves had thought it necessary to embalm in so curious a fashion. There were 2 guides given us to start with, an oak and an elm. As to the oak, there could be no question at all. Right in front of the house, upon the left-hand side of the drive, there stood a patriarch among oaks, one of the most magnificent trees that I have ever seen. That was there when your ritual was drawn up, said I, as we drove past it. It was there at the Norman Conquest, in all probability, he answered. It has a girth of 23 feet. Have you any old elms? I asked. There used to be a very old one over yonder, but it was struck by lightning 10 years ago, and we cut down the stump. You can see where it used to be. Oh, yes. There are no other elms? No old ones, but plenty of beeches. I should like to see where it grew. We had driven up in a dog-cart, and my client led me away at once, without our entering the house, to the scar on the lawn where the elm had stood. It was nearly midway between the oak and the house. My investigations seemed to be progressing. "I suppose it is impossible to find out how high the elm was?" I asked. "I can give you it at once. It was 64 feet. "How do you come to know it?" I asked in surprise. "When my old tutor used to give me an exercise in trigonometry, it always took the shape of measuring heights. When I was a lad I worked out every tree and building on the estate." This was an unexpected piece of luck. My data were coming more quickly than I could have reasonably hoped. "Tell me," I asked, "did your butler ever ask you such a question?" Reginald Musgrave looked at me in astonishment. "Now that you call it to my mind," he answered, "Brunton did ask me about the height of the tree some months ago, in connection with some little argument with the groom." "This is excellent news, Watson, for it showed me that I was on the right road. I looked up at the sun. It was low in the heavens, and I calculated that in less than an hour it would lie just above the topmost branches of the old oak. One condition mentioned in the ritual would then be fulfilled, and the shadow of the elm must mean the farther end of the shadow, otherwise the trunk would have been chosen as the guide. I had then to find out where the far end of the shadow would fall when the sun was just clear of the oak." "That must have been difficult, Holmes, when the elm was no longer there." "Well, at least I knew that if Brunton could do it, I could also. Besides, there was no real difficulty. I went with Musgrave to his study and whittled myself this peg, to which I tied this long string with a knot at each yard. Then I took 2 lengths of a fishing rod, which came to just 6 feet, and I went back with my client to where the elm had been. The sun was just grazing the top of the oak. I fastened the rod on end, marked out the direction of the shadow, and measured it. It was 9 feet in length. Of course, the calculation now was a simple one. If the rod of 6 feet threw a shadow of 9, a tree of 64 feet would throw one of 96, and the line of the one would of course be the line of the other. I measured out the distance, which brought me almost to the wall of the house, and I thrust a peg into the spot. You can imagine my exultation, Watson, when within 2 inches of my peg I saw a conical depression in the ground. I knew that it was the mark made by Brunton in his measurements, and that I was still upon his trail. From this starting point I proceeded to step, having first taken the cardinal points by my pocket compass. 10 steps with each foot took me along parallel with the wall of the house, and again I marked my spot with a peg. Then I carefully paced off 5 to the east and 2 to the south. It brought me to the very threshold of the old door. 2 steps to the west meant now that I was going to go 2 paces down the stone-flagged passage, and this was the place indicated by the ritual. Never have I felt such a cold chill of disappointment, Watson. For a moment it seemed to me that there must be some radical mistake in my calculations. The setting sun shone full upon the passage floor, and I could see that the old foot-worn grey stones with which it was paved were firmly cemented together, and had certainly not been moved for many a long year. Brunton had not been at work here. I tapped upon the floor, but it sounded the same all over, and there was no sign of any crack or crevice. But fortunately Musgrave, who had begun to appreciate the meaning of my proceedings, and who was now as excited as myself, took out his manuscript to check my calculation. "And under," he cried, "you have omitted the 'and under.' I had thought that it meant that we were to dig, but now, of course, I saw at once that I was wrong." "There is a cellar under this, then?" I cried. "Yes, and as old as the house. Down here, through this door." We went down a winding stone stair, and my companion, striking a match, lit a large lantern which stood on a barrel in the corner. In an instant it was obvious that we had at last come upon the true place, and that we had not been the only people to visit the spot recently. It had been used for the storage of wood, but the billets, which had evidently been littered over the floor, were now piled at the sides, so as to leave a clear space in the middle. In this space lay a large and heavy flagstone, with a rusted iron ring in the centre, to which a thick shepherd's check muffler was attached. "By Jove!" cried my client. "That's Brunton's muffler. I've seen it on him, and could swear to it. What has the villain been doing here?" At my suggestion, a couple of the county police were summoned to be present, and I then endeavoured to raise the stone by pulling on the cravat. I could only move it slightly, and it was with the aid of one of the constables that I succeeded at last in carrying it to one side. A black hole yawned beneath, into which we all peered, while Musgrave, kneeling at the side, pushed down the lantern. A small chamber about 7 feet deep and 4 feet square lay open to us. At one side of this was a squat, brass-bound wooden box, the lid of which was hinged upwards, with this curious old-fashioned key projecting from the lock. It was furred outside by a thick layer of dust and damp, and worms had eaten through the wood, so that a crop of livid fungi was growing on the inside of it. Several discs of metal, old coins apparently, such as I hold here, were scattered over the bottom of the box, but it contained nothing else. At the moment, however, we had no thought for the old chest, for our eyes were riveted upon that which was crouched beside it. It was the figure of a man, clad in a suit of black, who squatted down upon his hams, with his forehead sunk upon the edge of the box, and his 2 arms thrown out on each side of it. The attitude had drawn all the stagnant blood to the face, and no man could have recognized that distorted liver-coloured countenance. But his height, his dress, and his hair were all sufficient to show my client, when we had drawn the body up, that it was indeed his missing butler. He had been dead some days, but there was no wound or bruise upon his person to show how he had met his dreadful end. When his body had been carried from the cellar, we found ourselves still confronted with a problem which was almost as formidable as that with which we had started. I confess that so far, Watson, I had been disappointed in my investigation. I had reckoned upon solving the matter when once I had found the place referred to in the ritual. But now I was there, and was apparently as far as ever from knowing what it was the family had concealed with such elaborate precautions. It is true that I had thrown a light upon the fate of Brunton, but now I had to ascertain how that fate had come upon him, and what part had been played in the matter by the woman who had disappeared. I sat down on a keg in the corner and thought the whole matter carefully over. You know my methods in such cases, Watson. I put myself in the man's place, and, having first gauged his intelligence, I tried to imagine how I should myself have proceeded under the same circumstances. In this case the matter was simplified by Brunton's intelligence being quite first-rate, so that it was unnecessary to make any allowance for the personal equation, as the astronomers have dubbed it. He knew that something valuable was concealed. He had spotted the place. He found that the stone which covered it was just too heavy for a man to move unaided. What would he do next? He could not get help from outside, even if he had someone whom he could trust, without the unbarring of doors and considerable risk of detection. It was better, if he could, to have his helpmate inside the house. But whom could he ask? This girl had been devoted to him. A man always finds it hard to realize that he may have finally lost a woman's love, however badly he may have treated her. He would try by a few attentions to make his peace with the girl Howells, and then would engage her as his accomplice. Together they would come at night to the cellar, and their united force would suffice to raise the stone. So far I could follow their actions as if I had actually seen them. But for 2 of them, and one a woman, it must have been heavy work, the raising of that stone. A burly Sussex policeman and I had found it no light job. What would they do to assist them? Probably what I should have done myself. I rose and examined carefully the different billets of wood which were scattered around the floor. Almost at once I came upon what I expected. One piece, about 3 feet in length, had very marked indentation at one end, while several were flattened at the sides as if they had been compressed by some considerable weight. Evidently, as they had dragged the stone up, they had thrust the chunks of wood into the chink, until at last, when the opening was large enough to crawl through, they would hold it open by a billet placed lengthwise, which might very well become indented at the lower end, since the whole weight of the stone would press it down onto the edge of the other slab. So far I was still on safe ground. And now how was I to proceed to reconstruct this midnight drama? Clearly only one could fit into the hole, and that one was Brunton. The girl must have waited above. Brunton then unlocked the box, handed up the contents presumably, since they were not to be found, and then what happened? What smouldering fire of vengeance had suddenly sprung into flame in this passionate Celtic woman's soul when she saw the man who had wronged her, perhaps, far more than we suspected, in her power? Was it a chance that the wood had slipped, and that the stone had shut Brunton into what had become his sepulchre? Had she only been guilty of silence as to his fate, or had some sudden blow from her hand dashed the support away and sent the slab crashing down into its place? Be that as it might, I seemed to see that woman's figure still clutching at her treasure trove and flying wildly up the winding stair, with her ears ringing perhaps with the muffled screams from behind her, and with the drumming of frenzied hands against the slab of stone which was choking her faithless lover's life out. Here was the secret of her blanched face, her shaken nerves, her peals of hysterical laughter on the next morning. But what had been in the box? What had she done with it? Of course it must have been the old metal and pebbles which my client had dragged from the mere. She had thrown them in there at the first opportunity to remove the last trace of her crime. For 20 minutes I had sat motionless, thinking the matter out. Musgrave still stood with a very pale face, swinging his lantern and peering down into the hole. "These are the coins of Charles I," said he, holding out the few which had been in the box. "You see, we were right in fixing our date for the ritual." "We may find something else of Charles I," I cried, as the probable meaning of the first two questions of the ritual broke suddenly upon me. "Let me see the contents of the bag which you fished from the mere." We ascended to his study, and he laid the debris before me. I could understand his regarding it as of small importance when I looked at it, for the metal was almost black and the stones lustrous and dull. I rubbed one of them on my sleeve, however, and it glowed afterwards like a spark in the dark hollow of my hand. The metalwork was in the form of a double ring, but it had been bent and twisted out of its original shape. "You must bear in mind," said I, "that the royal party made head in England even after the death of the king, and that when they at last fled they probably left many of their most precious possessions buried behind them, with the intention of returning for them in more peaceful times. My ancestor, Sir Ralph Musgrave, was a prominent cavalier and the right-hand man of Charles II in his wanderings," said my friend. "Ah, indeed," I answered. "Well, now I think that really should give us the last link that we wanted. I must congratulate you on coming into the possession, though in rather a tragic manner, of a relic which is of great intrinsic value, but even greater importance as an historical curiosity." "What is it, then?" he gasped in astonishment. "It is nothing less than the ancient crown of the kings of England." "The crown?" "Precisely. Consider what the ritual says. How does it run? Whose was it? His who is gone. That was after the execution of Charles. Then who shall have it? He who will come. That was Charles II, whose advent was already foreseen. There can, I think, be no doubt that this battered and shapeless diadem once encircled the brows of the royal Stuarts." "And how came it in the pond?" "Ah, that is a question that will take some time to answer." And with that I sketched out to him the whole long chain of surmise and of proof which I had constructed. The twilight had closed in and the moon was shining brightly in the sky before my narrative was finished. "And how was it then that Charles did not get his crown when he returned?" asked Musgrave, pushing back the relic into its linen bag. "Ah, There you lay your finger upon the one point which we shall probably never be able to clear up. It is likely that the Musgrave who held the secret died in the interval, and by some oversight left this guide to his descendant without explaining the meaning of it. From that day to this it has been handed down from father to son, until at last it came within reach of a man who tore its secret out of it and lost his life in the venture. And that's the story of the Musgrave ritual, Watson. They have the crown down at Hurlstone, though they had some legal bother, and a considerable sum to pay before they were allowed to retain it. I am sure that if you mentioned my name they would be happy to show it to you. Of the woman nothing was ever heard, and the probability is that she got away out of England and carried herself and the memory of her crime to some land beyond the seas. End of The Musgrave Ritual by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
A Neapolitan Street Song by Marjorie Verner Reed. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. A Neapolitan Street Song by Marjorie Verner Reed. Alone. A city full of lights, of pleasure, the sea singing to itself as it rolled quietly into the harbor. A glow of light on distant Vesuvius. Gay throngs of people passing to and fro in the summer evening. Alone, for the first time in her life. A heavy heart. There was no joy. They had come to Naples on their wedding journey. Her brief happiness had been taken, torn from her. Ashes. He, cold, rigid, lay in the adjoining room. 2 candles burned. A nun prayed. Monica leaned out of the window. Through her tears she saw a star shining in the night. A star of sorrow. The sea. They had gone together on its blue waves to Capri, to Sorrento. Was it some terrible nightmare? Would she awaken and find him near? From a distant street came the sound of music, gay, lively, a Neapolitan street song. How could there be joy? The sound was agony. An organ might have soothed. Had there ever been a time when gay music delighted? O solo mio, sang the clear voices of the street singers. They drew nearer and stepped under the window. Monica's wounded inward self cried out for silence. The world was drear. There should be no joyful singing. She looked down absently. A young girl stood a little apart from the singers. Monica noticed her, and their tearful eyes met. Then singers also could know sorrow. Suddenly her own seemed lightened. Monica's soul surged forward. She wanted to comfort, to help this brown-eyed girl. Perhaps her grief was harder to bear. One of the men stepped toward the girl and pushed her rudely. "Sing," he commanded. "O Padre mio!" She broke into sobs. The singers moved on to another street. Monica had read into another soul, deep calling unto deep. End of A Neapolitan Street Song by Marjorie Verner Reed.
The Post by Anton Chekhov. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson, London. It was 3 o'clock in the night. The postman, ready to set off in his cap and his coat, with a rusty sword in his hand, was standing near the door, waiting for the driver to finish putting the mail-bags into the cart, which had just been brought round with 3 horses. The sleepy postmaster sat at his table, which was like a counter. He was filling up a form and saying, My nephew, the student, wants to go to the station at once. So look here, Ignatieff, let him get into the mail cart and take him with you to the station, though it is against the regulations to take people with the mail. What's one to do? It's better for him to drive with you free than for me to hire horses for him." "Ready!" they heard a shout from the yard. "Well, go then, and God be with you," said the postmaster. "Which driver is going?" "Semyon Glazov." "Come, sign the receipt." The postman signed the receipt and went out. At the entrance of the post office there was the dark outline of a cart and 3 horses. The horses were standing still, except that one of the trace horses kept uneasily shifting from one leg to the other and tossing its head, making the bell clang from time to time. The cart with the mailbags looked like a patch of darkness. 2 silhouettes were moving lazily beside it. The student with a portmanteau in his hand, and a driver. The latter was smoking a short pipe. The light of the pipe moved about in the darkness, dying away and flaring up again. For an instant it lighted up a bit of a sleeve, then a shaggy moustache and big copper red nose, then stern-looking, overhanging eyebrows. The postman pressed down the mailbags with his hands, laid his sword on them and jumped into the cart. The student clambered irresolutely in after him, and accidentally touching him with his elbow, said timidly and politely, "I beg your pardon." The pipe went out. The postmaster came out of the post office just as he was, in his waistcoat and slippers. Shrinking from the night dampness and clearing his throat, he walked beside the cart and said, "Well, Godspeed. Give my love to your mother, Mihailo. Give my love to them all. And you, Ignatieff, mind you don't forget to give the parcel to Bystressov." Off! The driver took the reins in one hand, blew his nose, and arranging the seat under himself, clicked to the horses. "Give them my love," the postmaster repeated. The big bell clanged something to the little bells. The little bells gave it a friendly answer. The cart squeaked, moved. The big bell lamented. The little bells laughed. Standing up in his seat, the driver lashed the restless trace horse twice, and the cart rumbled with a hollow sound along the dusty road. The little town was asleep. Houses and trees stood black on each side of the broad street, and not a light was to be seen. Narrow clouds stretched here and there over the star-spangled sky, and where the dawn would soon be coming there was a narrow crescent moon, but neither the stars, of which there were many, nor the half-moon, which looked white, lighted up the night air. It was cold and damp, and there was a smell of autumn. The student, who thought that politeness required him to talk affably to a man who had not refused to let him accompany him, began. "In summer it would be light at this time, but now there is not even a sign of the dawn. Summer is over." The student looked at the sky and went on. "Even from the sky one can see that it is autumn. Look to the right. Do you see 3 stars side by side in a straight line? That is the constellation of Orion, which, in our hemisphere, only becomes visible in September." The postman, thrusting his hands into his sleeves and retreating up to his ears into his coat collar, did not stir and did not glance at the sky. Apparently the constellation of Orion did not interest him. He was accustomed to see the stars, and probably he had long grown weary of them. The student paused for a while and then said, "It's cold. It's time for the dawn to begin. Do you know what time the sun rises?" "What? What time does the sun rise now?" "Between 5 and 6, said the driver. The mail cart drove out of the town. Now nothing could be seen on either side of the road but the fences of kitchen gardens, and here and there a solitary willow tree. Everything in front of them was shrouded in darkness. Here in the open country the half-moon looked bigger and the stars shone more brightly. Then came a scent of dampness. The postman shrank further into his collar. The student felt an unpleasant chill first creeping about his feet, then over the mailbags, over his hands and his face. The horses moved more slowly. The bell was mute as though it were frozen. There was the sound of the splash of water, and stars reflected in the water danced under the horses' feet and round the wheels. but 10 minutes later it became so dark that neither the stars nor the moon could be seen. The mail cart had entered the forest. Prickly pine branches were continually hitting the student on his cap, and a spider's web settled on his face. Wheels and hoofs knocked against huge roots, and the mail cart swayed from side to side, as though it were drunk. "Keep to the road," said the postman angrily. "Why do you run up the edge? My face is scratched all over by the twigs. Keep more to the right." But at that point there was nearly an accident. The cart suddenly bounded as though in the throes of convulsion, began trembling, and with a creak lurched heavily first to the right and then to the left, and at a fearful pace dashed along the forest track. The horses had taken fright at something and bolted. "Whoa, whoa!" the driver cried in alarm. "Whoa, you devils!" The student, violently shaken, bent forward and tried to find something to catch hold of so as to keep his balance and save himself from being thrown out. But the leather mailbags were slippery, and the driver whose belt the student tried to catch at was himself tossed up and down and seemed every moment on the point of flying out. Through the rattle of the wheels and the creaking of the cart they heard the sword fall with a clank on the ground. Then a little later something fell with two heavy thuds behind the mail cart. "Whoa!" the driver cried in a piercing voice, bending backwards. "Stop!" The student fell on his face and bruised his forehead against the driver's seat, but was at once tossed back again and knocked his spine violently against the back of the cart. "I am falling," was a thought that flashed through his mind, but at that instant the horses dashed out of the forest into the open, turned sharply to the right, and rumbling over a bridge of logs, suddenly stopped dead, and the suddenness of this halt flung the student forward again. The driver and the student were both breathless. The postman was not in the cart. He had been thrown out, together with his sword, the student's portmanteau, and one of the mailbags. "Stop, you rascals, stop!" they heard him shout from the forest. "You damned blackguard!" he shouted, running up to the cart, and there was a note of pain and fury in his tearful voice. "You anathema, plague take you!" he roared, dashing up to the driver and shaking his fist at him. "What are to do? Lord have mercy on us," muttered the driver in a conscience-stricken voice, setting right something in the harness at the horses' heads. "It's all that devil of a trace-horse. Cursed filly! It is only a week since she has run in harness. She goes all right, but as soon as we go downhill there is trouble. She wants a touch or two on the nose, then she wouldn't play about like this. Steady, damn!" While the driver was setting the horses to rights and looking for the portmanteau, the mailbag, and the sword on the road, the postman, in a plaintive voice shrill with anger, ejaculated oaths. After replacing the luggage, the driver, for no reason whatever, led the horses for 100 paces, grumbled at the restless trace-horse, and jumped up on the box. When his fright was over, the student felt amused and good-humoured. It was the first time in his life that he had driven by night in a mail cart, and the shaking he had just been through, the postman's having been thrown out, and the pain in his own back, struck him as interesting adventures. He lighted a cigarette and said with a laugh, "Why, you might break your neck like that. I very nearly flew out, and I didn't even notice that you had been thrown out. I can fancy what it is like driving in autumn." The postman did not speak. "Have you been going with the post for long?" the student asked. 11 years. Oh, every day?" "Yes, every day. I take this post and drive back again at once. Why?" Making the journey every day, he must have had a good many interesting adventures in 11 years. On bright summer and gloomy autumn nights, or in winter when a ferocious snowstorm whirled howling round the mail cart, it must have been hard to avoid feeling frightened and uncanny. No doubt more than once the horses had bolted, the mail cart had stuck in the mud, they had been attacked by highwaymen, or lost their way in the blizzard. "I can fancy what adventures you must have had in 11 years," said the student. "I expect it must be terrible driving." He said this and expected that the postman would tell him something, but the latter preserved a sullen silence and retreated into his collar. Meanwhile it began to get light. The sky changed colour imperceptibly. It still seemed dark, but by now the horses and the driver and the road could be seen. The crescent moon looked bigger and bigger, and the cloud that stretched below it, shaped like a cannon in a gun carriage, showed a faint yellow on its lower edge. Soon the postman's face was visible. It was wet with dew, grey and rigid as the face of a corpse. An expression of dull, sullen anger was set upon it, as though the postman were still in pain and still angry with his driver. "Thank God it is daylight," said the student, looking at his chilled and angry face. "I am quite frozen. The nights are cold in September, but as soon as the sun rises it isn't cold. Shall we soon reach the station?" The postman frowned and made a wry face. "How fond you are of talking, upon my word," he said. "Can't you keep quiet when you are travelling?" The student was confused and did not approach him again all the journey. The morning came on rapidly. The moon turned pale and melted away into the dull grey sky. The cloud turned yellow all over, the stars grew dim, but the east was still cold-looking and the same colour as the rest of the sky, so that one could hardly believe the sun was hidden in it. The chill of the morning and the surliness of the postman gradually infected the student. He looked apathetically at the country around him, waited for the warmth of the sun, and thought of nothing but how dreadful and horrible it must be for the poor trees and the grass to endure the cold nights. The sun rose dim, drowsy, and cold. The tree-tops were not gilded by the rays of the rising sun, as usually described. The sunbeams did not creep over the earth, and there was no sign of joy in the flight of the sleepy birds. The cold remained just the same now that the sun was up, as it had been in the night. The student looked drowsily and ill-humouredly at the curtained windows of a mansion by which the mail cart drove. Behind those windows, he thought, people were most likely enjoying their soundest morning sleep, not hearing the bells, nor feeling the cold, nor seeing the postman's angry face. And if the bell did wake some young lady, she would turn over on the other side, smile in the fullness of her warmth and comfort, and drawing up her feet and putting her hand under her cheek, would go off to sleep more soundly than ever. The student looked at the pond which gleamed near the house and thought of the carp and the pike which find it possible to live in cold water. "It's against regulations to take anyone with the post," the postman said unexpectedly. "It's not allowed, and since it is not allowed, people have no business to get in. Yes. It makes no difference to me, it's true, only I don't like it, and I don't wish it." "Why didn't you say so before, if you don't like it?" The postman made no answer, but still had an unfriendly, angry expression. When a little later the horses stopped at the entrance of the station, the student thanked him and got out of the cart. The mail train had not yet come in. A long goods train stood in a siding. In the tender the engine driver and his assistant, with faces wet with dew, were drinking tea from a dirty tin teapot. The carriages, the platforms, the seats were all wet and cold. Until the train came in, the student stood at the buffet, drinking tea, while the postman, with his hands thrust up his sleeves and the same look of anger still on his face, paced up and down the platform in solitude, staring at the ground under his feet. With whom was he angry? Was it with people, with poverty, with the autumn nights? End of The Post by Anton Chekhov. The Resident Patient by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson, London. In glancing over the somewhat incoherent series of memoirs with which I have endeavoured to illustrate a few of the mental peculiarities of my friend Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I have been struck by the difficulty which I have experienced in picking out examples which shall in every way answer my purpose. For in those cases in which Holmes has performed some tour de force of analytical reasoning and has demonstrated the value of his peculiar methods of investigation, the facts themselves have often been so slight or so commonplace that I could not feel justified in laying them before the public. On the other hand, it has frequently happened that he has been concerned in some research where the facts have been of the most remarkable and dramatic character, but where the share which he has himself taken in determining their causes has been less pronounced than I, as his biographer, could wish. The small matter which I have chronicled under the heading of A Study in Scarlet, and that other later one connected with the loss of the Gloria Scott, may serve as examples of this Scylla and Charybdis, which are forever threatening the historian. It may be that in the business of which I am now about to write, the part which my friend played is not sufficiently accentuated, and yet the whole train of circumstances is so remarkable that I cannot bring myself to omit it entirely from this series. It had been a close, rainy day in October. Our blinds were half drawn, and Holmes lay curled upon the sofa, reading and re-reading a letter which he had received by the Morning Post. For myself, my term of service in India had trained me to stand heat better than cold, and a thermometer of 90 was no hardship. But the paper was uninteresting. Parliament had risen, everybody was out of town, and I yearned for the glades of the New Forest or the shingle of Southsea. A depleted bank account had caused me to postpone my holiday, and as to my companion, neither the country nor the sea presented the slightest attraction to him. He loved to lie in the very centre of 5 millions of people, with his filaments stretching out and running through them, responsive to every little rumour or suspicion of unsolved crime. Appreciation of nature found no place among his many gifts, and his only change was when he turned his mind from the evildoer of the town to track down his brother of the country. Finding that Holmes was too absorbed for conversation, I tossed aside the barren paper, and leaning back in my chair, I fell into a brown study. Suddenly my companion's voice broke in upon my thoughts. "You are right, Watson," said he. "It does seem a very preposterous way of settling a dispute." "Most preposterous," I exclaimed, and then, suddenly realizing how he had echoed the inmost thought of my soul, I sat up in my chair and stared at him in blank amazement. "What is this, Holmes?" I cried. "This is beyond anything which I could have imagined." He laughed heartily at my perplexity. "You remember," said he, "that some little time ago when I read you the passage in one of Poe's sketches in which a close reasoner followed the unspoken thought of his companion, you were inclined to treat the matter as a mere tour de force of the author. On my remarking that I was constantly in the habit of doing the same thing, you expressed incredulity." "Oh, no." "Perhaps not with your tongue, my dear Watson, but certainly with your eyebrows. So when I saw you throw down your paper and enter upon a train of thought, I was very happy to have the opportunity of reading it off, and eventually of breaking into it, as a proof that I had been in rapport with you. But I was still far from satisfied. In the example which you read to me," said I, "the reasoner drew his conclusions from the actions of the man whom he observed. If I remember right, he stumbled over a heap of stones, looked up at the stars, and so on. But I have been seated quietly in my chair, and what clues can I have given you?" "You do yourself an injustice. The features are given to man as the means by which he shall express his emotions, and yours are faithful servants." "Do you mean to say that you read my train of thoughts from my features?" "Your features, and especially your eyes. Perhaps you cannot yourself recall how your reverie commenced?" "No, I cannot." "Then I will tell you. After throwing down your paper, which was the action which drew my attention to you, you sat for half a minute with a vacant expression. Then your eyes fixed themselves upon your newly framed picture of General Gordon, and I saw by the alteration in your face that a train of thought had been started. But it did not lead very far. Your eyes turned across to the unframed portrait of Henry Ward Beecher, which stands upon the top of your books. You then glanced up at the wall, and of course your meaning was obvious. You were thinking that if the portrait were framed, it would just cover that bare space and correspond with Gordon's picture over there. "You have followed me wonderfully," I exclaimed. "So far I could hardly have gone astray, but now your thoughts went back to Beecher, and you looked hard across as if you were studying the character in his features. Then your eyes ceased to pucker, but you continued to look across, and your face was thoughtful. You were recalling the incidents of Beecher's career. I was well aware that you could not do this without thinking of the mission which he undertook on behalf of the North at the time of the Civil War, for I remember you expressing your passionate indignation at the way in which he was received by the more turbulent of our people. You felt so strongly about it that I knew you could not think of Beecher without thinking of that also. When a moment later I saw your eyes wander away from the picture, I suspected that your mind had now turned to the Civil War, and when I observed that your lips set, your eyes sparkled and your hands clinched, I was positive that you were indeed thinking of the gallantry which was shown by both sides in that desperate struggle. But then again your face grew sadder. You shook your head. You were dwelling upon the sadness and horror and useless waste of life. Your hand stole towards your own old wound, and a smile quivered on your lips, which showed me that the ridiculous side of this method of settling international questions had forced itself upon your mind. At this point I agreed with you that it was preposterous, and was glad to find that all my deductions had been correct. "Absolutely," said I, "and now that you have explained it, I confess that I am as amazed as before. It was very superficial, my dear Watson, I assure you. I should not have intruded it upon your attention had you not shown some incredulity the other day. But the evening has brought a breeze with it. What do you say to a ramble through London?" I was weary of our little sitting-room and gladly acquiesced. For 3 hours we strolled about together, watching the ever-changing kaleidoscope of life as it ebbs and flows through Fleet Street and the Strand. His characteristic talk, with its keen observance of detail and subtle power of inference, held me amused and enthralled. It was 10 o'clock before we reached Baker Street again. A brougham was waiting at our door. "A doctor's general practitioner, I perceive," said Holmes. "Not been long in practice, but has a good deal to do. Come to consult us, I fancy. Lucky we came back." I was sufficiently conversant with Holmes's methods to be able to follow his reasoning, and to see that the nature and state of the various medical instruments in the wicker basket which hung in the lamplight inside the brougham had given him the data for his swift deduction. The light in our window above showed that this late visit was indeed intended for us. With some curiosity as to what could have sent a brother medico to us at such an hour, I followed Holmes into our sanctum. A pale, taper-faced man with sandy whiskers rose up from a chair by the fire as we entered. His age may not have been more than 3 or 4 and 30. But his haggard expression and unhealthy hue told of a life which had sapped his strength and robbed him of his youth. His manner was nervous and shy, like that of a sensitive gentleman, and the thin white hand which he laid on the mantelpiece as he rose was that of an artist rather than of a surgeon. His dress was quiet and sombre, a black frock coat, dark trousers, and a touch of colour about his necktie. "Good evening, Doctor," said Holmes cheerily. "I am glad to see that you have only been waiting a very few minutes." "You spoke to my coachman, then?" "No, it was the candle on the side table that told me. Pray resume your seat and let me know how I can serve you." "My name is Dr. Percy Trevelyan," said our visitor, "and I live at 403 Brook Street." "Are you not the author of a monograph upon obscure nervous lesions?" I asked. His pale cheeks flushed with pleasure at hearing that his work was known to me. "I so seldom hear of the work that I thought it was quite dead," said he. "My publishers gave me a most discouraging account of its sale. You are yourself, I presume, a medical man?" "A retired army surgeon. My own hobby has always been nervous disease. I should wish to make it an absolute speciality, but of course a man must take what he can get at first. This, however, is beside the question, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and I quite appreciate how valuable your time is. The fact is that a very singular train of events has occurred recently at my house in Brook Street, and tonight they came to such a head that I felt it was quite impossible for me to wait another hour before asking for your advice and assistance. Sherlock Holmes sat down and lit his pipe. "You are very welcome to both," said he. "Pray let me have a detailed account of what the circumstances are which have disturbed you." "One or two of them are so trivial," said Dr. Trevelyan, "that really I am almost ashamed to mention them. But the matter is so inexplicable, and the recent turn which it has taken is so elaborate, that I shall lay it all before you, and you shall judge what is essential and what is not. I am compelled to begin with to say something of my own college career. I am a London University man, you know, and I am sure that you will not think that I am unduly singing my own praises if I say that my student career was considered by my professors to be a very promising one. After I had graduated, I continued to devote myself to research, occupying a minor position in King's College Hospital, and I was fortunate enough to excite considerable interest by my research into the pathology of catalepsy, and finally to win the Bruce Pinkerton Prize and medal by the monograph on nervous lesions to which your friend has just alluded. I should not go too far if I were to say that there was a general impression at the time that a distinguished career lay before me. But the one great stumbling block lay in my want of capital. As you will readily understand, a specialist who aims high is compelled to start in one of a dozen streets in the Cavendish Square quarter, all of which entail enormous rents and furnishing expenses. Besides this preliminary outlay, he must be prepared to keep himself for some years and to hire a presentable carriage and horse. To do this was quite beyond my power, and I could only hope that by economy I might in 10 years' time save enough to enable me to put up my plate. Suddenly, however, an unexpected incident opened up quite a new prospect to me. This was a visit from a gentleman of the name of Blessington, who was a complete stranger to me. He came up to my room one morning and plunged into business in an instant. "You are the same Percy Trevelyan who has had so distinguished a career and won a great prize lately," said he. I bowed. "Answer me frankly," he continued, "for you will find it to your interest to do so. You have all the cleverness which makes a successful man. Have you the tact?" I could not help smiling at the abruptness of the question. "I trust that I have my share," I said. "Any bad habits? Not drawn towards drink, eh?" "Really, sir," I cried. "Quite right. That's all right. But I was bound to ask, with all these qualities, why are you not in practice?" I shrugged my shoulders. "Come, come," said he in his bustling way. "It's the old story. More in your brains than in your pocket, eh? What would you say if I were to start you in Brook Street?" I stared at him in astonishment. "Oh, it's for my sake, not for yours," he cried. "I'll be perfectly frank with you, and if it suits you it will suit me very well. I have a few thousands to invest, do you see, and I think I'll sink them in you." "But why?" I gasped. "Well, it's just like any other speculation, and safer than most." "What am I to do, then?" "I'll tell you. I'll take the house, furnish it, pay the maids, and run the whole place. All you have to do is just to wear out your chair in the consulting room. I'll let you have pocket money and everything. Then you hand over to me 3/4 of what you earn, and you keep the other quarter for yourself." This was the strange proposal, Mr. Holmes, with which the man Blessington approached me. I won't weary you with the account of how we bargained and negotiated. It ended in my moving into the house next Lady Day and starting in practice on very much the same conditions as he had suggested. He came himself to live with me in the character of a resident patient. His heart was weak, it appears, and he needed constant medical supervision. He turned the 2 best rooms of the first floor into a sitting room and bedroom for himself. He was a man of singular habits, shunning company and very seldom going out. His life was irregular, but in one respect he was regularity itself.
Every evening at the same hour he walked into the consulting room, examined the books, put down 5 and 3 pence for every guinea that I'd earned, and carried the rest off to the strong box in his own room. I may say with confidence that he never had occasion to regret his speculation. From the first it was a success. A few good cases and the reputation which I had won in the hospital brought me rapidly to the front, and during the last few years I have made him a rich man. So much, Mr. Holmes, for my past history and my relations with Mr. Blessington. It only remains for me now to tell you what has occurred to bring me here tonight. Some weeks ago Mr. Blessington came down to me in, as it seemed to me, a state of considerable agitation. He spoke of some burglary which he said had been committed in the West End, and he appeared, I remember, to be quite unnecessarily excited about it, declaring that a day should not pass before we should add stronger bolts to our windows and doors. For a week he continued to be in a peculiar state of restlessness, peering continually out of the window and ceasing to take the short walk which had usually been the prelude to his dinner. From his manner it struck me that he was in mortal dread of something or somebody, but when I questioned him upon the point he became so offensive that I was compelled to drop the subject. Gradually as time passed his fears appeared to die away, and he had renewed his former habits, when a fresh event reduced him to the pitiable state of prostration in which he now lies. What happened was this. 2 days ago I received the letter which I now read to you. Neither address nor date is attached to it. A Russian nobleman who is now resident in England, it runs, would be glad to avail himself of the professional assistance of Dr. Percy Trevelyan. He has been for some years a victim of cataleptic attacks, on which, as is well known, Dr. Trevelyan is an authority. He proposes to call at about 6:15 tomorrow evening, if Dr. Trevelyan will make it convenient to be at home. This letter interested me deeply because the chief difficulty in the study of catalepsy is the rareness of the disease. You may believe, then, that I was in my consulting room when, at the appointed hour, the page showed in the patient. He was an elderly man, thin, demure, and commonplace, by no means the conception one forms of a Russian nobleman. I was much more struck by the appearance of his companion. This was a tall young man, surprisingly handsome, with a dark, fierce face, and the limbs and chest of a Hercules. He had his hand under the other's arm as they entered, and helped him to a chair with a tenderness which one would hardly have expected from his appearance. "You will excuse my coming in, doctor," said he to me, speaking English with a slight lisp. "This is my father, and his health is a matter of the most overwhelming importance to me." I was touched by this filial anxiety. "You would perhaps care to remain during the consultation," said I. "Not for the world," he cried, with a gesture of horror. "It is more painful to me than I can express. If I were to see my father in one of these dreadful seizures, I am convinced that I should never survive it. My own nervous system is an exceptionally sensitive one. With your permission, I will remain in the waiting room while you go into my father's case." To this, of course, I assented, and the young man withdrew. The patient and I then plunged into a discussion of his case, of which I took exhaustive notes. He was not remarkable for intelligence, and his answers were frequently obscure, which I attributed to his limited acquaintance with our language. Suddenly, however, as I sat writing, he ceased to give any answer at all to my inquiries, and on my turning towards him I was shocked to see he was sitting bolt upright in his chair, staring at me with a perfectly blank and rigid face. He was again in the grip of his mysterious malady. My first feeling, as I have just said, was one of pity and horror. My second, I fear, was rather one of professional satisfaction. I made notes of my patient's pulse and temperature, tested the rigidity of his muscles, and examined his reflexes. There was nothing markedly abnormal in any of these conditions, which harmonized with my former experiences. I had obtained good results in such cases by the inhalation of nitrate of amyl, and the present seemed an admirable opportunity of testing its virtues. The bottle was downstairs in my laboratory, so leaving my patient seated in his chair, I ran down to get it. There was some little delay in finding it, 5 minutes, let us say, and then I returned. Imagine my amazement to find the room empty and the patient gone.
Of course, my first act was to run into the waiting room. The son had gone also. The hall door had been closed, but not shut. My page, who admits patients, is a new boy and by no means quick. He waits downstairs and runs up to show patients out when I ring the consulting room bell. He had heard nothing, and the affair remained a complete mystery. Mr. Blessington came in from his walk shortly afterwards, but I did not say anything to him upon the subject, for, to tell the truth, I have got in the way of late of holding as little communication with him as possible. Well, I never thought I should see anything more of the Russian and his son, so you can imagine my amazement when, at the very same hour this evening, they both came marching into my consulting room, just as they had done before. "I feel that I owe you a great many apologies for my abrupt departure yesterday, Doctor," said my patient. "I confess that I was very much surprised at it," said I. "Well, the fact is," he remarked, "that when I recover from these attacks my mind is always very clouded as to all that has gone before. I woke up in a strange room, as it seemed to me, and made my way out into the street in a sort of dazed way when you were absent. And I," said the son, "seeing my father pass the door of the waiting room, naturally thought that the consultation had come to an end. It was not until we had reached home that I began to realize the true state of affairs." "Well," said I, laughing, "there's no harm done except that you puzzled me terribly. So if you, sir, would kindly step into the waiting room, I shall be happy to continue our consultation, which was brought to so abrupt an ending." For half an hour or so I discussed that old gentleman's symptoms with him, and then, having prescribed for him, I saw him go off upon the arm of his son. "I've told you that Mr. Blessington generally chose this hour of the day for his exercise. He came in shortly afterwards and passed upstairs. An instant later I heard him running down, and he burst into my consulting room like a man who is mad with panic. "'Who has been in my room?' he cried. "'No one,' said I. "'It's a lie!' he yelled. "'Come up and look!' I passed over the grossness of his language, as he seemed half out of his mind with fear. When I went upstairs with him, he pointed to several footprints upon the light carpet. "'Do you mean to say those are mine?' he cried. They were certainly very much larger than any which he could have made, and were evidently quite fresh. It rained hard this afternoon, as you know, and my patients were the only people who called. It must have been the case, then, that the man in the waiting room had, for some unknown reason, while I was busy with the other, ascended to the room of my resident patient. Nothing had been touched or taken, but there were the footprints to prove that the intrusion was an undoubted fact. Mr. Blessington seemed more excited over the matter than I should have thought possible, though of course it was enough to disturb anybody's peace of mind. He actually sat crying in an armchair, and I could hardly get him to speak coherently. It was his suggestion that I should come round to you, and of course I at once saw the propriety of it, for certainly the incident is a very singular one, though he appears to completely overrate its importance. If you would only come back with me in my brougham, you would at least be able to soothe him, though I can hardly hope that you will be able to explain this remarkable occurrence." Sherlock Holmes had listened to this long narrative with an intentness which showed me that his interest was keenly aroused. His face was as impassive as ever, but his lids had drooped more heavily over his eyes, and his smoke had curled up more thickly from his pipe to emphasize each curious episode in the doctor's tale. As our visitor concluded, Holmes sprang up without a word, handed me my hat, picked his own from the table, and followed Dr. Trevelyan to the door. Within a quarter of an hour we had been dropped at the door of the physician's residence in Brook Street, one of those sombre, flat-faced houses which one associates with a West End practice. A small page admitted us, and we began at once to ascend the broad, well-carpeted stair. But a singular interruption brought us to a standstill. The light at the top was suddenly whisked out, and from the darkness came a reedy, quivering voice. "I have a pistol," it cried. "I give you my word I'll fire if you come any nearer." "This really grows outrageous, Mr. Blessington," cried Dr. Trevelyan. "Oh, then it is you, Doctor," said the voice, with a great heave of relief. "But those other gentlemen, are they what they pretend to be?" We were conscious of a long scrutiny out of the darkness.
Yes, it's all right, said the voice at last. You can come up, and I am sorry if my precautions have annoyed you. He relit the stair-gas as he spoke, and we saw before us a singular-looking man, whose appearance as well as his voice testified to his jangled nerves. He was very fat, but had apparently at some time been much fatter, so that the skin hung about his face in loose pouches, like the cheeks of a bloodhound. He was of a sickly colour, and his thin sandy hair seemed to bristle up with the intensity of his emotion. In his hand he held a pistol, but he thrust it into his pocket as we advanced. "Good evening, Mr. Holmes," said he. "I am sure I am very much obliged to you for coming round. No one ever needed your advice more than I do. I suppose that Dr. Trevelyan has told you of this most unwarrantable intrusion into my rooms." "Quite so," said Holmes. "Who are these two men, Mr. Blessington, and why do they wish to molest you?" Well, said the resident patient in a nervous fashion. "Of course it is hard to say that. You can hardly expect me to answer that, Mr. Holmes." "Do you mean that you don't know? Come in here, if you please. Just have the kindness to step in here." He led the way into his bedroom, which was large and comfortably furnished. "You see that?" said he, pointing to a big black box at the end of his bed. "I've never been a very rich man, Mr. Holmes, never made but one investment in my life, as Dr. Trevelyan would tell you. But I don't believe in bankers. I would never trust a banker, Mr. Holmes. Between ourselves, what little I have is in that box, so you can understand what it means to me when unknown people force themselves into my rooms." Holmes looked at Blessington in his questioning way and shook his head. "I cannot possibly advise you if you try to deceive me," said he. "But I've told you everything." Holmes turned on his heel with a gesture of disgust. "Good night, Dr. Trevelyan," said he. "And no advice for me!" cried Blessington in a breaking voice. "My advice to you, sir, is to speak the truth." A minute later we were in the street and walking for home. We had crossed Oxford Street and were halfway down Harley Street before I could get a word from my companion. "Sorry to bring you out on such a fool's errand, Watson," he said at last. "It is an interesting case, too, at the bottom of it." "I can make little of it," I confessed. "Well, it is quite evident that there are two men, more perhaps, but at least two, who are determined for some reason to get at this fellow Blessington. I have no doubt in my mind that both on the first and on the second occasion that young man penetrated to Blessington's room, while his confederate, by an ingenious device, kept the doctor from interfering." "And the catalepsy?" "A fraudulent imitation, Watson, though I should hardly dare to hint as much to our specialist. It is a very easy complaint to imitate. I have done it myself." "And then?" "By the purest chance Blessington was out on each occasion. Their reason for choosing so unusual an hour for a consultation was obviously to ensure that there should be no other patient in the waiting room. It just happened, however, that this hour coincided with Blessington's constitutional, which seems to show that they were not very well acquainted with his daily routine. Of course, if they had been merely after plunder, they would have at least made some attempt to search for it. Besides, I can read in a man's eye when it is his own skin that he is frightened for. It is inconceivable that this fellow could have made two such vindictive enemies as these appear to be without knowing of it. I hold it, therefore, to be certain that he does know who these men are, and that for reasons of his own he suppresses it. It is just possible that tomorrow may find him in a more communicative mood." "Is there not one alternative?" I suggested. "Grotesquely improbable, no doubt, but still just conceivable. Might the whole story of the cataleptic Russian and his son be a concoction of Dr. Trevelyan's, who has, for his own purposes, been in Blessington's rooms?" I saw in the gaslight that Holmes wore an amused smile at this brilliant departure of mine. "My dear fellow," said he, "it was one of the first solutions which occurred to me, but I was soon able to corroborate the doctor's tale. This young man has left prints upon the stair carpet, which made it quite superfluous for me to ask to see those which he had made in the room. When I tell you that his shoes were square-toed instead of being pointed like Blessington's, and were quite an inch and a third longer than the doctor's, you will acknowledge that there can be no doubt as to his individuality. But we may sleep on it now, for I shall be surprised if we do not hear something further from Brook Street in the morning. Sherlock Holmes' prophecy was soon fulfilled, and in a dramatic fashion. At 7:30 next morning, in the first glimmer of daylight, I found him standing by my bedside in his dressing-gown. "There's a brougham waiting for us, Watson," said he. "What's the matter, then?" "The Brook Street business." "Any fresh news?" "Tragic, but ambiguous," said he, pulling up the blind. "Look at this, a sheet from a notebook, with 'For God's sake come at once, P.T.' scrawled upon it in pencil. Our friend the doctor was hard put to it when he wrote this. Come along, my dear fellow, for it's an urgent call." In a quarter of an hour or so we were back at the physician's house. He came running out to meet us with a face of horror. "Oh, such a business!" he cried, with his hands to his temples. "What then?" "Blessington has committed suicide." Holmes whistled. "Yes, he hanged himself during the night." We had entered, and the doctor had preceded us into what was evidently his waiting room. "I really hardly know what I'm doing," he cried. "The police are already upstairs. It has shaken me most dreadfully." "When did you find it out?" "He has a cup of tea taken into him early every morning. When the maid entered about 7, there the unfortunate fellow was hanging in the middle of the room. He had tied his cord to the hook on which the heavy lamp used to hang, and he had jumped off from the top of the very box that he showed us yesterday." Holmes stood for a moment in deep thought. "With your permission," said he at last, "I should like to go upstairs and look into the matter." We both ascended, followed by the doctor. It was a dreadful sight which met us as we entered the bedroom door. I have spoken of the impression of flabbiness which this man Blessington conveyed. As he dangled from the hook it was exaggerated and intensified until he was scarce human in his appearance. The neck was drawn out like a plucked chicken's, making the rest of him seem the more obese and unnatural by the contrast. He was clad only in his long night-dress, and his swollen ankles and ungainly feet protruded starkly from beneath it. Beside him stood a smart-looking police inspector who was taking notes in a pocket-book. "Ah, Mr. Holmes," said he heartily, as my friend entered. "I am delighted to see you." "Good morning, Lanner," answered Holmes. "You won't think me an intruder, I'm sure. Have you heard of the events which led up to this affair?" "Yes, I heard something of them." "Have you formed any opinion?" "As far as I can see, the man has been driven out of his senses by fright. The bed has been well slept in, you see. There's his impression deep enough. It's about 5 in the morning, you know, that suicides are most common. That would be about his time for hanging himself. It seems to have been a very deliberate affair." "I should say that he's been dead about 3 hours, judging by the rigidity of the muscles," said I. "Noticed anything peculiar about the room?" asked Holmes. "Found a screwdriver and some screws on the washstand. Seems to have smoked heavily during the night, too. Here are 4 cigar ends that I picked out of the fireplace." Said Holmes. "Have you got his cigar holder?" "No, I have seen none." "His cigar case, then?" "Yes, it was in his coat pocket." Holmes opened it and smelled the single cigar which it contained. "Oh, this is a Havana, and these others are cigars of the peculiar sort which are imported by the Dutch from their East Indian colonies. They are usually wrapped in straw, you know, and are thinner for their length than any other brand." He picked up the 4 ends and examined them with his pocket lens. "2 of these have been smoked from a holder, and 2 without," said he. "2 have been cut by a not very sharp knife, and 2 have had the ends bitten off by a set of excellent teeth. This is no suicide, Mr. Lanner. It is a very deeply planned and cold-blooded murder." "Impossible!" cried the inspector. "And why? Why should any one murder a man in so clumsy a fashion as by hanging him? That is what we have to find out. How could they get in?" "Through the front door." "It was barred in the morning?" "Then it was barred after them. How do you know? I saw their traces. Excuse me a moment, and I may be able to give you some further information about it. He went over to the door, and turning the lock, he examined it in his methodical way. Then he took out the key, which was on the inside, and inspected that also. The bed, the carpet, the chairs, the mantelpiece, the dead body, and the rope were each in turn examined, until at last he professed himself satisfied, and with my aid and that of the inspector cut down the wretched object and laid it reverently under a sheet. "How about this rope?" he asked. "It is cut off this," said Dr. Trevelyan, drawing a large coil from under the bed. He was morbidly nervous of fire, and always kept this beside him, so that he might escape by the window in case the stairs were burning. "That must have saved them trouble," said Holmes thoughtfully. "Yes, the actual facts are very plain, and I shall be surprised if by the afternoon I cannot give you the reasons for them as well. I will take this photograph of Blessington, which I see upon the mantelpiece, as it may help me in my inquiries." "But you have told us nothing," cried the doctor. "Oh, there can be no doubt as to the sequence of events," said Holmes. "There were three of them in it, the young man, the old man, and a third, whose identity I have no clue. The first two, I need hardly remark, are the same who masqueraded as the Russian Count and his son, so you can give a very full description of them. They were admitted by a confederate inside the house. If I might offer you a word of advice, Inspector, it would be to arrest the page, who, as I understand, has only recently come into your service, Doctor." "The young imp cannot be found," said Dr. Trevelyan. "The maid and the cook have just been searching for him." Holmes shrugged his shoulders. "He has played a not unimportant part in this drama," said he. "The three men, having ascended the stairs, which they did on tiptoe, the elder man first, the younger man second, and the unknown man in the rear." "My dear Holmes!" I ejaculated. "Oh, there could be no question as to the superimposing of the footmarks. I had the advantage of learning which was which last night. They ascended then to Mr. Blessington's room, the door of which they found to be locked. With the help of a wire, however, they forced round the key. Even without the lens, you will perceive, by the scratches on this board, where the pressure was applied. On entering the room, their first proceeding must have been to gag Mr. Blessington. He may have been asleep, or he may have been so paralyzed with terror as to have been unable to cry out. These walls are thick, and it is conceivable that his shriek, if he had time to utter one, was unheard. Having secured him, it is evident to me that a consultation of some sort was held. Probably it was something in the nature of a judicial proceeding. It must have lasted for some time, for it was then that these cigars were smoked. The older man sat in that wicker chair. It was he who used the cigar holder. The younger man sat over yonder. He knocked his ash off against the chest of drawers. The third fellow paced up and down. Blessington, I think, sat upright in the bed, but of that I cannot be absolutely certain. Well, it ended by their taking Blessington and hanging him. The matter was so prearranged that it is my belief that they brought with them some sort of block or pulley which might serve as a gallows. That screwdriver and those screws were, as I conceive, for fixing it up. Seeing the hook, however, they naturally saved themselves the trouble. Having finished their work, they made off, and the door was barred behind them by their confederate. We had all listened with the deepest interest to this sketch of the night's doings, which Holmes had deduced from signs so subtle and minute that, even when he had pointed them out to us, we could scarcely follow him in his reasoning. The inspector hurried away on the instant to make inquiries about the page, while Holmes and I returned to Baker Street for breakfast. "I'll be back by 3, said he, when we had finished our meal. "Both the inspector and the doctor will meet me here at that hour, and I hope by that time to have cleared up any little obscurity which the case may still present." Our visitors arrived at the appointed time, but it was 4:15 before my friend put in an appearance. From his expression as he entered, however, I could see that all had gone well with him. "Any news, Inspector?" "We have got the boy, sir." "Excellent. And I have got the men." "You have got them?" we cried, all three. "Well, at least I have got their identity. This so-called Blessington is, as I expected, well known at headquarters, and so are his assailants. Their names are Biddle, Haywood, and Moffat. "The Worthington Bank gang!" cried the inspector. "Precisely," said Holmes. "Then Blessington must have been Sutton." "Exactly," said Holmes. "Why, that makes it as clear as crystal," said the inspector. But Trevelyan and I looked at each other in bewilderment. "You must surely remember the great Worthington Bank business," said Holmes. 5 men were in it, these 4 and a 5th called Cartwright. Tobin, the caretaker, was murdered, and the thieves got away with £7,000. This was in 1875. They were all 5 arrested, but the evidence against them was by no means conclusive. This Blessington, or Sutton, who was the worst of the gang, turned informer. On his evidence, Cartwright was hanged, and the other 3 got 15 years apiece. When they got out the other day, which was some years before their full term, they set themselves, as you perceive, to hunt down the traitor and to avenge the death of their comrade upon him. Twice they tried to get at him and failed. A 3rd time, you see, it came off. Is there anything further which I can explain, Dr. Trevelyan? "I think you have made it all remarkably clear," said the doctor. "No doubt the day on which he was perturbed was the day when he had seen of their release in the newspapers." "Quite so. His talk about a burglary was the merest blind." "But why could he not tell you this?" "Well, my dear sir, knowing the vindictive character of his old associates, he was trying to hide his own identity from everybody as long as he could. His secret was a shameful one, and he could not bring himself to divulge it. However, wretch as he was still living under the shield of British law, and I have no doubt, Inspector, that you will see that, though that shield may fail to guard, the sword of justice is still there to avenge." Such were the singular circumstances in connection with the resident patient and the Brook Street doctor. From that night nothing has been seen of the 3 murderers by the police, and it is surmised at Scotland Yard that they were among the passengers of the ill-fated steamer Nora Creina, which was lost some years ago with all hands upon the Portuguese coast, some leagues to the north of Oporto. The proceedings against the page broke down for want of evidence, and the Brook Street mystery, as it was called, has never until now been fully dealt with in any public print. End of The Resident Patient by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The Rope of Fear by Mary E. and Thomas W. Hanshaw. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson, London. If you know anything of the country of Westmoreland, you will know the chief market town of Merton Shepherd. And if you know Merton Shepherd, you will know there is only one important building in that town besides the massive town hall. And that building is the Westmoreland Union Bank, a private concern well backed by every wealthy magnate in the surrounding district and patronized by everyone from the highest to the lowest degree. Anybody will point the building out to you, firstly because of its imposing exterior, and secondly because everyone in the whole county brings his money to Mr. Naylor Brent, to do with it what he wills. For Mr. Naylor Brent is the manager, and besides being known far and wide for his integrity, his uprightness of purpose, and his strict sense of justice, he acts to the poorer inhabitants of Merton Shepherd as a sort of father confessor in all their troubles, both of a social and a financial character. It was toward the last of September that the big robbery happened, and upon one sunny afternoon at the end of that month, Mr. Naylor Brent was pacing the narrow confines of his handsomely appointed room in the bank, visibly disturbed.
That he was waiting the arrival of someone was evident by his frequent glances at the marble clock which stood upon the mantel-shelf, and which bore across its base a silver plate upon which were inscribed the names of some 15 or more grateful customers, whose money had passed successfully through his managerial hands. At length the door opened after a discreet knock upon its oaken panels, and an old, bent, and almost decrepit clerk ushered in the portly figure of Mr. Maverick Narkom, Superintendent of Scotland Yard, followed by a heavily built, dull-looking person in navy blue. Mr. Naylor Brent's good-looking, rugged face took on an expression of the keenest relief. "Mr. Narkom himself, this is indeed more than I expected," he said with extended hand. "We had the pleasure of meeting once in London, some years ago. Perhaps you have forgotten." Mr. Narkom's bland face wrinkled into a smile of appreciation. "Oh, no, I haven't," he returned pleasantly. "I remember quite distinctly I decided to answer your letter in person, and bring with me one of my best men, friend and colleague, you know, Mr. George Headland." "Pleased to meet you, sir, and if you'll both sit down we can go into the matter at once. That's a comfortable chair over there, Mr. Headland." They seated themselves, and Mr. Narkom, clearing his throat, proceeded in his usual official manner to take the floor. "I understand from headquarters," said he, "that you have had an exceptionally large deposit of banknotes sent up from London for payments in connection with your new canal. Isn't that so, Mr. Brent? I trust the trouble you mentioned in your letter has nothing to do with this money." Mr. Taylor Brent's face paled considerably, and his voice had an anxious note in it when he spoke. "Gad, sir, but it has!" he ejaculated. "That's the trouble itself. Every single banknote is gone. £200,000 is gone, and not a trace of it. Heaven only knows what I'm going to do about it, Mr. Narkom, but that's how the matter stands. Every penny is gone. Gone." Mr. Narkom drew out a red silk handkerchief and wiped his forehead vigorously, a sure sign of nervous excitement, while Mr. Headland exclaimed loudly, "Well, I'm hanged!" "Someone certainly will be," rapped out Mr. Brent sharply, "for not only have the notes vanished, but I've lost the best night watchman I ever had, a good, trustworthy man." "Lost him?" put in Mr. Headland curiously. "What exactly do you mean by that, Mr. Brent? Did he vanish with the notes?" "What? Will Simmons? Never in this world. He's not that kind. The man that offered Will Simmons a bribe to betray his trust would answer for it with his life. A more faithful servant or better fellow never drew breath. No, it's dead he is, Mr. Headland, and I can hardly speak of it yet. I feel so much to blame for putting him on the job at all, but you see we've had a regular series of petty thefts lately, small sums unable to be accounted for, safes opened in the most mysterious manner, and money abstracted, though never any large sums fortunately. Even the clerk's coats had not been left untouched. I've had a constant watch kept, but all in vain, so naturally when this big deposit came to hand on Tuesday morning, I determined that special precautions should be taken at night, and put poor old Simmons down in the vault with the bank's watchdog for company. That was the last time I saw him alive. He was found writhing in convulsions, and by the time that the doctor arrived upon the scene he was dead. The safe was found open, and every note was gone." "Bad business indeed," declared Mr. Headland with a shake of the head. "No idea as to the cause of death, Mr. Brent?" "What was the doctor's verdict?" Mr. Naylor Brent's face clouded. "That's the very dickens of it. He didn't quite know. Said it was evidently a case of poisoning, but was unable to decide further, or to find out what sort of poison, if any, had been used." I see. And what did the local police say? Have they found any clues yet?" The manager flushed, and he gave vent to a forced laugh. "As a matter of fact," he responded, "the local police know nothing about it. I have kept the loss an entire secret until I could call in the help of Scotland Yard." "A secret, Mr. Brent, with such a loss?" ejaculated Mr. Narkom. "That's surely an unusual course to pursue."
When a bank loses such a large sum of money, and in banknotes, the most easily handled commodity in the world, and in addition a mysterious murder takes place, one would naturally expect that the first act would be to call in the officers of the law. That is, unless— I see. Well, it's more than I do, responded Mr. Brent sadly. Do you see any light, however? Hardly that, but it stands to reason that if you are prepared to make good the loss, a course to which there seems no alternative, there is an obvious possibility that you yourself have some faint idea as to who the criminal is, and are anxious that your suspicions should not be verified. Mr. Headland, otherwise Cleek, looked at his friend with considerable admiration shining in his eyes. "Beginning to use his old head at last," he thought as he watched the superintendent's keen face. "Well, well, it's never too late to mend, anyhow." And then, aloud, "Exactly my thought, Mr. Narkom. Perhaps Mr. Brent could enlighten us as to his own suspicions, for I'm positive that he has some tucked away somewhere in his mind." "Jove, if you're not almost supernatural, Mr. Headland," returned the gentleman with a heavy sigh. "You have certainly unearthed something which I thought was hidden only in my own soul. That is exactly the reason I have kept silent. My suspicions were I to voice them might drag the person accused still deeper into the mire of his own foolishness. There's Patterson, for instance. He would arrest him on sight, without the slightest compunction." "Patterson?" threw in Cleek quickly. "Patterson. The name's familiar. Don't suppose, though, that it would be the same one. It is a common enough name. Company promoter who made a pile of copper the first year of the war, and retired with the swag, to put it brutally. 'Tisn't that chimp, I suppose?" "The identical man," returned Mr. Brent excitedly. "He came here some 5 years ago, bought up Mount Morris Court, a fine place having a view of the whole town, and he has now lately started to run an opposition bank to ours, doing everything in his power to overthrow my position here. It's spite, I believe, against myself as well as George. The young fool had the impudence to ask his daughter's hand, and what was more, ran off with her and they were married, which increased Patterson's hatred of us both almost to insanity." I see," said Cleek. "Who is George?" "My stepson, Mr. Headland. Unfortunately for me, my late wife's boy by her first marriage. I have to admit it regretfully enough. He was the cause of his mother's death. He literally broke her heart by his wild living, and I was only too glad to give him a small allowance, which however helped him with his unhappy marriage, and hoped to see the last of George Barrington." Cleek twitched an inquiring eyebrow. "Unhappy, Mr. Brent?" he queried. "But I understand from you a moment ago it was a love match." "In the beginning it was purely a question of love, Mr. Headland," responded the manager gravely. "But as you know, when poverty comes in at the door, love sometimes flies out of the window. And from all accounts the late Miss Patterson never ceases to regret the day she became Mrs. George Barrington. George has been hanging about here this last week or two, and I noticed him trying to renew acquaintance with old Simmons only a day or two ago in the bar of the Rose and Anchor. He was also seen prowling round the bank on Tuesday night. So now you know why I was loath to set the ball rolling. Old man Patterson would lift the sky to get the chance to have that young waster imprisoned, to say nothing of defaming my personal character at the same time. Sooner than that I must endeavour to raise sufficient money by private means to replace the notes. But the death of old Simmons is, of course, another matter. His murderer must and shall be brought to justice, while I still have a penny piece in my pocket." His voice broke suddenly into a harsh sob, and for a few moments his hands covered his face. Then he shook himself free of his emotion. "We will do our best on that score, Mr. Brent," said Mr. Narkom, after a somewhat lengthy silence. "It is a most unfortunate tragedy indeed, almost a dual one might say. But I think you can safely trust yourself in our hands. Eh, Headland?" Cleek bowed his head, while Mr. Brent smiled appreciation of the superintendent's kindly sympathy. "I know I can," he said warmly. "Believe me, Mr. Narkom, and you too, Mr. Headland, I am perfectly content to leave myself with you. but I have my suspicions, and strong ones they are too, and I would not mind laying a bet that Patterson has engineered the whole scheme and is quietly laughing up his sleeve at me." "That's a bold assertion, Mr. Brent," put in Cleek quietly. "But justified by facts, Mr. Headland. He has twice tried to bribe Simmons away from me, and last year offered Colcott, my head clerk, a sum of £5,000 to let him have the list of our clients." "Oh," said Cleek in two different tones. "One of that sort, is he? Not content with a fortune won by profiteering, he must try and ruin others. And having failed to get hold of your list of clients, he tries the bogus theft game and gambles on that. Well, young Barrington may be only a coincidence after all, Mr. Brent. I shouldn't worry too much about him if I were you. Suppose you tell Mr. Narkom and myself the details right from the beginning, please. When was the murder discovered, and who discovered it?" Mr. Naylor Brent leaned back in his chair and sighed heavily as he polished his gold glasses. "For an affair of such tragic importance, Mr. Headland," he said, "it is singularly lacking in details. There is really nothing more to tell you than at 6 o'clock, when I myself retired from the bank to my private rooms overhead, I left poor Simmons on guard over the safe. At 9 o'clock I was fetched down by the inspector on the beat, who left young Wilson with the body. After that—" Cleek lifted a silencing hand. "One moment," he said. "Who is young Wilson, Mr. Brent, and why should he, instead of the inspector, have been left alone with the body?" "Wilson is one of the cashiers, Mr. Headland. A nice lad, but of no particular education. It seems he found the bank's outer door unlatched and called up the constable on the beat. As luck would have it, the inspector happened along, and down they went into the vaults together. But as to why the inspector left young Wilson with the body instead of sending him up for me, well, frankly, I had never given the thing a thought until now." "I see. Funny thing this chap Wilson should have made straight for the vaults, though. Did he expect a murder or robbery beforehand? Was he acquainted with the fact that the notes were there, Mr. Brent?" "No, he knew nothing whatever about them. No one did. That is, no one but the head clerk, Mr. Colcott, myself, and old Simmons. In bank matters, you know, the less said about such things the better, and—" Mr. Narkom nodded. Very wise indeed," he said approvingly. "One can't be too careful in money matters, and if I may say so, bank pay being none too high, the temptation must sometimes be rather great. I have a couple of nephews in the bank myself." Cleek's eyes suddenly silenced him as though there had been a spoken word. "This Wilson, Mr. Brent," Cleek asked quietly, "is he a young man?" "Oh, quite young. Not more than 4 or 5 and 20, I should say. Came from London with an excellent reference, and so far has given satisfaction. Universal favourite with the firm, and also with old Simmons himself. I believe the two used sometimes to lunch together and were firm friends. It seems almost a coincidence that the old man should have died in the boy's arms." "He made no statement, I suppose, before he died, to give an idea of the assassin. But of course you wouldn't know that, as you weren't there." "As it happens, I do, Mr. Headland. Young Wilson, who is frightfully upset, in fact the shock of the thing has completely shattered his nerves, never very strong at the best of times, says that the old man just writhed and muttered something about a rope. Then he fell back dead." "A rope?" said Cleek in surprise. "Was he tied or bound then?" "That's just it. There was no sign of anything whatever to do with the rope about him. It was possibly a death delusion or something of the sort. Perhaps the poor old chap was semi-conscious." "Undoubtedly. And now just one more question, Mr. Brent, before I tire your patience out. We policemen, you know, are terrible nuisances. What time was it when young Wilson discovered the door of the bank unlatched?" "About 9:30. I had just noticed my clock striking the half hour when I was disturbed by the inspector." "And wasn't it a bit unusual for a clerk to come back to the bank at that hour, unless he was working overtime?" Mr. Naylor Brent's fine head went back with a gesture which conveyed to Cleek the knowledge that he was not in a habit of working any of his employees beyond the given hours. "He was doing nothing of the sort, Mr. Headland," he responded a trifle brusquely, Our firm is particularly keen about the question of working hours. Wilson tells me he came back for his watch, which he left behind him, and the door was conveniently unlatched and ready, so he simply fetched in the inspector and took him straight down into the vaults. Didn't get his watch, I suppose?" Mr. Naylor Brent jumped suddenly to his feet, all his self-possession gone for the moment. "Gad, I never thought of that. Hang it, man, you're making a bigger puzzle of it than ever. You're not insinuating that that boy murdered old Simmons, are you? I can't believe that." "I'm not insinuating anything," responded Cleek blandly, "but I have to look at things from every angle there is. When you go downstairs with the inspector, Mr. Brent, did you happen to notice the safe or not?" "Yes, I did. Indeed, I fear that it was my first thought. It was natural, with £200,000 Bank of England notes to be responsible for, and at first I thought everything was all right. Then young Wilson told me he himself had closed the safe door. What are you smiling at, Mr. Headland? It's no laughing matter, I assure you." The queer little one-sided smile, so indicative of the man, travelled for a moment up Cleek's cheek and was gone again in a twinkling. "Nothing," he responded briefly. "Just a passing thought." "Then you mean to say young Wilson closed the safe? Did he know the notes had vanished? But of course you said he knew nothing of them. But if they were there when he looked in—" His voice trailed off into silence, and he let the rest of the sentence go by default. Mr. Brent's face flushed crimson with excitement. "Why, at that rate," he ejaculated, "the money wasn't stolen until young Wilson sent the inspector up for me, and we let him walk quietly out. You were right, Mr. Headland. If I'd only done my duty and told Inspector Corcoran at once—" "Steady, man, steady. I don't say it is so," put in Cleek with a quiet little smile. "I'm only trying to find light." "And making it a dashed sight blacker still, begging your pardon," returned Mr. Brent briskly. "That's as may be, but the devil isn't always as black as he is painted," responded Cleek. "I'd like to see this Wilson, Mr. Brent, unless he is so ill he hasn't been able to attend the office." "Oh, he's back at work today, and I'll have him here in a twinkling." And almost in a twinkling he arrived, a young, slim, pallid youngster, rather given to over-brightness in his choice of ties, and somewhat better dressed than is the lot of most bank clerks. Cleek noted the pearl pin, the well-cut suit he wore, and for a moment his face wore a strange look. Mr. Naylor Brent's brisk voice broke the silence. "These gentlemen are from Scotland Yard, Wilson," he said sharply, "and they want to know just what happened here on Tuesday night. Tell them all you know, please." Young Wilson's pale face went a queer drab shade, like a newly baked bread. He began to tremble visibly. "Happened, sir, happened," he stammered. "How should I know what happened? I only just got there in time, and—" "Yes, we know when you got there, Mr. Wilson," said Cleek. "But what we want to know is what induced you to go down into the vaults when you fetched the inspector. It seemed a rather unnecessary journey, to say the least of it." "I heard a cry, at least—" "Right through the closed door of a 9-inch concrete-walled vault, Wilson," struck in Mr. Brent promptly. "Simmons had been shut in there by myself, Mr. Headland, and—" "Shut in, Mr. Brent, shut in, did you say? Then how did Mr. Wilson here and the inspector enter?" Young Wilson stretched out his hand imploringly. "The door was open," he stammered. "I swear it on my honour. And the safe was open, and the notes were gone." "What notes?" It was Mr. Brent's voice which broke the momentary silence, as he realized the significance of the admission. For answer the young man dropped his face into his shaking hands. "Oh, the notes, the £200,000. You may think what you like, sir, but I swear I am innocent. I never touched the money, nor did I touch Mr. Simmons. I swear it. I swear it." "Don't swear too strongly, or you may have to unswear again," struck in Cleek severely. "Mr. Narkom and I would like to have a look at the vault itself and see the body, if you have no objection." "Certainly. Wilson, you had better come along with us. We might need you. This way, gentlemen." Speaking, the manager rose to his feet, opened the door of his private office, and proceeded downstairs by way of an equally private staircase to the vaults below. Cleek, Mr. Narkom, and young Wilson, very much agitated at the coming ordeal, brought up the rear. As they passed the door leading into the bank for the use of the clerks, old Colcott came out
and paused respectfully in front of the manager. "If you excuse me, sir," he said, "I thought perhaps you might like to see this." He held out a Bank of England £5 note, and Mr. Brent took it and examined it critically. Then a little cry broke from his lips. "A 541063, he exclaimed. "Good heavens, Callcott! Where did this come from? Who—" Callcott rubbed his old hands together as though he were enjoying a titbit with much satisfaction. "Half an hour ago, sir, Mr. George Barrington brought it in and wanted smaller change." George Barrington! The members of the little party looked at each other in amazement, and Cleek noticed for a moment that young Wilson's tense face relaxed. "Mr. George Barrington, eh?" The curious little one-sided smile travelled up Cleek's cheek and was gone. The party continued their way downstairs, somewhat silenced by this new development. A narrow, dark corridor led to the vault itself, which was by no means a large chamber, but remarkable for the extreme solidity of its building. It was concrete, as most vaults are, and lit only by a single electric light, which, when switched on, shone dully against the grey stone walls. The only ventilation it boasted was provided by means of a row of small holes about an inch in diameter across one wall, that nearest to the passage, and exactly facing the safe. So small were they that it seemed almost as if not even a mouse could get through one of them, should a mouse be so minded. These holes were placed so low down that it was physically impossible to see through them, and although Cleek's eyes noted their appearance there in the vault, he said nothing and seemed to pay them little attention. A speedy glance round the room gave him all the details of it. The safe against the wall, the figure of the old bank servant beside it, sleeping his last sleep, and guarding the vault in death as he had not been able to do in life. Cleek crossed towards him and then stopped suddenly, peering down at what seemed a little twist of paper. "Hello," he said. "Surely you don't allow smoking in the vault, Mr. Brent? Not that it could do much harm, but—" "Certainly not, Mr. Headland," returned the manager warmly. "This is strictly against orders." He glared at young Wilson, who, nervous as he had been before, became obviously more flustered than ever. "I don't smoke, sir," he stammered in answer to that managerial look of accusation. "Glad to hear it." Cleek stroked his cigarette case lovingly inside his pocket, as though in apology for the libel. "But it's my mistake. Not a cigarette end at all, just a twist of paper. Of no account, anyway." He stooped to pick it up, and then, giving his hand a flirt, appeared to have tossed it away. Only Mr. Narkom, used to the ways of his famous associate, saw that he had palmed it into his pocket. Then Cleek crossed the room and stood a moment looking down at the body, lying there huddled and distorted in the death agony that had so cruelly and mysteriously seized it. So this was Will Simmons. Well, if the face is any index to the character, which in 9 cases out of 10 it isn't, then Mr. Naylor Brent's confidence has certainly not been misplaced. A fine, clean, rugged face this, with set lips, a face that would never fail a friend, and never forgive an enemy. Young Wilson, who had stepped up beside Cleek, shivered suddenly as he looked down at the body and closed his eyes. Mr. Brent's voice broke the silence that the sight of death so often brings. "I think," he said quietly, "if you don't mind, gentlemen, I'll get back to my office. There are important matters at stake just now, and if you'll excuse me, it's near closing time, you know, and there are many important matters to see to. Wilson, you stay here with these gentlemen and render any assistance that you can. Show them round if they wish it. You need not resume work today. Anything which you wish to know, please call upon me." "Thanks, we'll remember." Cleek bowed ceremoniously as the manager retreated. "But no doubt Mr. Wilson here will give us all the assistance we require, Mr. Brent. We'll make an examination of the body first and let you know the verdict." The door closed on Mr. Brent's figure, and Cleek and Mr. Narkom and young Wilson were alone with the dead. Cleek went down upon his knees before the still figure and examined it from end to end. The clenched hands were put to the keenest scrutiny, but he passed no comment, only glancing now and again from those same hands to the figure of the young cashier who stood trembling beside him.
Convulsions, he finally said softly to himself, and Mr. Narkom watched his face with intense eagerness. Might be aconite, but how administered? Again he stood silent, his brain moving swiftly down an avenue of thought, and if the thoughts could have been seen, they should have shown something like this: convulsions, writhing, twisting, tied up in knots of pain. A rope. Suddenly he wheeled swiftly upon Wilson, his face a mask for his emotions. "Look here," he said sternly, "I want you to tell me the exact truth, Mr. Wilson. It's the wisest way when dealing with the police, you know. Are you positively certain Simmons said nothing as to the cause of his death? What exactly were his last words to you?" "I begged him to tell me who it was who had injured him," replied Wilson, in a shaking voice. "But all he could say was, 'The rope, mind the rope of fear, the rope of fear.' And then he was gone. But there was no sign of any rope, Mr. Headland, and I can't imagine what the dear old man was driving at. And now to think he is dead, dead." His voice broke and was silent for a moment. Once again Cleek spoke. "And you saw nothing, heard nothing?" "Well, I hardly know. There was a sound, a faint whisper, reed-like and thin, almost like a long-drawn sigh. I really thought I must have imagined it, and when I listened again it had gone. After that I rushed to the safe and—" "Why did you do that?" "Because he had told me at dinner time about the notes, and made me promise I wouldn't mention it, and I was afraid someone had stolen them." "Is it likely that anyone overheard your conversation then? Where were you lunching?" "In the Rose and Crown." Wilson's voice trembled again as though the actual recalling of the thing terrified him anew. "Simmons and I often had lunch together. There was no one else at our table, and the place was practically empty. The only person was an old Ramajee, the black chap who keeps the Indian bazaar in the town. He's an old inhabitant, but even now hardly understands English, and most of the time he's so drugged with opium that if he did hear he'd never understand. He was certainly blind to the world that lunchtime, because my friend Simmons, noticed it." "Indeed." Cleek stroked his chin thoughtfully for some moments. Then he sniffed the air and uttered a casual remark. "Fond of sweets still, are you, Mr. Wilson? Peppermint drops or aniseed balls, eh?" Mr. Narkom's eyes fairly bulged with amazement, and young Wilson flushed angrily. "I am not such a fool as all that, Mr. Headland," he said quickly. "If I don't smoke, I certainly don't go about sucking candy like a kid. I never cared for 'em as a youngster, and I haven't had any for a cat's age." "What made you ask?" "Nothing. Simply my fancy." But nevertheless Cleek continued to sniff, and then suddenly with a little excited sound went down on his hands and knees and began examining the stone floor. "It's not possible, and yet, I must be right," he said softly, getting to his feet at last. "A rope of fear was what he said, wasn't it? A rope of fear." He crossed suddenly to the safe and, bending over it, examined the handle and doors critically, and at that moment Mr. Brent reappeared. Cleek switched round upon his heel and smiled across at him. "Able to spare us a little more of your valuable time, Mr. Brent?" he said politely. "Well, I was just coming up. There's nothing really to be gained here. I've been looking over the safe for fingerprints, and there's not much doubt about whose they are. Mr. Wilson here had better come upstairs and tell us exactly what he did with the notes, and—" Young Wilson's face went suddenly grey. He clenched his hands together and breathed hard like a spent runner. "I tell you, they were gone," he cried desperately. "They were gone. I looked for them and didn't find them. They were gone, gone, gone." But Cleek seemed not to take the slightest notice of him, and springing upon his heel, followed in the wake of the manager's broad back, while Wilson perforce had to return with Mr. Narkom. Halfway up the stairs, however, Cleek suddenly stopped and gave vent to a hurried ejaculation. "Silly idiot that I am," he said crossly. "I've left my magnifying glass on top of the safe, and it's the most necessary tool we policemen have. Don't bother to come, Mr. Brent, if you'll just lend me the keys of the vault. Thanks, I'll be right back." It was certainly not much more than a moment when he did return, and the other members of the little party had barely reached the private office when he fairly rushed in after them. There was a look of supreme satisfaction in his eyes. "Here it is," he said, lifting the glass up for all to see.
And look here, Mr. Brent, I changed my mind about discussing the matter any further here. The best thing you can do is to go down in a cab with Mr. Narkom to the police station and get a warrant for this young man's arrest. No, don't speak, Mr. Wilson, I've not finished yet. And take him along with you. I will stay here and just scribble down the facts. It'll save no end of bother, and we can take our man straight up to London with us, under proper arrest. I shan't be more than 10 minutes at the most." Mr. Brent nodded assent. "As you please, Mr. Headland," he said gravely. "We'll go along at once. Wilson, you understand you are to come with us? It's no use trying to get away from it, man. You're up against it now. You'd better just keep a stiff upper lip and face the music." "I'm ready, Mr. Narkom." Quietly they took their departure in a hastily found cab, leaving Cleek, the picture of stolid policemanism, with notebook and pencil in hand, busily inscribing what he was pleased to call the facts. Only 10 minutes Cleek had asked for, but it was nearer 20 before he was ushered out of the side entrance of the bank by the old housekeeper, and though perhaps it was only sheer luck that caused him to nearly tumble into the arms of Mr. George Barrington, whom he recognized from the word picture of that gentleman given by Mr. Brent some time before, it was decidedly by arrangement that, after a few careless words on the part of Cleek, Barrington, his face blank with astonishment, accompanied this stranger down to the police station. They found a grim little party waiting for them, but at the sight of Cleek's face, Mr. Narkom started forward and put a hand upon his friend's arm. "What have you found, Headland?" he asked excitedly. "Just what I expected to find," came the triumphant reply. "Now, Mr. Wilson, you are going to hear the end of the story. Do you want to see what I found, gentlemen? Here it is." He fumbled in his big coat pocket for a moment and pulled out a parcel which crackled crisply. "The notes!" "Good God!" It was young Wilson who spoke. "Yes, a very good God, even to sinners, Mr. Wilson. We don't always deserve all the goodness we get, you know." Cleek went on. "The notes are found, you see, the notes, you murderer, you despicable thief, the notes which were entrusted to your care by the innocent people who pinned their faith on you." Speaking, he leaped forward, past the waiting inspector and Mr. Narkom, past the shabby down-at-heel figure of George Barrington, past the slim, shaking Wilson, and straight at the substantial figure of Mr. Naylor Brent, as he stood leaning with one arm upon the inspector's high desk. So surprising, so unexpected was the attack, that this victim was overpowered, and the bracelet snapped upon his wrist before anyone present had begun to realize exactly what had happened. Then Cleek rose to his feet. "What's that, Inspector?" he said in answer to a hurriedly spoken query. "A mistake?" "Oh dear, no. No mistake whatever. Our friend here understands that quite well. Thought you'd have escaped with the 200,000 and left your confederate to bear the brunt of the whole thing, did you? Or else young Wilson here, whom you'd so terrorized. A very pretty plot indeed. Only Hamilton Cleek happened to come along instead of Mr. George Headland and show you a thing or two about plots." Hamilton Cleek? The name fell from every pair of lips, and even Brent himself stared at the wizard, whom all the world knew, and who had unfortunately crossed his path when he least wanted him. "Yes, Hamilton Cleek, gentlemen, Cleek of Scotland Yard, and a very good thing for you, Mr. Wilson, that I happened to come along. Things look very black for you, you know, and those beastly nerves of yours made it worse. And if it hadn't been for this cad's confederate—" "Confederate, Mr. Cleek?" put in Wilson shakily. I don't understand." "Who could have been his confederate?" "None other than old Ramajee," responded Cleek. "You'll find him drugged as usual in the Rose and Crown. I seen him there only a while ago. But now he is minus a constant companion of his, and here is the actual murderer." He put his hand into another capacious pocket and drew forth the smallest glass box. "The rope of fear, gentlemen," he said quietly, "a vicious little rattler of the most deadly sort. And it won't be long before that gentleman there becomes acquainted with another sort of rope. Take him away, Inspector. The bare sight of him hurts an honest man's eyes." And they took him away forthwith, a writhing, furious thing, utterly transformed from the genial personality which had for so long swindled and outwitted a trusting public. As the door closed upon them, Cleek turned to young Wilson and held out his hand. "I'm sorry to have accused you as I did," he said softly with a little smile, "but that is a policeman's way, you know. Strategy is part of the game, though it was a poor trick of mine to cause you additional pain. You must forgive me. I don't doubt the death of your father was a great shock, although you tried manfully to conceal the relationship. No doubt it was his wish, not yours." A sudden transformation came over Wilson's pale, haggard face. It was like the sun shining after a heavy storm. "You knew," he said, over and over again. "You knew? Oh, Mr. Cleek, now I can speak out at last. Father always made me promise to be silent. He wanted me to be a gentleman, and he'd spent every penny he possessed to get me well enough educated to enter the bank. He was mad for money, mad for anything which was going to better my position, and I was afraid when he told me about the notes he might be tempted. Oh, it was dreadful of me, I know, to think of it, but I knew he doted upon me. I was afraid he might try and take one or two of them, hoping they wouldn't be missed out of so great an amount. You see, we've been in money difficulties and were still paying my college fees off after all this time. So I went back to keep watch with him and found him dying. Though how you knew—" His voice trailed off into silence, and Cleek smiled kindly. "By the identical shape of your hands, my boy. I never saw two pairs of hands so much alike in all my life. And then your agitation made me risk the guess. What's that, Inspector? How was the murder committed, and what did this little rattler have to do with it?" "Well, quite simple. The snake was put in the safe with the notes, and a trail of aniseed, of which snakes are very fond, you know, laid from there to the foot of old Simmons. The safe door was left ajar, though in the half-dark the old man certainly never noticed it. I found all this out from those few words of Wilson's about the rope, and from his having heard a reed-like sound. I had to do some hard thinking, I can tell you. When I went downstairs again, Mr. Narcombe, after my magnifying glass, I turned down poor Simmons' sock and found the mark I expected. The snake had crawled up his leg and struck home. Why did I suspect Mr. Brent? Well, it was obvious almost from the very first, for he was so anxious to throw suspicion upon Mr. Barrington here and Wilson, with Patterson thrown in for good measure. Then again it was certain that no one else would have been allowed into the vault by Simmons, much less to go to the safe itself and open it with the keys. That he did go to the safe was apparent by the fingerprints on it, as they too smelt of aniseed. The whole thing began to look decidedly funny. The trail of aniseed led straight up to where Simmons lay, so I can only suppose that after Brent released the snake, the trail, of course, having been laid beforehand when he was alone, Brent must have stood and waited until he saw it actually strike. And how did I know that, Mr. Wilson? Well, he smoked a cigarette there. Anyhow, the stub I found bore the same name as those in his box, and it was smoked identically the same way as a couple which lay in his ashtray. I could only conclude that he was waiting for something to happen, and as the snake struck, he grabbed up the bundle of notes, quite forgetting to close the safe door, and rushed out of the vault. Ramagee was in the corridor outside and probably whistled the snake back through the ventilating holes near the floor, instead of venturing near the body himself. You remember you heard the sound of that pipe, Mr. Wilson. Ramagee probably made his escape while the inspector was upstairs. Unfortunately for him, he ran right into Mr. George Barrington here, and when, as he tells me, he later told Brent about seeing Ramagee, well, the whole thing became as plain as a pikestaff." "Yes," put in George Barrington excitedly, taking out the tale in his weak, rather silly voice. "My stepfather refused to believe me and gave me £20 in notes to go away. I suppose he didn't notice they were the same as the stolen ones. I changed one of them at the bank this morning, but I had no idea how important they were until I knocked into Mr. Cleek here, and he made me come along with him." Mr. Narcombe looked at Cleek, and Cleek looked at Mr. Narcombe, and the blank wonder in the superintendent's eyes caused him to smile. "Another feather in the cap of foolish old Scotland Yard, isn't it?" he said. "Time we made tracks, I think. Coming our way, Mr. Wilson? We'll see you back home if you like. You're too upset to go on alone. Good afternoon, Inspector, and good-bye. I'll leave the case with you. It's safe enough in your hands, but if you take my tip you'll put that human beast in as tight a lock-up as the station affords." Then he linked one arm in Mr. Narcombe's and the other arm in that of the admiring and wholly speechless Wilson, and went out into the sunshine. End of The Rope of Fear by Mary E. and Thomas W. Hanshaw.
Someday, from Wild the Billy Boyles, by Henry Lawson. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Someday, by Henry Lawson. The two travelers had yarned late in their camp, and the moon was getting low down through the mulga. Mitchell's mate had just finished a rather racy yarn, but it seemed to fall flat on Mitchell. He was in a sentimental mood. He smoked a while, and thought, and then said, there was one little girl that I was properly stuck on. She came to our place on a visit to my sister. I think she was the best little girl that ever lived, and about the prettiest. She was just 18 and didn't come up to my shoulder, the biggest blue eyes you ever saw, and she had hair that reached down to her knees, and so thick you couldn't span it with your two hands, brown and glossy, and her skin was like lilies and roses. Of course, I never thought she'd look at a rough, ugly, ignorant brute like me, and I used to keep out of her way and act a little stiff towards her. I didn't want the others to think I had gone on her, because I knew they'd laugh at me, and maybe she'd laugh at me more than all. She would come and talk to me and sit near me at the table, but I thought that was on account of her good nature, and she pitied me because I was such a rough, awkward chap. I was gone on that girl, and no joking, and I felt quite proud to think she was a countrywoman of mine. But I wouldn't let her know that, for I felt sure she'd only laugh. Well, things went on till I got an offer of 2 or 3 years' work on a station up near the border, and I had to go, for I was hard up. Besides, I wanted to get away. Stopping round where she was only made me miserable. The night I left, they were all down at the station to see me off, including the girl I was gone on. When the train was ready to start, she was standing away by herself on the dark end of the platform, and my sister kept nudging me and winking and fooling around, but I didn't know what she was driving at. At last she said, "Go and speak to her, you noodle. Go and say good-bye to Edie." So I went up to where she was, and when the others turned their backs, "Well, good-bye, Miss Brown," I said, holding out my hand. "I don't suppose I'll ever see you again, for the Lord knows when I'll be back. Thank you for coming to see me off." Just then she turned her face to the light, and I could see she was crying. She was trembling all over. Suddenly she said, "Jack, Jack," just like that, and held her arms up like this. Mitchell was speaking in a tone of voice that didn't belong to him, and his mate looked up. Mitchell's face was solemn, and his eyes were fixed on the fire. "I suppose you gave her a big hug, then, and a kiss?" asked the mate. "I suppose so," snapped Mitchell. "There is some things a man doesn't want to joke about. Well, I think we'll shove on one of the billies and have a drink of tea before we turn in." "I suppose," said Mitchell's mate as they drank their tea, "I suppose you'll go back and marry her some day." Some day. That's it. It looks like it, doesn't it? We all say someday. I used to say it 10 years ago. And look at me now. I have been knocking around for 5 years, and the last 2 years constant on the track, and no show of getting off it unless I go for good. And what have I got for it? I look like going home and getting married, without a penny in my pocket, or a rag to my back scarcely, and no show of getting them. I swore I'd never go back home without a check, and, what's more, I never will. But the check days are past. Look at that boot. If we were down among the settled district, we'd be called tramps and beggars. And what's the difference? I've been a fool, I know, but I paid for it, and now there's nothing for it but to tramp, tramp, tramp for your tucker, and keep tramping till you get old and careless and dirty, and older and more careless and dirtier, and you get used to the dust and the sand and the heat and the flies and the mosquitoes, just as a bullock does, and lose ambition and hope and get contented with this animal life like a dog, until your swag seems part of yourself, and you'd be lost and uneasy and light-shouldered without it, and you don't care a damn if you ever get work again, or live like a Christian, and you go on like this till the spirit of the bullock takes the place of the heart of a man. Who cares? If we hadn't found the track yesterday, we might have lain and rotted in that lignum, and no one would have been any the wiser, or sorrier. Who knows? Somebody might have found us in the end, but it mightn't have been worth his while to go out of his way and report us. Damn the world, say I." He smoked for a while in savage silence. Then he knocked the ashes out of his pipe, felt for his tobacco with a sigh, and said, "Well, I am a bit out of sorts tonight. I've been thinking. I think we'd best turn in, old man. We've got a long, dry stretch before us tomorrow." They rolled out their swags on the sand, lay down, and wrapped themselves in their blankets. Mitchell covered his face with a piece of calico, because the moonlight and wind kept him awake. The End of Some Day by Henry Lawson.
The Stranger's Latchkey by R. Austin Freeman. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Stranger's Latchkey. The contrariety of human nature is a subject that has given a surprising amount of occupation to makers of proverbs and to those moral philosophers who make it their province to discover and expound the glaringly obvious, and especially they have been concerned to enlarge upon that form of perverseness which engenders dislike of things offered under compulsion, and arouses desire of them as soon as their attainment becomes difficult or impossible. They assure us that a man who has had a given thing within his reach and put it by, will, as soon as it is beyond his reach, find it the one thing necessary and desirable. Even as the domestic cat which has turned disdainfully from the preferred saucer may presently be seen with her head jammed hard in the milk-jug, or secretly and with horrible relish slaking her thirst at the scullery sink. To this peculiarity of the human mind was due, no doubt, the fact that no sooner had I abandoned the clinical side of my profession in favour of the legal, and taken up my abode in the chambers of my friend Thorndyke, the famous medico-legal expert, to act as his assistant or junior, than my former mode of life, that of a locum tenens, or minder of other men's practices, which had, when I was following it, seemed intolerably irksome, now appeared to possess many desirable features, and I found myself occasionally hankering to sit once more by the bedside, to puzzle out the perplexing train of symptoms, and to wield that power, the greatest after all possessed by man, the power to banish suffering and ward off the approach of death itself. Hence it was that on a certain morning of the long vacation I found myself installed at the Larches, Burling, in full charge of the practice of my old friend Dr. Hanshaw, who was taking a fishing holiday in Norway. I was not left desolate, however, for Mrs. Hanshaw remained at her post, and the roomy, old-fashioned house accommodated 3 visitors in addition. One of these was Dr. Hanshaw's sister, a Mrs. Haldane, the widow of a wealthy Manchester cotton factor. The second was her niece by marriage, Miss Lucy Haldane, a very handsome and charming girl of 23, while the third was no less a person than Master Fred, the only child of Mrs. Haldane, and a strapping boy of 6. "It is quite like old times, and very pleasant old times, to see you sitting at our breakfast table, Dr. Jervis." With these gracious words and a friendly smile, Mrs. Hanshaw handed me my teacup. I bowed. The highest pleasure of the altruist, I replied, is in contemplating the good fortune of others. Mrs. Haldean laughed. Thank you, she said. You are quite unchanged, I perceive. Still as suave and as, shall I say, oleaginous? No, please don't, I exclaimed in a tone of alarm. Then I won't. But what does Dr. Thorndyke say to this backsliding on your part? How does he regard this relapse from medical jurisprudence to common general practice? Thorndyke, said I, is unmoved by any catastrophe, and he not only regards the decline and fall off of the medical jurist with philosophic calm, but he even favours the relapse, as you call it. He thinks it may be useful to me to study the application of medico-legal methods to general practice. That sounds rather unpleasant, for the patients, I mean, remarked Miss Haldean. Very, agreed her aunt, most cold-blooded. What sort of man is Dr. Thorndyke? I feel quite curious about him. Is he at all human, for instance? He is entirely human, I replied. The accepted tests of humanity being, as I understand, the habitual adoption of the erect posture in locomotion, and the relative position of the end of the thumb— I don't mean that, interrupted Mrs. Haldean. I mean human in things that matter. I think those things matter, I rejoined. Consider, Mrs. Haldean, what would happen if my learned colleague were to be seen in wig and gown, walking towards the law courts in any posture other than the erect. It would be a public scandal. Don't talk to him, Mabel, said Mrs. Hanshaw. He is incorrigible. What are you going to do with yourself this morning, Lucy? Miss Haldean, who had hastily set down her cup to laugh at my imaginary picture of Dr. Thorndyke in the character of a quadruped, considered a moment. I think I shall sketch that group of birches at the end of Bradham Wood, she said. Then, in that case, said I can carry your traps for you, for I have to see a patient in Bradham. He is making the most of his time, remarked Mrs. Haldean maliciously to my hostess. He knows that when Mr. Winter arrives he will retire into the extreme background. Douglas Winter, whose arrival was expected in the course of the week, was Miss Haldean's fiancé. Their engagement had been somewhat protracted, and was likely to be more so unless one of them received some unexpected accession of means. For Douglas was a subaltern in the Royal Engineers, living, with great difficulty, on his pay, while Lucy Haldean subsisted on an almost invisible allowance left her by an uncle. I was about to reply to Mrs. Haldean when a patient was announced, and, as I finished my breakfast, I made my excuses and left the table. Half an hour later, when I started along the road to the village of Bradham, I had two companions. Master Freddy had joined the party, and he disputed with me the privilege of carrying the traps, with the result that a compromise was effected, by which he carried the camp-stool, leaving me in possession of the easel, the bag, and a large bound sketching-book. "Where are you going to work this morning?" I asked, when we had trudged on some distance. "Just off the road to the left there, at the edge of the wood, not very far from the house of the mysterious stranger." She glanced at me mischievously as she made this reply, and chuckled with delight when I rose at the bait. "What house do you mean?" I inquired. "Ha!" she exclaimed, "the investigator of mysteries is aroused. He saith, ha! ha! amidst the trumpets, he smelleth the battle afar off." "Explain instantly," I commanded, "or I drop your sketch-book into the very next puddle." "You terrify me," said she, "but I will explain. Only there isn't any mystery except to the bucolic mind. The house is called Lavender Cottage, and it stands alone in the fields behind the wood. A fortnight ago it was let furnished to a stranger named Whitelock, who has taken it for the purpose of studying the botany of the district, and the only really mysterious thing about him is that no one has seen him. All arrangements with the house agent were made by letter, and as far as I can make out, none of the local tradespeople supply him, so he must get his things from a distance, even his bread, which really is rather odd. Now say I am an inquisitive, gossiping country bumpkin." "I was going to," I answered, "but it is no use now." She relieved me of her sketching appliances with pretended indignation, and crossed into the meadow, leaving me to pursue my way alone. And when I presently looked back, she was setting up her easel and stool, gravely assisted by Freddy. My round, though not a long one, took up more time than I had anticipated, and it was already past the luncheon hour when I passed the place where I had left Miss Haldean. She was gone, as I had expected, and I hurried homewards, anxious to be as nearly punctual as possible. When I entered the dining-room, I found Mrs. Haldean and our hostess seated at the table, and both looked up at me expectantly. "Have you seen Lucy?" the former inquired. "No," I answered. "Hasn't she come back? I expected to find her here. She had left the wood when I passed just now." Mrs. Haldean knitted her brows anxiously. "It is very strange," she said, "and very thoughtless of her. Freddy will be famished." I hurried over my lunch, for 2 fresh messages had come in from outlying hamlets, effectually dispelling my visions of a quiet afternoon; and as the minutes passed without bringing any signs of the absentees, Mrs. Haldean became more and more restless and anxious. At length her suspense became unbearable. She rose suddenly, announcing her intention of cycling up the road to look for the defaulters. But as she was moving towards the door, it burst open, and Lucy Haldean staggered into the room. Her appearance filled us with alarm. She was deadly pale, breathless, and wild-eyed. Her dress was draggled and torn, and she trembled from head to foot. "Good God, Lucy!" gasped Mrs. Haldean. "What has happened? And where is Freddy?" she added in a sterner tone. "He is lost!" replied Miss Haldean in a faint voice, and with a catch in her breath. "He strayed away while I was painting. I have searched the wood through, and called to him, and looked in all the meadows. Oh, where can he have gone?" Her sketching kit, with which she was loaded, slipped from her grasp and rattled on the floor, and she buried her face in her hands and sobbed hysterically. "And you have dared to come back without him?" exclaimed Mrs. Haldean. "I was getting exhausted. I came back for help," was the faint reply. "Of course she was exhausted," said Mrs. Hanshaw. "Come, Lucy, come, Mabel, don't make mountains out of molehills. The little man is safe enough. We shall find him presently, or he will come home by himself. Come and have some food, Lucy." Miss Haldean shook her head. "I can't, Mrs. Hanshaw, really I can't," she said, and seeing that she was in a state of utter exhaustion, I poured out a glass of wine and made her drink it. Mrs. Haldean darted from the room, and returned immediately, putting on her hat. "You have got to come with me and show me where you lost him," she said. "She can't do that, you know," I said rather brusquely. "She will have to lie down for the present. But I know the place, and will cycle up with you." "Very well," replied Mrs. Haldean. "That will do. What time was it," she asked, turning to her niece, "when you lost the child? And which way—" She paused abruptly, and I looked at her in surprise. She had suddenly turned ashen and ghastly. Her face had set like a mask of stone, with parted lips and staring eyes that were fixed in horror on her niece. There was a deathly silence for a few seconds. Then, in a terrible voice, she demanded, "What is that on your dress, Lucy?" And after a pause, her voice rose to a shriek. "What have you done to my boy?" I glanced in astonishment at the dazed and terrified girl, and then I saw what her aunt had seen: a good-sized bloodstain halfway down the front of her skirt, and another smaller one on her right sleeve. The girl herself looked down at the sinister patch of red, and then up at her aunt. "It looks like blood," she stammered. "Yes, it is, I think. Of course it is. He struck his nose, and it bled." "Come," interrupted Mrs. Haldean, "let us go." And she rushed from the room, leaving me to follow. I lifted Miss Haldean, who was half fainting with fatigue and agitation, onto the sofa, and, whispering a few words of encouragement into her ear, turned to Mrs. Hanshaw. "I can't stay with Miss Haldean," I said. "There are 2 visits to be made at Redworth. Will you send the dog-cart up the road, with somebody to take my place?" "Yes," she answered. "I will send Giles, or come myself if Lucy is fit to be left." I ran to the stables for my bicycle, and as I pedalled out into the road I could see Mrs. Haldean already far ahead, driving her machine at frantic speed. I followed at a rapid pace, but it was not until we approached the commencement of the wood, when she slowed down somewhat, that I overtook her. "This is the place," I said, as we reached the spot where I had parted from Miss Haldean. We dismounted and wheeled our bicycles through the gate, and laying them down beside the hedge, crossed the meadow and entered the wood. It was a terrible experience, and one that I shall never forget. The white-faced, distracted woman tramping in her flimsy house-shoes over the rough ground, bursting through the bushes regardless of the thorny branches that dragged at skin and hair and dainty clothing, and sending forth from time to time a tremulous cry, so dreadfully pathetic in its mingling of terror and coaxing softness, that a lump rose in my throat, and I could barely keep my self-control. "Freddie, Freddie boy, mummy's here, darling." The wailing cry sounded through the leafy solitude, but no answer came save the whir of wings or the chatter of startled birds. But even more shocking than that terrible cry, more disturbing and eloquent with dreadful suggestion, was the way in which she peered, furtively, but with fearful expectation, among the roots of the bushes, or halted to gaze upon every molehill and hummock, every depression or disturbance of the ground. As we stumbled on for a while, with never a word spoken, until we came to a beaten track or footpath leading across the wood. Here I paused to examine the footprints, of which several were visible in the soft earth, though none seemed very recent. But, proceeding a little way down the track, I perceived, crossing it, a set of fresh imprints, which I recognised at once as Miss Haldean's. She was wearing, as I knew, a pair of brown golf boots, with rubber pads in their leather soles, and the prints made by them were unmistakable. "Miss Haldean crossed the path here," I said, pointing to the footprints. "Don't speak of her before me," exclaimed Mrs. Haldean, but she gazed eagerly at the footprints nevertheless, and immediately plunged into the wood to follow the tracks. "You are very unjust to your niece, Mrs. Haldean," I ventured to protest. She halted and faced me with an angry frown. "You don't understand," she exclaimed. "You don't know, perhaps, that if my poor child is really dead, Lucy Haldean will be a rich woman, and may marry to-morrow if she chooses." "I did not know that," I answered; "but if I had, I should have said the same." "Of course you would," she retorted bitterly. "A pretty face can muddle any man's judgment." She turned away abruptly to resume her pursuit, and I followed in silence. The trail which we were following zigzagged through the thickest part of the wood, but its devious windings eventually brought us out onto an open space on the farther side. Here we at once perceived traces of another kind. A litter of dirty rags, pieces of paper, scraps of stale bread, bones and feathers with hoof marks, wheel ruts, and the ashes of a large wood fire pointed clearly to a gipsy encampment recently broken up. I laid my hand on the heap of ashes and found it still warm, and on scattering it with my foot, a layer of glowing cinders appeared at the bottom. "These people have only been gone an hour or 2, I said. "It would be well to have them followed without delay." A gleam of hope shone on the drawn white face, as the bereaved mother caught eagerly at my suggestion. "Yes," she exclaimed breathlessly, "she may have bribed them to take him away. Let us see which way they went." We followed the wheel tracks down to the road, and found that they turned towards London. At the same time, I perceived the dog-cart in the distance, with Mrs. Hanshaw standing beside it, and, as the coachman observed me, he whipped up his horse and approached. "I shall have to go," I said, "but Mrs. Hanshaw will help you to continue the search." "And you will make inquiries about the gipsies, won't you?" she said. I promised to do so, and as the dog-cart now came up, I climbed to the seat and drove off briskly up the London road. The extent of a country doctor's round is always an unknown quantity. On the present occasion I picked up 3 additional patients, and as one of them was a case of incipient pleurisy, which required to have the chest strapped, and another was a neglected dislocation of the shoulder, a great deal of time was taken up. Moreover, the gipsies, whom I ran to earth on Rebworth Common, delayed me considerably, though I had to leave the rural constable to carry out the actual search, and, as a result, the clock of Burling Church was striking 6 as I drove through the village on my way home. I got down at the front gate, leaving the coachman to take the dog-cart round, and walked up the drive; and my astonishment may be imagined when, on turning the corner, I came suddenly upon the inspector of the local police in earnest conversation with no less a person than John Thorndyke. "What on earth has brought you here?" I exclaimed, my surprise getting the better of my manners. "The ultimate motive force," he replied, "was an impulsive lady named Mrs. Haldean. She telegraphed for me in your name." "She oughtn't to have done that," I said. "Perhaps not, but the ethics of an agitated woman are not worth discussing, and she has done something much worse. She has applied to the local J.P., a retired Major General, and our gallant and unlearned friend has issued a warrant for the arrest of Lucy Haldean on the charge of murder." "But there has been no murder!" I exclaimed. "That," said Thorndyke, "is a legal subtlety that he does not appreciate. He has learned his law in the orderly room, where the qualifications to practice are an irritable temper and a loud voice. However, the practical point is, Inspector, that a warrant is irregular. You can't arrest people for hypothetical crimes." The officer drew a deep breath of relief. He knew all about the irregularity, and now joyfully took refuge behind Thorndyke's great reputation. When he departed, with a brief note from my colleague to the General, Thorndyke slipped his arm through mine, and we strolled towards the house. "This is a grim business, Jervis," said he. "That boy has got to be found for everybody's sake. Can you come with me when you have had some food?" "Of course I can. I have been saving myself all the afternoon with a view to continuing the search." "Good," said Thorndyke. "Then come in and feed." A nondescript meal, half tea and half dinner, was already prepared, and Mrs. Hanshaw, grave but self-possessed, presided at the table. "Mabel is still out with Giles searching for the boy," she said. "You have heard what she has done?" I nodded. "It was dreadful of her," continued Mrs. Hanshaw. "She is half mad, poor thing. You might run up and say a few kind words to poor Lucy while I make the tea." I went up at once and knocked at Miss Haldean's door, and, being bidden to enter, found her lying on the sofa, red-eyed and pale, the very ghost of the merry laughing girl who had gone out with me in the morning. I drew up a chair and sat down by her side, and as I took the hand she held out to me, she said, "It is good of you to come and see a miserable wretch like me. And Jane has been so sweet to me, Dr. Jervis. But Aunt Mabel thinks I have killed Freddie. You know she does. And it was really my fault that he was lost. I shall never forgive myself." She burst into a passion of sobbing, and I proceeded to chide her gently. "You are a silly little woman," I said, "to take this nonsense to heart as you are doing. Your aunt is not responsible just now, as you must know, and when we bring the boy home she shall make you a handsome apology. I will see to that." She pressed my hand gratefully, and as the bell now rang for tea, I bade her have courage and went downstairs. "You need not trouble about the practice," said Mrs. Hanshaw, as I concluded my lightning repast, and Thorndyke went off to get our bicycles. "Dr. Simons has heard of our trouble, and has called to say that he will take anything that turns up, so we shall expect you when we see you." "How do you like Thorndyke?" I asked. "He is quite charming," she replied enthusiastically. "So tactful and kind, and so handsome too. You didn't tell us that. But here he is. Goodbye and good luck." She pressed my hand, and I went out into the drive, where Thorndyke and the coachman were standing with 3 bicycles. "I see you have brought your outfit," I said as we turned into the road, for Thorndyke's machine bore a large canvas-covered case strapped on with a strong bracket. "Yes, there are many things that we may want on a quest of this kind. How did you find Miss Haldean?" "Very miserable, poor girl. By the way, have you heard anything about her pecuniary interest in the child's death?" "Yes," said Thorndyke. "It appears that the late Mr. Haldean used up all his brains on his business, and had none left for the making of his will, as often happens. He left almost the whole of his property, about £80,000, to his son, the widow to have a life interest in it. He also left to his late brother's daughter, Lucy, £50 a year, and to his surviving brother, Percy, who seems to have been a good-for-nothing, 100 a year for life. But, and here is the utter folly of the thing, if the son should die, the property was to be equally divided between the brother and the niece, with the exception of 500 a year for life for the widow. It was an insane arrangement." "Quite," I agreed. "And a very dangerous one for Lucy Haldean, as things are at present." "Very. Especially if anything should have happened to the child." "What are you going to do now?" I inquired, seeing that Thorndyke rode on as if with a definite purpose. "There is a footpath through the wood," he replied. "I want to examine that. And there is a house behind the wood which I should like to see." "The house of the mysterious stranger," I suggested. "Precisely. Mysterious and solitary strangers invite inquiry." We drew up at the entrance to the footpath, leaving Willett the coachman in charge of the 3 machines, and proceeded up the narrow track. As we went, Thorndyke looked back at the prints of our feet, and nodded approvingly. "This soft loam," he remarked, "yields beautifully clear impressions, and yesterday's rain has made it perfect." We had not gone far when we perceived a set of footprints which I recognised, as did Thorndyke also, for he remarked, "Miss Haldean, running and alone." Presently we met them again, crossing in the opposite direction, together with the prints of small shoes with very high heels. "Mrs. Haldean on the track of her niece," was Thorndyke's comment, and a minute later we encountered them both again, accompanied by my own footprints. "The boy does not seem to have crossed the path at all," I remarked as we walked on, keeping off the track itself to avoid confusing the footprints. "We shall know when we have examined the whole length," replied Thorndyke, plodding on with his eyes on the ground. "Ha! Here is something new," he added, stopping short and stooping down eagerly. "A man with a thick stick. A smallish man, rather lame. Notice the difference between the 2 feet, and the peculiar way in which he uses his stick? Yes, Jervis, there is a great deal to interest us in these footprints. Do you notice anything very suggestive about them?" "Nothing but what you have mentioned," I replied. "What do you mean?" "Well, first there is the very singular character of the prints themselves, which we will consider presently. You observe that this man came down the path, and at this point turned off into the wood. Then he returned from the wood and went up the path again. The imposition of the prints makes that clear. But now look at the 2 sets of prints and compare them. Do you notice any difference?" "The returning footprints seem more distinct, better impressions." "Yes, they are noticeably deeper. But there is something else." He produced a spring tape from his pocket and took half a dozen measurements. "You see," he said, "the first set of footprints have a stride of 21 inches from heel to heel. A short stride, but he is a smallish man, and lame. The returning ones have a stride of only 19½ inches. Hence the returning footprints are deeper than the others, and the steps are shorter. What do you make of that?" "It would suggest he was carrying a burden when he returned," I replied. "Yes, and a heavy one, to make that difference in the depth. I think I will get you to go and fetch Willett and the bicycles." I strode off down the path to the entrance, and taking possession of Thorndyke's machine, with its precious case of instruments, bade Willett follow with the other 2. When I returned, my colleague was standing with his hands behind him, gazing with intense preoccupation at the footprints. He looked up sharply as we approached, and called out to us to keep off the path if possible. "Stay here with the machines, Willett," said he. "You and I, Jervis, must go and see where our friend went to when he left the path, and what was the burden that he picked up." We struck off into the wood, where last year's dead leaves made the footprints almost undistinguishable, and followed the faint double track for a long distance between the dense clumps of bushes. Suddenly my eye caught, beside the double trail, a third row of tracks, smaller in size and closer together. Thorndyke had seen them too, and already his measuring tape was in his hand. 11½ inches to the stride, said he. "That will be the boy, Jervis. But the light is getting weak. We must press on quickly, or we shall lose it." Some 50 yards farther on, the man's tracks ceased abruptly, but the small ones continued alone, and we followed them as rapidly as we could in the fading light. "There can be no reasonable doubt that these are the child's tracks," said Thorndyke, "but I should like to find a definite footprint to make the identification absolutely certain." A few seconds later he halted with an exclamation and stooped on one knee. A little heap of fresh earth from the surface burrow of a mole had been thrown up over the dead leaves, and fairly planted on it was the clean and sharp impression of a diminutive foot, with a rubber heel showing a central star. Thorndyke drew from his pocket a tiny shoe, and pressed it on the soft earth beside the footprint, and when he raised it, the second impression was identical with the first. "The boy had 2 pairs of shoes exactly alike," he said, "so I borrowed one of the duplicate pair." He turned and began to retrace his steps rapidly, following our own fresh tracks, and stopping only once to point out the place where the unknown man had picked the child up. When we regained the path, we proceeded without delay until we emerged from the wood within 100 yards of the cottage. "I see Mrs. Haldean has been here with Giles," remarked Thorndyke, as he pushed open the garden gate. "I wonder if they saw anybody." He advanced to the door, and having first rapped with his knuckles and then kicked at it vigorously, tried the handle. "Locked," he observed, "but I see the key is in the lock, so we can get in if we want to. Let us try the back." The back door was locked too, but the key had been removed. "He came out this way, evidently," said Thorndyke, "though he went in at the front, as I suppose you noticed. Let us see where he went." The back garden was a small, fenced patch of ground, with an earth path leading down to the back gate. A little way beyond the gate was a small barn or outhouse. "We are in luck," Thorndyke remarked, with a glance at the path. "Yesterday's rain has cleared away all old footprints, and prepared the surface for new ones. You see there are 3 sets of excellent impressions, 2 leading away from the house and 1 set towards it. Now you notice that both of the sets leading from the house are characterized by deep impressions and short steps, while the set leading to the house has lighter impressions and longer steps. The obvious inference is that he went down the path with a heavy burden, came back empty-handed, and went down again, and finally, with another heavy burden. You observe, too, that he walked with his stick on each occasion." By this time we had reached the bottom of the garden. Opening the gate, we followed the tracks towards the outhouse, which stood beside a cart track. But as we came round the corner, we both stopped short and looked at one another. On the soft earth were the very distinct impressions of the tyres of a motor car leading from the wide door of the outhouse. Finding that the door was unfastened, Thorndyke opened it and looked in, to satisfy himself that the place was empty. Then he fell to studying the tracks. "The course of events is pretty plain," he observed. "First the fellow brought down his luggage, started the engine, and got the car out. You can see where it stood, both by the little pool of oil and by the widening and blurring of the wheel tracks from the vibration of the free engine. Then he went back and fetched the boy, carried him pick-a-back, I should say, judging by the depth of the toe mark in the last set of footprints. That was a tactical mistake. He should have taken the boy straight into the shed." He pointed as he spoke to one of the footprints beside the wheel tracks. from the toe of which projected a small segment of the print of a little rubber heel. We now made our way back to the house, where we found Willett pensively rapping at the front door with a cycle spanner. Thorndyke took a last glance, with his hand in his pocket, at an open window above, and then, to the coachman's intense delight, brought forth what looked uncommonly like a small bunch of skeleton keys. One of these he inserted into the keyhole, and as he gave it a turn, the lock clicked, and the door stood open. The little sitting-room which we now entered was furnished with the barest necessaries. Its centre was occupied by an oilcloth-covered table, on which I observed with surprise a dismembered B clock, the works of which had been taken apart with a tin opener that lay beside them, and a boxwood bird-call. At these objects Thorndyke glanced and nodded, as though they fitted into some theory that he had formed, examined carefully the oilcloth around the litter of wheels and pinions, and then proceeded on a tour of inspection round the room, peering inquisitively into the kitchen and store-cupboard. "Nothing very distinctive or personal here," he remarked. "Let us go upstairs." There were 3 bedrooms on the upper floor, of which 2 were evidently disused, though the windows were wide open. The 3rd bedroom showed manifest traces of occupation, though it was as bare as the others, for the water still stood in the wash-hand basin, and the bed was unmade. To the latter Thorndyke advanced, and having turned back the bedclothes, examined the interior attentively, especially at the foot and the pillow. The latter was soiled, not to say grimy, though the rest of the bed linen was quite clean. "Hair-dye," remarked Thorndyke, noting my glance at it. Then he turned and looked out of the open window. "Can you see the place where Miss Haldean was sitting to sketch?" he asked. "Yes," I replied. "There is the place well in view, and you can see right up the road. I had no idea this house stood so high. From the 3 upper windows you can see all over the country excepting through the wood." "Yes," Thorndyke rejoined, "and he has probably been in the habit of keeping watch up here with a telescope or a pair of field glasses. Well, there is not much of interest in this room. He kept his effects in a cabin trunk which stood there under the window. He shaved this morning. He has a white beard, to judge by the stubble on the shaving paper, and that is all. Wait, though. There is a key hanging on that nail. We must have overlooked that, for it evidently does not belong to this house. It is an ordinary town latchkey." He took the key down, and having laid a sheet of notepaper from his pocket on the dressing-table, produced a pin with which he began carefully to probe the interior of the key-barrel. Presently there came forth, with much coaxing, a large ball of grey fluff, which Thorndyke folded up in the paper with infinite care. "I suppose we mustn't take away the key," he said, "but I think we will take a wax mould of it." He hurried downstairs, and unstrapping the case from his bicycle, brought it in and placed it on the table. As it was now getting dark, he detached the acetylene lamp from his machine, and having lighted it, proceeded to open the mysterious case. First he took from it a small insufflator, or powder-blower, with which he blew a cloud of light yellow powder over the table around the remains of the clock. The powder settled on the table in an even coating, but when he blew at it smartly with his breath, it cleared off, leaving, however, a number of smeary impressions which stood out in strong yellow against the black oilcloth. To one of these impressions he pointed significantly. It was the print of a child's hand. He next produced a small portable microscope and some glass slides and cover slips, and having opened the paper and tipped the ball of fluff from the key barrel onto the slide, set to work with a pair of mounted needles to tease it out into its component parts. Then he turned the light of the lamp onto the microscope mirror and proceeded to examine the specimen. "A curious and instructive assortment this, Jervis," he remarked, with his eye at the microscope. "Woolen fibres, no cotton or linen. He is careful of his health to have woolen pockets. And 2 hairs, very curious ones too. Just look at them, and observe the root bulbs." I applied my eye to the microscope, and saw, among other things, 2 hairs, originally white but encrusted with a black, opaque, glistening stain. The root bulbs, I noticed, were shriveled and atrophied. "But how on earth," I exclaimed, "did the hairs get into his pocket?" "I think the hairs themselves answer the question," he replied, "when considered with the other curios. The stain is obviously lead sulphide, but what else do you see?" "I see some particles of metal, a white metal apparently, and a number of fragments of woody fibre and starch granules, but I don't recognise the starch. It is not wheat starch, nor rice, nor potato. Do you make out what it is?" Thorndyke chuckled. "Experientia does it," he said. "You will have, Jervis, to study the minute properties of dust and dirt. Their evidential value is immense. Let us have another look at that starch. It is all alike, I suppose?" It was, and Thorndyke had just ascertained the fact when the door burst open and Mrs. Haldean entered the room, followed by Mrs. Hanshaw and the police inspector. The former lady regarded my colleague with a glance of extreme disfavour. "We heard that you had come here, sir," she said, "and we supposed you were engaged in searching for my poor child. But it seems we were mistaken, since we find you here amusing yourself fiddling with these nonsensical instruments." "Perhaps, Mabel," said Mrs. Hanshaw stiffly, "it would be wiser and infinitely more polite to ask if Dr. Thorndyke has any news for us." "That is undoubtedly so, madam," agreed the inspector, who had apparently suffered also from Mrs. Haldean's impulsiveness. "Then perhaps," the latter lady suggested, "you will inform us if you have discovered anything." "I will tell you," replied Thorndyke, "all that we know. The child was abducted by the man who occupied this house, and who appears to have watched him from an upper window, probably through a glass. This man lured the child into the wood by blowing his bird call. He met him in the wood and induced him, by some promises no doubt, to come with him. He picked the child up and carried him, on his back I think, up to the house, and brought him in through the front door, which he locked after him. He gave the boy this clock and the bird call to amuse him while he went upstairs and packed his trunk. He took the trunk out through the back door and down the garden to the shed there, in which he had a motor car. He got the car out and came back for the boy, whom he carried down to the car, locking the back door after him. Then he drove away." "You know he has gone," cried Mrs. Haldean, "and yet you stay here playing with these ridiculous toys. Why are you not following him?" "We have just finished ascertaining the facts," Thorndyke replied calmly, "and should by now be on the road if you had not come." Here the inspector interposed anxiously. "Of course, sir, you can't give any description of the man. You have no clue to his identity, I suppose?" "We have only his footprints," Thorndyke answered, "and this fluff which I raked out of the barrel of his latchkey and have just been examining. From these data I conclude that he is a rather short and thin man and somewhat lame. He walks with the aid of a thick stick, which has a knob, not a crook, at the top, and which he carries in his left hand. I think that his left leg has been amputated above the knee, and that he wears an artificial limb. He is elderly, he shaves his beard, has white hair dyed a greyish black, is partly bald, and probably combs a wisp of hair over the bald place. He takes snuff and carries a leaden comb in his pocket." As Thorndyke's description proceeded, the inspector's mouth gradually opened wider and wider, until he appeared the very type and symbol of astonishment. But its effect on Mrs. Haldean was much more remarkable. Rising from her chair, she leaned on the table and stared at Thorndyke with an expression of awe, even of terror, and as he finished, she sank back into her chair with her hands clasped and turned to Mrs. Hanshaw. "Jane!" she gasped. "It is Percy, my brother-in-law. He has described him exactly, even to his stick and his pocket-comb. But I thought he was in Chicago." "If that is so," said Thorndyke, hastily repacking his case, "we had better start at once." "We have the dog-cart in the road," said Mrs. Hanshaw. "Thank you," replied Thorndyke. "We will ride on our bicycles, and the inspector can borrow Willet's. We go out at the back by the cart track, which joins the road farther on." "Then we will follow in the dog-cart," said Mrs. Haldean. "Come, Jane." The two ladies departed down the path, while we made ready our bicycles and lit our lamps. With your permission, Inspector," said Thorndyke, "we will take the key with us." "It's hardly legal, sir," objected the officer. "We have no authority." "It is quite illegal," answered Thorndyke, "but it is necessary, and necessity, like your military J.P., knows no law." The inspector grinned and went out, regarding me with a quivering eyelid as Thorndyke locked the door with his skeleton key. As we turned into the road, I saw the light of the dog-cart behind us, and we pushed forward at a swift pace, picking up the trail easily on the soft, moist road. "What beats me," said the inspector confidentially as we rode along, "is how he knew the man was bald. Was it the footprints or the latchkey? And that comb, too, that was a regular knockout." These points were, by now, pretty clear to me. I had seen the hairs with the atrophied bulbs, such as one finds at the margin of a bald patch, and the comb was used, evidently, for the double purpose of keeping the bald patch covered and blackening the sulphur-charged hair. But the knobbed stick and the artificial limb puzzled me so completely that I presently overtook Thorndyke to demand his explanation. "The stick," said he, "is perfectly simple. The ferrule of a knobbed stick wears evenly all round. That of a crooked stick wears on one side, the side opposite the crook. The impressions showed that the ferrule of this one was evenly convex, therefore it had no crook. The other matter is more complicated. To begin with, an artificial foot makes a very characteristic impression owing to its purely passive elasticity, as I will show you tomorrow. But an artificial leg fitted below the knee is quite secure, whereas one fitted above the knee, that is, with an artificial knee joint worked by a spring, is much less reliable. Now this man had an artificial foot, and he evidently distrusted his knee joint, as is shown by his steadying it with his stick on the same side. If he had merely had a weak leg, he would have used the stick with his right hand, with the natural swing of the arm in fact, unless he had been very lame, which he evidently was not. Still, it was only a question of probability, though the probability was very great. Of course, you understand that those particles of woody fibre and starch granules were disintegrated snuff grains. This explanation, like the others, was quite simple when one had heard it, though it gave me material for much thought as we pedalled on along the dark road, with Thorndyke's light flickering in front, and the dog-cart pattering in our wake. But there was ample time for reflection, for our pace rather precluded conversation, and we rode on, mile after mile, until my legs ached with fatigue. On and on we went, through village after village, now losing the trail in some frequented street, but picking it up again unfailingly as we emerged onto the country road, until at last, in the paved high street of the little town of Horsefield, we lost it for good. We rode on through the town, out on to the country road, but although there were several tracks of motors, Thorndyke shook his head at them all. "I have been studying those tyres until I know them by heart," he said. "No, either he is in the town, or he has left it by a side road." There was nothing for it but to put up the horse and the machines at the hotel, while we walked round to reconnoitre, and this we did, tramping up one street and down another, with eyes bent on the ground, fruitlessly searching for a trace of the missing car. Suddenly, at the back of a blacksmith's shop, Thorndyke halted. The shop had been kept open late for the shoeing of a carriage horse, which was just being led away, and the smith had come to the door for a breath of air. Thorndyke accosted him genially. "Good evening. You are just the man I wanted to see. I have mislaid the address of a friend of mine, who, I think, called on you this afternoon. A lame gentleman who walks with a stick. I expect he wanted you to pick a lock or make him a key." "Oh, I remember him," said the man. "Yes, he had lost his latchkey, and wanted the lock picked before he could get into his house. Had to leave his motor car outside while he came here, but I took some keys round with me, and fitted one to his latch." He then directed us to the house at the end of a street close by, and, having thanked him, We went off in high spirits. "How did you know he had been there?" I asked. "I didn't, but there was the mark of a stick and part of a left foot on the soft earth outside the doorway, and the thing was inherently probable, so I risked a false shot." The house stood alone at the far end of a straggling street, and was enclosed by a high wall, in which, on the side facing the street, was a door and a wide carriage gate. Advancing to the former, Thorndyke took from his pocket the purloined key, and tried it in the lock. It fitted perfectly, and when he had turned it and pushed open the door, we entered a small courtyard. Crossing this, we came to the front door of the house, the latch of which fortunately fitted the same key, and this having been opened by Thorndyke, we trooped into the hall. Immediately we heard the sound of an opening door above, and a reedy, nasal voice sang out, "Hello there! Who's that below?" The voice was followed by the appearance of a head projecting over the baluster rail. "You are Mr. Percy Haldean, I think?" said the inspector. At the mention of his name, the head was withdrawn, and a quick tread was heard, accompanied by the tapping of a stick on the floor. We started to ascend the stairs, the inspector leading, as the authorised official. But we had only gone up a few steps when a fierce, wiry little man danced out onto the landing, with a thick stick in one hand and a very large revolver in the other. "Move another step, either of you," he shouted, pointing the weapon at the inspector, "and I let fly, and mind you, when I shoot, I hit." He looked as if he meant it, and we accordingly halted with remarkable suddenness, while the inspector proceeded to parley. "Now what's the good of this, Mr. Haldean?" said he. "The game's up, and you know it." "You clear out of my house, and step out sharp," was the inhospitable rejoinder, "or you'll give me the trouble of burying you in the garden." I looked round to consult with Thorndyke, when, to my amazement, I found that he had vanished, apparently through the open hall door. I was admiring his discretion when the inspector endeavoured to reopen negotiations, but was cut short abruptly. "I'm going to count to 50, said Mr. Haldean, "and if you aren't gone then, I shall shoot." He began to count deliberately, and the inspector looked round at me in complete bewilderment. The flight of stairs was a long one, and well lighted by gas, so that to rush it was an impossibility. Suddenly my heart gave a bound and I held my breath, for out of an open door behind our quarry a figure emerged slowly and noiselessly onto the landing. It was Thorndyke, shoeless and in his shirt sleeves. Slowly and with cat-like stealthiness he crept across the landing until he was within a yard of the unconscious fugitive. And still the nasal voice droned on, monotonously counting out the allotted seconds. 41, 42, 43. There was a lightning-like movement, a shout, a flash, a bang, a shower of falling plaster, and then the revolver came clattering down the stairs. The inspector and I rushed up, and in a moment the sharp click of the handcuffs told Mr. Percy Haldean that the game was really up. 5 minutes later, Freddy boy, half asleep, but wholly cheerful, was borne by Thorndyke's shoulders into the private sitting-room of the Black Horse Hotel. A shriek of joy saluted his entrance, and a shower of maternal kisses brought him to the verge of suffocation. Finally, the impulsive Mrs. Haldean, turning suddenly to Thorndyke, seized both his hands, and for a moment I hoped that she was going to kiss him too, but he was spared, and I have not yet recovered from the disappointment. End of The Stranger's Latchkey by R. Austin Freeman.
"10 Minutes Musing" by Alice Ruth Moore. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Monica Washington, Atlanta. There was a terrible noise in the schoolyard at intermission. Peeping out the windows, the boys could be seen, huddled in an immense bunch in the middle of the yard. It looked like a fight. A mob, a knockdown, anything. So we rushed out to the door, hastily, fearfully, ready to scold, punish, console, frown, bind up broken heads, or drag wounded forms from the melee, as the case might be. Nearly every boy in the school was in that seething, swarming mass, and those who weren't were standing around on the edges, screaming, throwing up their hats in hilarious excitement. It was a mob, a fearful mob, but a mob apparently with a vigorous and well-defined purpose. It was a mob that screamed and howled and kicked and yelled and shouted and perspired and squirmed and wriggled and pushed and threatened and poured itself all seemingly upon some central object. It was a mob that had an aim, that was determined to accomplish that aim, even though the whole azure expanse of sky fell upon them. It was a mob with set muscles, straining like whipcords, eyes on that central object, and with heads inward and sturdy legs outward, like prairie horses, reversed in a battle. The cheerers and hat throwers on the outside were mirthful, but the mob was not. It howled, but howled without any cachinnation. It struggled for mastery. Some fell and were trampled over, some weaker ones were even tossed in the air. But the mob never deigned to trouble itself about such trivialities. It was an interesting nervous whole, with diverse parts of separate vitality. In alarm, I looked about for the principal. He was standing at a safe distance with his hands in his pockets, watching the seething mass with a broad smile. At sight of my perplexed expression, someone was about to venture an explanation when there was a wild yell, a sudden vehement disintegration of the mass, a mighty rush and clutch at a dark object bobbing in the air, and the mist cleared from my intellect as I realized it all. Football. Did you ever stop to see the analogy between a game of football and the interesting little game called life, which we play every day? There is one, far-fetched as it may seem, though, for that matter. Life's game, being one of desperate chances and strategic moves, is analogous to anything. But if we could get out of ourselves and soar above the world far enough to view the mass beneath in its daily struggles, and near enough the hearts of the people to fear the throbs beneath their boldly carried exteriors, the whole would seem naught but such a maddening rush and senseless-looking crushing. We are but children of a larger growth after all, and our ceaseless pursuing after the baubles of this earth are but the struggles for precedence in the business playground. The football is money. See how the mass rushes after it? Everyone so intent upon his pursuit until all else dwindles into a ridiculous nonentity. The weaker ones go down in the mad pursuit and are unmercifully trampled upon. But no matter, what is the difference if the foremost wins the coveted prize and carry it off? See the big boy in front? He with iron grip and determined compressed lips? That boy is a type of the big, merciless man, the Gradgrind of the latter century. His face is set towards the ball, and even though he may crush a dozen small boys, he'll make his way through the mob and come out triumphant. And he'll be the victor longer than anyone else, in spite of the envy and fighting and pushing about him. To an observer, alike unintelligent about the rules of a football game and the conditions which govern the barter and exchange and fluctuations of the world's money market, there is as much difference between the sight of a mass of boys on a playground losing their equilibrium over a spheroid of rubber and a mass of men losing their coolness and temper and mental and nervous balance on change as there is between a pine sapling and a mighty forest king, merely a difference of age. The mighty, seething, intensely concentrated mass in its emphatic tendency to one point is the same, and the utter disregard of mental and physical welfare. The momentary triumphs of transitory possessions impress a casual looker-on with the same fearful idea that the human race, after all, is savage to the core, and cultivates its savagery in an inflated happiness at own nearness to perfection. But the bell clangs sharply, the overheated, nervous, tingling boys fall into line, and the sudden transition from massing disorder to military precision cuts short the 10 minutes' musing. End of 10 Minutes Musing by Alice Ruth Moore.
The Two Foxes, the Mole, and the Crows by Basil Hall Chamberlain. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Two Foxes, the Mole, and the Crows from Aino Folktales by Basil Hall Chamberlain. Two brother foxes consulted together thus: "It would be fun for us to go down among men and assume human shape." So they made treasures, and they made garments out of the leaves of various trees, and they made various things to eat, and cakes out of the gum which comes out of trees. But the Mole God saw them making all these preparations. So the Mole made a place like a human village, and placed himself in it under the disguise of a very old man. The foxes came to that village. They came to the very old man's house, and the Mole himself made beautiful treasures and made garments out of various herbs and leaves of trees, and taking mulberries and grapes from the tops of the trees, he made good food. On the arrival of the foxes, the Mole invited all the crows in the place and all sorts of birds. He gave them human shape, and placed them as owners in the houses of the village. Then the Mole, as chief of the village, was a very old man. Then the foxes came, having assumed the shape of men. They thought the place was a human village. The old chief bought all the things which the foxes had brought on their backs, all their treasures and all their food. Then the old man displayed to them his own beautiful treasures. The old man displayed all his beautiful things, his garments. The foxes were much pleased. Then the old man spoke thus: "Oh, you strangers, as there is a dance in my village, it will be well for you to see it." Then all the people in the village danced all sorts of dances. But at last, owing to their being birds, they began to fly upwards, notwithstanding their human shape. The foxes saw this, and were much amused. The foxes ate both of the mulberries and of the grapes. They tasted very good. It was great fun, too, to see the dancing. Afterwards they went home. The foxes thought thus: "What is nicer even than treasures is the delicious food which human beings have. As we do not know what it is, let us go again and buy some more of it." So they again made treasures out of herbs. Then they again went down to the village. The Mole was in a golden house, a large house. He was alone in it, having sent all the crows and the rest away. As the foxes entered the house and looked about them, they saw a very venerable god. The god spoke thus: "Oh, you foxes, because you had assumed human shape, you made all sorts of counterfeit treasures. I saw all that you did. It is by me, and because of this, that you were brought here. You think this is a human village, but it is the village of me, your master, the Mole. It seems you constantly do all sorts of bad things. If you do so, it is very wrong, so do not assume human shape any more. If you will cease to assume human shape, you may henceforth eat your fill of these mulberries and grapes. You and your companions the crows may eat together of the mulberries and of all fruits at the top of the trees, which the crows cause to drop down. This will be much more profitable for you than to assume human shape." Thus spoke the Mole. Owing to this, the foxes left off assuming human shape, and from that time forward ate as they pleased of the mulberries and the grapes. When the crows let any drop, they went underneath the trees and ate them. They became very friendly together. Translated literally. Told by Ishanashit, 11th November, 1886. End of The Two Foxes, the Mole, and the Crows by Basil Hall Chamberlain. The White Hat. by Sax Rohmer, from Tales of Chinatown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The White Hat by Sax Rohmer. Part 1. Major Jack Ragstaff. "Hello, Ennis," said Paul Harley as his secretary entered. "Someone is making a devil of a row outside." "This is the offender, Mr. Harley," said Ennis, and handed my friend a visiting card. Glancing at the card, Harley read aloud, "Major J.E.P. Ragstaff, Cavalry Club." Meanwhile, a loud, harsh voice, which would have been audible in a full gale, was roaring in the lobby. "Nonsense!" I could hear the major shouting. "Balderdash! There's more fuss than if I had asked for an interview with the Prime Minister. Piffle! Balderdash!" And his smile developed into a laugh, in which Harley joined. Then, "Admit the major," he said. Into the study where Harley and I had been seated quietly smoking, there presently strode a very choleric Anglo-Indian. He wore a horsey check suit and white spats, and his tie closely resembled a stock. In his hand he carried a heavy Malacca cane, gloves, and one of those tall light gray hats commonly termed white. He was below medium height, slim and wiry. His gait and the shape of his legs, his build, all proclaimed the dragoon. His complexion was purple, and the large white teeth visible beneath a bristling gray moustache added to the natural ferocity of his appearance. Standing just within the doorway, "Mr. Paul Harley?" he shouted. It was apparently an inquiry, but it sounded like a reprimand. My friend, standing before the fireplace, his hands in his pockets and his pipe in his mouth, nodded brusquely. "I am Paul Harley," he said. "Won't you sit down?" Major Ragstaff, glancing angrily at Innes as the latter left the study, tossed his stick and gloves onto a settee, and drawing up a chair, seated himself stiffly upon it, as though he were in a saddle. He stared straight at Harley, and "You are not the sort of person I expected, sir," he declared. "May I ask if it is your custom to keep clients dancing on the mat, and all that on the blasted mat, sir?" Harley suppressed a smile, and I hastily reached for my cigarette case, which I had placed upon the mantelshelf. "I am always naturally pleased to see clients, Major Ragstaff," said Harley, "but a certain amount of routine is necessary even in civilian life. You had not advised me of your visit, and it is contrary to my custom to discuss business after 5 o'clock." As Harley spoke, the Major glared at him continuously, and then, "I've seen you in India!" he roared. "Damn, I've seen you in India! And yes, in Turkey! Ha! I've got you now, sir." He sprang to his feet. "You're the Harley who was in Constantinople in 1912." "Quite true." "Then I've come to the wrong shop." "That remains to be seen, Major." "But I was told you were a private detective, and all that." "So I am," said Harley quietly. "In 1912 the Foreign Office was my client. I am now at the service of anyone who cares to employ me." "Hell!" said the Major. He seemed to be temporarily stricken speechless by the discovery that a man who had acted for the British government should be capable of stooping to the work of a private inquiry agent. Staring all about the room with a sort of naive wonderment, he drew out a big silk handkerchief and loudly blew his nose, all the time eyeing Harley questioningly. Replacing his handkerchief, he directed his regard upon me, and "This is my friend, Mr. Knox," said Harley. "You may state your case before him without hesitation, unless—" I rose to depart, but "Sit down, Mr. Knox, sit down, sir!" shouted the Major. "I have no dirty linen to wash, no skeletons in the cupboard, or piffle of that kind. I simply want something explained which I am too thick‐headed, too damn thick‐headed, sir, to explain myself." He resumed his seat, and taking out his wallet, extracted from it a small newspaper cutting which he offered to Harley. "Read that, Mr. Harley," he directed. "Read it aloud." Harley read as follows: "Before Mr. Smith, at Marlborough Street, Police Court John Edward Bampton was charged with assaulting a well-known clubman in Bond Street on Wednesday evening. It was proved by the constable who made the arrest that robbery had not been the motive of the assault, and Bampton confessed that he bore no grudge against the assailed man, indeed that he had never seen him before. He pleaded intoxication, and the police surgeon testified that although not actually intoxicated, his breath had smelled strongly of liquor at the time of his arrest. Bampton's employers testified to a hitherto blameless character, and as the charge was not pressed, the man was dismissed with a caution. Having read the paragraph, Harley glanced at the Major with a puzzled expression. "The point of this quite escapes me," he confessed. "Is that so?" said Major Ragstaff. "Is that so, sir? Perhaps you will be good enough to read this." From his wallet he took a second newspaper cutting, smaller than the first, and gummed to a sheet of club note paper. Harley took it and read as follows: "Mr. De Lana, a well-known member of the Stock Exchange, who met with a serious accident recently, is still in a precarious condition." The puzzled look on Harley's face grew more acute, and the Major watched him with an expression which I can only describe as one of fierce enjoyment. "You're thinking I'm a damned old fool, ain't you?" he shouted suddenly. "Scarcely that," said Harley, smiling slightly. "But the significance of these paragraphs is not apparent, I must confess. The man Bampton would not appear to be an interesting character, and since no great damage has been done, his drunken frolic hardly comes within my sphere. Of Mr. De Lana, of the Stock Exchange, I never heard, unless he happens to be a member of the firm of De Lana and Day." "He's not a member of that firm, sir," shouted the Major. "He was, up to 6 o'clock this evening." "What do you mean exactly?" inquired Harley, and the tone of his voice suggested that he was beginning to entertain doubts of the Major's sanity or sobriety. Then: "He's dead," declared the latter. "Dead as the Begum of Bangalore. He died at 6 o'clock. I've just spoken to his widow on the telephone." I suppose I must have been staring very hard at the speaker, and certainly Harley was doing so, for suddenly directing his fierce gaze toward me: "You're completely treed, sir, and so's your friend," shouted Major Ragstaff. "I confess it," replied Harley quietly, "and since my time is of some little value, I would suggest, without disrespect, that you explain the connection, if any, between yourself, the drunken Bampton, and Mr. De Lana of the Stock Exchange, who died, you inform us, at 6 o'clock this evening as the result, presumably, of injuries received in an accident." "That's what I'm here for," cried Major Ragstaff. "In the first place, then, I am the party, although I saw to it that my name was kept out of print, whom the drunken lunatic assaulted." Harley, pipe in hand, stared at the speaker perplexedly. "Understand me," continued the Major. "I am the person, Jack Ragstaff, he assaulted. I was walking down from my quarters in Maddox Street on my way to dine at the club, same as I do every night of my life, when this flamin' idiot sprang upon me, grabbed my hat" he took up his white hat to illustrate what had occurred "not this one, but one like it, pitched it on the ground and jumped on it." Harley was quite unable to conceal his smiles as the excited old soldier dropped his conspicuous headgear on the floor and indulged in a vigorous pantomime designed to illustrate his statement. "Most extraordinary," said Harley. "What did you do?" "What did I do?" roared the Major. "I gave him a crack on the head with my cane, and I said things to him which couldn't be repeated in court. I punched him, and likewise hoofed him, but the hat was completely done in. Damn crowd collected, hearin' me swearin' and bellowin'. Police and all that. Names and addresses and all that balderdash. Man lugged away to guardroom and me turnin' up at the club with no hat. Damn ridiculous spectacle at my time of life." "Quite so," said Harley soothingly. "I appreciate your annoyance. but I am utterly at a loss to understand why you have come here, and what all this has to do with Mr. De Lana of the Stock Exchange." "He fell out of the window!" shouted the Major. "Fell out of a window?" "Out of a window, sir, a second floor window 10 yards up a side street. Pitched on his skull. Marvel he wasn't killed outright." A faint expression of interest began to creep into Harley's glance, and "I understand you to mean, Major Ragstaff," he said deliberately, "that while your struggle with the drunken man was in progress, Mr. De Lana fell out of a neighboring window into the street?" "Right!" shouted the Major. "Right, sir." "Do you know this Mr. De Lana?" "Never heard of him in my life until the accident occurred. Seems to me the poor devil leaned out to see the fun, and overbalanced. Felt responsible, only natural, and made inquiries. He died at 6 o'clock this evening, sir." "Hm," said Harley reflectively. "I still fail to see where I come in. From what window did he fall?" "Window above a sort of tea shop called Café Dame. Damn silly name. Place on a corner. Don't know name of side street." "Hm. You don't think he was pushed out, for instance?" "Certainly not!" shouted the Major. "He just fell out. But the point is, he's dead." "My dear sir," said Harley patiently, "I don't dispute that point. But what on earth do you want of me?" "I don't know what I want," roared the Major, beginning to walk up and down the room. "But I know I ain't satisfied. Not easy in my mind, sir. I wake up of a night hearing the poor devil's yell as he crashed on the pavement. That's all wrong. I've heard hundreds of death yells, but—" he took up his malacca cane and beat it loudly on the table, "I haven't woke up of a night dreamin' I heard 'em again." "In a word, you suspect foul play?" "I don't suspect anything," cried the other excitedly. "But some one mentioned your name to me at the club, said you could see through concrete, and all that. And here I am. There's something wrong, radically wrong. Find out what it is and send the bill to me. Then perhaps I'll be able to sleep in peace." He paused, and again taking out the large silk handkerchief, blew his nose loudly. Harley glanced at me in rather an awed way, and then— "There will be no bill, Major Ragstaff," he said. "But if I can see any possible line of inquiry, I will pursue it and report the result to you." Part Two. A curious outrage. "What do you make of it, Harley?" I asked. Paul Harley returned a work of reference to its shelf and stood staring absently across the study. "Our late visitor's history does not help us much," he replied. "A somewhat distinguished army career, and so forth. And his only daughter, Sybil Margaret, married the 5th Marquis of Ireton. She is, therefore, the noted social beauty, the Marchioness of Ireton. Does this suggest anything to your mind?" "Nothing whatever," I said blankly. "Nor to mine," murmured Harley. The telephone bell rang. "Hallo!" called Harley. "Yes? That you, Wessex? Have you got the address? Good. No, I shall remember it. Many thanks. Good bye." He turned to me. "I suggest, Knox," he said, "that we make our call and then proceed to dinner as arranged." Since I was always glad of an opportunity of studying my friend's methods, I immediately agreed, and ere long, leaving the lights of the two big hotels behind, our cab was sliding down the long slope which leads to Waterloo Station. Thence through crowded, slummish high roads we made our way via Lambeth to that dismal thoroughfare, Westminster Bridge Road, with its forbidding, often windowless houses, and its peculiar air of desolation. The house for which we were bound was situated at no great distance from Kensington Park, and telling the cabman to wait, Harley and I walked up a narrow paved path, mounted a flight of steps, and rang the bell beside a somewhat time-worn door, above which was an old-fashioned fanlight dimly illuminated from within. A considerable interval elapsed before the door was opened by a marvellously untidy servant girl who had apparently been interrupted in the act of blackleading her face. Partly opening the door, she stared at us agape. pushing back wisps of hair from her eyes, and with every movement daubing more of some mysterious black substance upon her countenance. "Is Mr. Bampton in?" asked Harley. "Yes, just come in. I'm cooking his supper." "Tell him that two friends of his have called on rather important business." "All right," said the black faced one. "What name is it?" "No name. Just say two friends of his." Treating us to a long vacant stare, and leaving us standing on the step, the maid, in whose hand I perceived a greasy fork, shuffled along the passage and began to mount the stairs. An unmistakable odor of frying sausages now reached my nostrils. Harley glanced at me quizzically, but said nothing until the Cinderella came stumbling downstairs again, without returning to where we stood. "Go up," she directed. "Second floor, front. Shut the door, one of you." She disappeared into gloomy depths below as Harley and I, closing the door behind us, proceeded to avail ourselves of the invitation. There was very little light on the staircase, but we managed to find our way to a poorly furnished bed sitting room where a small table was spread for a meal. Beside the table, in a chintz covered armchair, a thick set young man was seated, smoking a cigarette, and having a copy of the Daily Telegraph upon his knees. He was a very typical lower middle class, nothing in particular young man, but there was a certain truculence indicated by his square jaw, and that sort of self possession which sometimes accompanies physical strength was evidenced in his manner as, tossing the paper aside, he stood up. "Good evening, Mr. Bampton," said Harley genially. "I take it," pointing to the newspaper, "that you are looking for a new job." Bampton stared, a suspicion of anger in his eyes. Then, meeting the amused glance of my friend, he broke into a smile very pleasing and humorous. He was a fresh colored young fellow with hair inclined to redness, and smiling, he looked very boyish indeed. "I have no idea who you are," he said, speaking with a faint north country accent, "but you evidently know who I am and what has happened to me." "Got the boot?" asked Harley confidentially. Bampton, tossing the end of his cigarette into the grate, nodded grimly. "You haven't told me your name," he said, "but I think I can tell you your business." He ceased smiling. "Now look here, I don't want any more publicity. If you think you are going to make a funny newspaper story out of me, change your mind as quick as you like. I'll never get another job in London as it is. If you drag me any further into the limelight, I'll never get another job in England." "My dear fellow," replied Harley soothingly, at the same time extending his cigarette case, "you misapprehend the object of my call. I am not a reporter." "What?" said Bampton, pausing in the act of taking a cigarette. "Then what the devil are you?" "My name is Paul Harley, and I am a criminal investigator." He spoke the words deliberately, having his eyes fixed upon the other's face. But although Bampton was palpably startled, there was no trace of fear in his straightforward glance. He took a cigarette from the case, and "Thanks, Mr. Harley," he said. "I cannot imagine what business has brought you here." "I have come to ask you two questions," was the reply. "Number one, who paid you to smash Major Ragstaff's white hat? Number two, how much did he pay you?" To these questions I listened in amazement, and my amazement was evidently shared by Bampton. He had been in the act of lighting his cigarette, but he allowed the match to burn down nearly to his fingers, and then dropped it with a muttered exclamation in the fire. Finally, "I don't know how you found out," he said, "but you evidently know the truth. Provided you assure me that you are not out to make a silly season newspaper story, I'll tell you all I know." Harley laid his card on the table, and "Unless the ends of justice demand it," he said, "I give you my word that anything you care to say will go no further. You may speak freely before my friend, Mr. Knox. Simply tell me in as few words as possible what led you to court arrest in that manner." "Right," replied Bampton. "I will." He half closed his eyes, reflectively. "I was having tea in the Lyons' Cafe, to which I always go, last Monday afternoon about 4 o'clock, when a man sat down facing me and got into conversation." "Describe him." "He was a man rather above medium height. I should say about my own build, dark, going gray. He had a neat mustache and a short beard, and the look of a man who had traveled a lot. His skin was very tanned, almost as deeply as yours, Mr. Harley. Not at all the sort of chap that goes in there as a rule. After a while he made an extraordinary proposal. At first I thought he was joking. Then, when I grasped the idea that he was serious, I concluded he was mad. He asked me how much a year I earned, and I told him Peters and Peters paid me £150. He said, "I'll give you a year's salary to knock a man's hat off." As Bampton spoke the words he glanced at us with twinkling eyes, but although for my own part I was merely amused, Harley's expression had grown very stern. "Of course I laughed," continued Bampton, "but when the man drew out a fat wallet and counted 10 5-pound notes on the table, I began to think seriously about his proposal. Even supposing he was cracked, it was absolutely money for nothing. 'Of course,' he said, 'you'll lose your job and you may be arrested, but you'll say that you had been out with a few friends and were a little excited, also that you never could stand white hats. Stick to that story, and the balance of £100 will reach you on the following morning.' I asked him for further particulars, and I asked him why he had picked me for the job. He replied that he had been looking for some time for the right man, a man who was strong enough physically to accomplish the thing, and someone, Bampton's eyes twinkled again, with a dash of the devil in him, but at the same time a man who could be relied upon to stick to his guns and not to give the game away. You asked me to be brief, and I'll try to be. The man in the white hat was described to me, and the exact time and place of the meeting. I just had to grab his white hat, smash it, and face the music. I agreed. I don't deny that I had a couple of stiff drinks before I set out, but the memory of that £50 locked up here in my room, and the further 100 promised, bucked me up wonderfully. It was impossible to mistake my man. I could see him coming toward me as I waited just outside a sort of little restaurant called the Café Dame. As arranged, I bumped into him, grabbed his hat, and jumped on it." He paused, raising his hand to his head reminiscently. "My man was a bit of a scrapper," he continued, "and he played hell. I've never heard such language in my life, and the way he laid about me with his cane is something I am not likely to forget in a hurry. A crowd gathered naturally, and, also naturally, I was pinched. That didn't matter much. I got off lightly, and although I've been dismissed by Peters and Peters, 20 crisp fivers are locked in my trunk there, with the 10 which I received in the city." Harley checked him, and "May I see the envelope in which they arrived?" he asked. "Sorry," replied Bampton, "but I burned it. I thought it was playing the game to do so. It wouldn't have helped you much, though," he added. "It was an ordinary common envelope, posted in the city, address typewritten, and not a line enclosed." "Registered?" "No." Bampton stood looking at us with a curious expression on his face, and suddenly, "There's one point," he said, "on which my conscience isn't easy. You know about that poor devil who fell out of a window? Well, it would never have happened if I hadn't kicked up a row in the street. There's no doubt he was leaning out to see what the disturbance was about when the accident occurred." "Did you actually see him fall?" asked Harley. "No, he fell from a window several yards behind me in the side street, but I heard him cry out, and as I was lugged off by the police, I heard the bell of the ambulance which came to fetch him." He paused again and stood rubbing his head ruefully. Said Harley. "Was there anything particularly remarkable about this man in the Lyons' Café?" Bampton reflected silently for some moments, and then: "Nothing much. He was evidently a gentleman, wore a blue top coat, a dark tweed suit, and what looked like a regimental tie, but I didn't see much of the colors. He was very tanned, as I have said, even to the backs of his hands. And, oh yes, there was one point. He had a gold covered tooth." "Which tooth?" "I can't remember, except that it was on the left side, and I always noticed it when he smiled." "Did he wear any ring or pin which you would recognize?" "No." "Had he any oddity of speech or voice?" "No. Just a heavy, drawling manner. He spoke like thousands of other cultured Englishmen." But wait a minute. Yes, there was one other point. Now I come to think of it, his eyes were slightly slanted upward." Harley stared. "Like a Chinaman's?" "Oh, nothing so marked as that, but the same sort of formation." Harley nodded briskly, and buttoned up his overcoat. "Thanks, Mr. Bampton," he said. "We will detain you no longer." As we descended the stairs, where the smell of frying sausages had given place to that of something burning, probably the sausages, I was half inclined to think that Major Ragstaff's ideas were traceable to a former touch of the sun. Said Harley: "I begin to believe that he has put us on the track of a highly unusual crime. I am sorry to delay dinner, Knox, but I propose to call at the Cafe Dame." III. A criminal genius. On entering the doorway of the Cafe Dame, we found ourselves in a narrow passage. In front of us was a carpeted stair, and to the right a glass paneled door communicating with a discreetly lighted little dining room which seemed to be well patronized. Opening the door, Harley beckoned to a waiter, and "I wish to see the proprietor," he said. "Mr. Meyer is engaged at the moment, sir," was the reply. "Where is he?" "In his office upstairs, sir. He will be down in a moment." The waiter hurried away, and Harley stood glancing up the stairs as if in doubt what to do. "I cannot imagine how such a place can pay," he muttered. "The rent must be enormous in this district." But even before he ceased speaking, I became aware of an excited conversation which was taking place in some apartment above. "It's scandalous," I heard, in a woman's shrill voice. "You have no right to keep it. It's not your property, and I'm here to demand that you give it up." A man's voice replied in a voluble broken English, but I could only distinguish a word here and there. I saw that Harley was interested, for catching my questioning glance, he raised his finger to his lips, enjoining me to be silent. "Oh, that's the game, is it?" continued the female voice. "Of course you know it's blackmail?" A flow of unintelligible words answered this speech. Then: "I shall come back with someone," cried the invisible woman, "who will make you give it up." "Knox," whispered Harley in my ear, "when that woman comes down, follow her. I'm afraid you will bungle the business, and I would not ask you to attempt it if big things were not at stake. Return here. I shall wait." As a matter of fact, his sudden request had positively astounded me. But ere I had time for any reply, a door suddenly banged open above, and a respectable looking woman, who might have been some kind of upper servant, came quickly down the stairs. An expression of intense indignation rested upon her face, and without seeming to notice our presence, she brushed past us and went out into the street. "Off you go, Knox," said Harley. Seeing myself committed to an unpleasant business, I slipped out of the doorway and detected the woman 5 or 6 yards away, hurrying in the direction of Piccadilly. I had no difficulty in following her, for she was evidently unsuspicious of my presence, and when presently she mounted a westward bound bus, I did likewise, but while she got inside, I went on top, and occupied a seat on the near side whence I could observe anyone leaving the vehicle. If I had not known Paul Harley so well, I should have counted the whole business a ridiculous farce, but recognizing that something underlay these seemingly trivial and disconnected episodes, I lighted a cigarette and resigned myself to circumstance. At Hyde Park Corner I saw the woman descending, and when presently she walked up Hamilton Place I was not far behind her. At the door of an imposing mansion she stopped, and in response to a ring of the bell the door was opened by a footman, and the woman hurried in. Evidently she was an inmate of the establishment, and conceiving that my duty was done when I had noted the number of the house, I retraced my steps to the corner, and, hailing a taxicab, returned to the Cafe Dame. On inquiring of the same waiter whom Harley had accosted whether my friend was there, "I think a gentleman is upstairs with Mr. Meyer," said the man. "In his office?" "Yes, sir." Thereupon I mounted the stairs, and before a half open door paused. Harley's voice was audible within, and therefore I knocked and entered. I discovered Harley standing by an American desk. Beside him, in a revolving chair which, with the desk, constituted the principal furniture of a tiny office, sat a man in a dress suit which had palpably not been made for him. He had a sullen and suspiciously Teutonic cast of countenance, and he was engaged in a voluble but hardly intelligible speech as I entered. "Ha, Knox," said Harley, glancing over his shoulder. "Did you manage?" "Yes," I replied. Harley nodded shortly, and turned again to the man in the chair. "I am sorry to give you so much trouble, Mr. Meyer," he said, "but I should like my friend here to see the room above." At this moment my attention was attracted by a singular object which lay upon the desk amongst a litter of bills and accounts. This was a piece of rusty iron bar somewhat less than 3 feet in length, and which once had been painted green. "You are looking at this tragic fragment, Knox," said Harley, taking up the bar. "Of course," he shrugged his shoulders, "it explains the whole unfortunate occurrence. You see there was a flaw in the metal at this end here," he indicated the spot, "and the other end had evidently worn loose in its socket." "But I don't understand." "It will all be made clear at the inquest, no doubt. A most unfortunate thing for you, Mr. Meyer. Most unfortunate," declared the proprietor of the restaurant, extending his thick hands pathetically. "Most ruinous to my business." "We will go upstairs now," said Harley. "You will kindly lead the way, Mr. Meyer, and the whole thing will be quite clear to you, Knox." As the proprietor walked out of the office and upstairs to the second floor, Harley whispered in my ear: "Where did she go?" "Number Hamilton Place," I replied in an undertone. "Good God!" muttered my friend, and clutched my arm so tightly that I winced. "Good God! The master touch, Knox! This crime was the work of a genius with slightly, very slightly, oblique eyes." Opening a door on the second landing, Mr. Meyer admitted us to a small supper room. Its furniture consisted of a round dining table, several chairs, a couch, and very little else. I observed, however, that the furniture, carpet, and a few other appointments were of a character much more elegant than those of the public room below. A window which overlooked the street was open, so that the plush curtains which had been drawn aside moved slightly to and fro in the draught. "The window of the tragedy, Knox," explained Harley. He crossed the room. "If you will stand here beside me you will see the gap in the railing caused by the breaking away of the fragment which now lies on Mr. Meyer's desk. Some few yards to the left in the street below is where the assault took place, of which we have heard, and the unfortunate Mr. De Lana, who was dining here alone, an eccentric custom of his, naturally ran to the window upon hearing the disturbance, and leaned out, supporting his weight upon the railing. The rail collapsed, and we know the rest." "It will ruin me," groaned Meyer. "It will give bad repute to my establishment." "I fear it will," agreed Harley sympathetically, "unless we can manage to clear up one or two little difficulties which I have observed. For instance," he tapped the proprietor on the shoulder confidentially, "have you any hazy idea of the identity of the woman who was dining here with Mr. De Lana on Wednesday night?" The effect of this simple inquiry upon the proprietor was phenomenal. His fat yellow face assumed a sort of leaden hue, and his already prominent eyes protruded abnormally. He licked his lips. "I tell you, he muttered, "that Mr. De Lana he engaged this room every Wednesday and sometimes also Friday, and dine here by himself." "And I tell you," said Harley sweetly, "that you are an inspired liar. You smuggled her out by the side entrance after the accident." "The side entrance?" muttered Meyer. "The side entrance?" "Exactly, the side entrance. There is something else which I must ask you to tell me. Who had engaged this room on Tuesday night, the night before the accident?" The proprietor's expression remained uncomprehending. "And a gentleman," he said. "I never see him before." "Another solitary diner?" suggested Harley. "Yes, he is alone all the evening waiting for a friend who does not arrive." "Ah," mused Harley, "alone all the evening, was he? And his friend disappointed him. May I suggest that he was a dark man, gray at the temples, having a dark beard and moustache, and a very tanned face, his eyes slanted slightly upward? "Yes, yes!" cried Meyer, and his astonishment was patently unfeigned. "It is a friend of yours?" "A friend of mine, yes," said Harley absently, but his expression was very grim. "What time did he finally leave?" "He waited until after 11 o'clock. The dinner is spoilt. He pays, but does not complain." "No," said Harley musingly, "he had nothing to complain about. One more question, my friend. When the lady escaped hurriedly on Wednesday night, what was it that she left behind, and what price are you trying to extort for returning it?" At that the man collapsed entirely. "Ach Gott!" he cried, and raised his hand to his clammy forehead. "You will ruin me. I am a ruined man. I don't try to extort anything. I run an honest business." "And one of the most profitable in the world," added Harley, "since the days of Thides to our own. Even at Bond Street rentals I assume that a house of assignation is a golden enterprise." "Ah!" groaned Meyer, "I am ruined. So what does it matter? I tell you everything. I know Mr. De Lana, who engages my room regularly, but I don't know who the lady is who meets him here. No, I swear it, but always it is the same lady. When he falls I am downstairs in my office, and I hear him cry out. The lady comes running from the room, and begs of me to get her away without being seen and to keep all mention of her out of the matter." "What did she pay you?" asked Harley. "Pay me?" muttered Meyer, pulled up thus shortly in the midst of his statement. "Pay you? Exactly. Don't argue. Answer." The man delivered himself of a guttural, choking sound, and finally, "She promised me £100," he confessed hoarsely. "But you surely did not accept a mere promise. Out with it. What did she give you?" "A ring," came the confession at last. "A ring. I see. I will take it with me if you don't mind. And now, finally, what was it that she left behind?" "Ah, Gott!" moaned the man, dropping into a chair and resting his arms upon the table. "It is all a great panic, you see. I hurry her out by the back stair from this landing, and she forgets her bag." "Her bag? Good." "Then I clear away the remains of dinner, so I can say Mr. De Lana is dining alone. It is as much my interest as the lady's." "Of course. I quite understand. I will trouble you no more, Mr. Meyer, except to step into your office and to relieve you of that incriminating evidence, the lady's bag and her ring." Part IV. THE SLANTING EYES. "Do you understand, Knox?" said Harley, as the cab bore us toward Hamilton Place. "Do you grasp the details of this cunning scheme?" "On the contrary," I replied, "I am hopelessly at sea." Nevertheless, I had forgotten that I was hungry in the excitement which now claimed me. For although the thread upon which these seemingly disconnected things hung was invisible to me, I recognized that Bampton, the city clerk, the bearded stranger who had made so singular a proposition to him, the white hatted major, the dead stockbroker, and the mysterious woman whose presence in the case the clear sight of Harley had promptly detected, all were linked together by some subtle chain. I was convinced, too, that my friend held at least one end of that chain in his grip. "In order to prepare your mind for the interview which I hope to obtain this evening," continued Harley, "let me enlighten you upon one or two points which may seem obscure. In the first place, you recognize that anyone leaning out of the window on the second floor would almost automatically rest his weight upon the iron bar which was placed there for that very purpose, since the ledge is unusually low?" "Quite," I replied. "And it also follows that if the bar gave way anyone thus leaning on it would be pitched into the street." "Your reasoning is correct." "But, my dear fellow," said I, "how could such an accident have been foreseen?" "You speak of an accident. This was no accident. One end of the bar had been filed completely through, although the file marks had been carefully concealed with rust and dirt, and the other end had been wrenched out from its socket and then replaced in such a way that anyone leaning upon the bar could not fail to be precipitated into the street." "Good heavens! Then you mean—" "I mean, Knox, that the man who occupied this upper room on the night before the tragedy The dark man, tanned and bearded, with slightly oblique eyes, spent his time in filing through that bar, in short, in preparing a death trap. I was almost dumbfounded. "But Harley," I said, "assuming that he knew his victim would be the next occupant of the room, how could he know—" I stopped. Suddenly, as if a curtain had been raised, the details of what I now perceived to be a fiendishly cunning murder were revealed to me. "According to his own account, Knox," resumed Harley, "Major Ragstaff regularly passed along that street with military punctuality at the same hour every night. You may take it for granted that the murderer was well aware of this. As a matter of fact, I happen to know that he was. We must also take it for granted that the murderer knew of these little dinners for two which took place in the private room above the Cafe Dame every Wednesday, and sometimes on Friday. Around the figure of the methodical major, with his conspicuous white hat as a sort of focus, was built up one of the most ingenious schemes of murder with which I have ever come in contact. The victim literally killed himself." "But, Harley, the victim might have ignored the disturbance." "That is where I first detected the touch of genius, Knox. He recognized the voice of one of the combatants, or his companion did. Here we are." The cab drew up before the house in Hamilton Place. We alighted, and Harley pressed the bell. The same footman whom I had seen admit the woman opened the door. "Is Lady Ireton at home?" asked Harley. As he uttered the name I literally held my breath. We had come to the house of Major Ragstaff's daughter, the Marchioness of Ireton, one of society's most celebrated and beautiful hostesses, the wife of a peer famed alike as sportsman, soldier, and scholar. "I believe she is dining at home, sir," said the man. "Shall I inquire?" "Be good enough to do so," replied Harley, and gave him a card. "Inform her that I wish to return to her a handbag which she lost a few days ago." The man ushered us into an anteroom opening off the lofty and rather gloomy hall, and as the door closed, "Harley," I said in a stage whisper, "am I to believe—" "Can you doubt it?" returned Harley with a grim smile. A few moments later we were shown into a charmingly intimate little boudoir in which Lady Ireton was waiting to receive us. She was a strikingly handsome brunette, but to night her face, which normally, I think, possessed rich colouring, was almost pallid, and there was a hunted look in her dark eyes which made me wish to be anywhere rather than where I found myself. Without preamble she rose and addressed Harley. "I fail to understand your message, sir," she said, and I admired the imperious courage with which she faced him. "You say you have recovered a handbag which I had lost?" Harley bowed, and from the pocket of his greatcoat took out a silken tasseled bag. "The one which you left in the Cafe Dame, Lady Ireton," he replied. "Here also I have—" From another pocket he drew out a diamond ring, "something which was extorted from you by the fellow Meyer." Without touching her recovered property, Lady Ireton sank slowly down into the chair from which she had arisen, her gaze fixed as if hypnotically upon the speaker. "My friend, Mr. Knox, is aware of all the circumstances," continued the latter, "but he is as anxious as I am to terminate this painful interview. I surmise that what occurred on Wednesday night was this—correct me if I am wrong—while dining with Mr. De Lana, you heard sounds of altercation in the street below. May I suggest that you recognized one of the voices?" Lady Ireton, still staring straight before her at Harley, inclined her head in assent. "I heard my father's voice," she said hoarsely. "Quite so," he continued. "I am aware that Major Ragstaff is your father." He turned to me. "Do you recognize the touch of genius at last?" Then, again addressing Lady Ireton, "You naturally suggested to your companion that he should look out of the window in order to learn what was taking place. The next thing you knew was that he had fallen into the street below?" Lady Ireton shuddered and raised her hands to her face. "It is retribution," she whispered. I have brought this ruin upon myself, but he does not deserve—" Her voice faded into silence, and "You refer to your husband, Lord Ireton?" said Harley. Lady Ireton nodded, and again recovering power of speech, "It was to have been our last meeting," she said, looking up at Harley. She shuddered, and her eyes blazed into sudden fierceness. Then, clenching her hands, she looked aside. "O God, the shame of this hour!" she whispered. And I would have given much to have been spared the spectacle of this proud, erring woman's humiliation. But Paul Harley was scientifically remorseless. I could detect no pity in his glance. "I would give my life willingly to spare my husband the knowledge of what has been," said Lady Ireton in a low, monotonous voice. "3 times I sent my maid to Meyer to recover my bag, but he demanded a price which even I could not pay. Now it is all discovered, and Harry will know." "That, I fear, is unavoidable, Lady Ireton," declared Harley. "May I ask where Lord Ireton is at present?" "He is in Africa after big game," said Harley. "In Africa and after big game? I can offer you one consolation, Lady Ireton. In his own interests, Meyer will stick to his first assertion that Mr. De Lana was dining alone." A strange, horribly pathetic look came into the woman's haunted eyes. "You are not acting for—" she began. "I am acting for no one," replied Harley tersely. "Upon my friend's discretion you may rely as upon my own." "Then why should he ever know?" she whispered. "Why indeed?" murmured Harley. "Since he is in Africa?" As we descended the stair to the hall my friend paused and pointed to a life sized oil painting by London's most fashionable portrait painter. It was that of a man in the uniform of a guards officer, a dark man, slightly gray at the temples, his face very tanned as if by exposure to the sun. "Having had no occasion for disguise when the portrait was painted," said Harley, "Lord Ireton appears here without the beard, and as he is not represented smiling one cannot see the gold tooth, but the painter, if anything, has accentuated the slanting eyes. You see, the 4th Marquis, the present Lord Ireton's father, married one of the world famous Yen Sun girls, daughters of the mandarin of that name by an Irish wife. Hence the eyes. And hence—" "But, Harley, it was murder!" "Not within the meaning of the law, Knox. It was a recrudescence of Chinese humour. Lord Ireton is officially in Africa, and he went actually after big game. The counsel is not born who could secure a conviction. We are somewhat late, but shall therefore have less difficulty in finding a table at Prince's." End of The White Hat by Sax Rohmer.